Hello, hello, hello. Welcome to part one of our two-part Ace Attorney finale. Well, not Ace Attorney because we're not done with the franchise. We're only done with the Phoenix Wright trilogy. So yes, tonight is our part one of the grand finale. And by grand finale, I really just mean episode 5. So, before we begin anything, Alexa, tell us an interesting fact.
Henry Heimlich, inventor of the Heimlich maneuver, used it in practice for the first time in 2016 at the age of 96, dislodging a piece of hamburger from the throat of a woman in his retirement home.
Well, there's an interesting fact about the Heimlich remover. So, like I said, tonight we start episode 5, the final episode of the Phoenix Wright Trials and Tribulations. And not only that, the final episode of the trilogy. And are we done with the series? Hell no. They're still the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles, and I still want to get my hands on all the other Phoenix Wright games and play them on stream. But that's future down the line. So, but yes, after next week, obviously we have tonight for part 1 of our finale, and then next week, March 31st, is part 2 of the finale, and then on April 7th, we start Danganronpa S, right over on the Switch. Yeah, I have my Switch right here. It's usually docked, so don't have to worry about that. So, yeah. And then, how long will S take? I have no clue. Because I'm going into that game completely blind. Like, 100% blind. Like, 100%. So, also, streams should be good for this weekend. So we have Gmod and Minecraft this weekend, hopefully. Also, shout out, happy birthday to Madcap. It's his birthday today, so if you see him in chat, make sure to wish him a happy birthday. Can't miss him. He's a VIP, so make sure to call him an old man. Anyways, I think we should just get going. So, boom. Continue. Bridge to turnabout. Right. Shnisto, the treasured Kiron village heirloom whose name means 7-branch sword. It says that the sacred sword represents life itself. Though the branch may seem to be infinite, the choices are limitless. Like our destinies, the sword comes but to one end, one merciless point. When those silver cords, when the fragile thread binds us to this world is severed, the illusion is revealed that the impracticality of fate has been laid bare. February 6, 9:48 a.m. Wright & Co. Law Offices. Hey, Nick. Yeah, what is it? You know how I got spiritual powers, unlike you? Hey! Sure. You're a spirit medium after all. But just like you, if I don't keep my powers sharp, they get dull, right? I mean, I would say I was pretty good even after a 2-month break in the first game. Not to brag or anything. I guess so, yeah. Glad you agree. Okay, Pearly, you're up. Pearls. So, that's why we need you to go on a spiritual hotspot tour, Mr. Nick. Huh? I'm lost. What's this magazine you're shoving in my face? It's the New Year's issue of Occult Winter Spiritual Location Special. Oh, Pearls looks so happy. Maximize your spiritual powers with just one night of immersed training. Oh, it sounds too good to be true. I'll say. Sounds like more of a scam to me. It's a spiritual retreat called the Hakurza Temple. It's way up in the mountains. I bet it's nice and cold. Just perfect for training. Is there any cold waterfalls that you need to stand under for Maya? Now I definitely don't want to go. I'm a city boy. You know, I think I heard this temple before. It's a famous channeling dojo. It's hard for even real spirit mediums like us to make reservations up there. Reservations? For a temple? Are you serious? Don't worry, I already made special reservations just for us. Yeah, and I signed up for the special course. Is this special course food, Maya? That's nice, and the timing couldn't be better, since we don't have a case right now anyways. Alrighty then, it's settled. Well, come on, don't just stand there. Start packing your stuff. Yes, Mr. Nick, you better start packing your stuff. Huh? Me? Why do I have to go? Well, we have to be accompanied by someone over 20 years old. Aren't you 20, Maya? Wait, no, Maya's 19, right? Yeah, Maya's 19. Hey! I don't have anything to do with the spirit power. The only thing I can channel is a TV. So, is there a heated pool at this Hakura temple? Nope, but you can stand under a freezing waterfall. How nice. Sorry, but I think I'll pass. I hate cold places. What? No way! How could you be so selfish? Come on, Mr. Nick. Look at this place. Doesn't it look beautiful? Nope, not going. I'm gonna be nice and toasty at home. What the? What is it, Mr. Nick? Let me see that magazine. No! No! You have to be kidding me! She's back! I guess that's why Turnabout Beginnings was so important. This nun. Is she a friend of yours or something, Nick? This girl. It's... My name is Delia Harthorn. I just want to say it's been an honor for me to be here in your noble presence. Honestly, how can any woman count on you for anything? You disgust me. But it can't be. She was found guilty and should still be in prison. Mr. Nick? I'll go. Huh? Hakura Temple? I said I'll go. Yay! Isn't it great? Is that great, Pearly? Yes! Oh, thank you, Mr. Nick! You do anything for Mystic Maya, right? Even walk over burning coals, right? Dahlia Hawthorne. I knew there was no way she could possibly be at that temple. But I just had to see for myself. Who this nun really was. February 7th. I'm cold just looking at it. Cold here, Nick. Maybe you should put something warmer on for a change. Well, it's supposed to be cold. It's training. Her teeth are chattering so loudly. It's all I can do. Make out. It's all I can do. It's all I can do to make out what she's saying. Wow, Mystic Maya, this is the famous Hakura Temple. Pearly, Well. Oh, nice to see you here. Welcome to our temple. Oh, thank you. Oh my. Thank you for coming all this way. Come out. You must be cold. I've been cold. What's with the past tense? We're freezing human pots. Well, we're high up in the mountains after all. In any case, we shouldn't speak here. Please follow me inside. Thank you. I was starting to think I would. Oh, yes. I almost forgot to introduce myself. I'm the head nun here at the temple. My name is Bikini. Bikini? That's right. Actually, that's my temple name. What do you think? It's a tradition to have one. I wanted something that had a nice image to it. So I thought, why not choose a bikini? Besides, it makes me seem younger. That certainly does. Oh, I signed up for your special course. Well, my. Quite a brave one considering how cold it is. Young people can be so reckless with their health. I'll say. I was once in her shoes at 19. Don't blame me if you become one of those. You channel. Reckless? Maybe you should take it easy tonight, Mystic Maya. We can come back another day. But you went through all the trouble to get the reserve. Oh, yes, that's right. You come all this way, so please enjoy yourself. There's still time before supper, so why don't you have a look around? So what's this channeling dojo anyways? Oh, my. You don't even know what that is? Forgive him, sister, for he does not know it. Well, just call me Bikini and forget that sister part. A channeling dojo is basically a spiritual power training ground. We have special holy items prepared here to help people boost their spiritual powers. Holy items? If you're trained an entire evening surrounding by these items, it's quite mysterious. The spiritual powers of these items help envelop you. Wow, she must have gotten the trolley. She must have just gotten off the trolley from the land of make-believe. So what exactly is you're incredibly devoted to being interested in that and such a young age. It's been a training session where you sit on a block of spirit ice and chant a spell 30,000 times while being showered in a freezing cold spirit water. Yeah? We can come back another day, Maya. I'm getting real cold. It's February now, right? You have to be careful at this time of year. If you don't watch it, you'll catch pneumonia or maybe even die from hypothermia. So be careful, you hear? How am I supposed to be careful? Oh no, I knew I shouldn't sign up Mystic Maya up for this. Sister, about this picture. Well, look at that. I must say I look rather divine here, don't you think? Oh, yeah. Unforgettable in every way. You mean it? Oh, I knew it. Wahaha! Oh, the makeup was pretty tough, though, but Iris helped me out. Iris? The cute little girl in the photo. She looks just like me, doesn't she? We're just a small temple here, so she and I run the entire place. Really? That kind of sounds fun. Sorry to cut in, but this Iris, where is she right now? Oh, just listen to you. You haven't come all the way up here just to find a girlfriend, have you? No, I'm getting the record straight from an ex. Pearls is not what you think. She's an ex-girlfriend. An ex that almost got me to kill myself. No. That's not what I had in mind at all. Anyways, Iris is in the inner temple preparing for this evening. Inner temple? Yes, that's right. Iris will be back this evening. Why don't you go have a look in the main hall for now? So she's in the inner temple, huh? That looks like the main hall where we will be staying tonight. From here, it looks like one of those ice hotels you always hear about. I have never heard about those. They gotta have a heater or something in there, don't you think? I don't want to die. I'm not worried. I brought my hot water bottle. Did you bring one for me? What are you talking about, Nick? Who carries around 2 hot water bottles? If the cold doesn't kill me, the ice queen over here will finish the job. Oh, look! It's one of those motorcycle things. Most people call that a snowmobile, you know. No motorcycle things. Snow blow meal. Same thing. Not at all! Too bad we didn't invite Deceased. I bet she could raise the wind on the snowmobile. Or maybe she'd give me a ride on this blow snowmobile. Ah, I told you it's a snowmobile! Oh, look! It's a cute little bell tower. I absolutely love the sounds of a giant bell. Oh, so which do you like better? That or the sound of money? Sorry, but I'll take the money for the win, Nick. I knew it. But what are you apologizing for? Most people would take the money. What do you think, Nick? Pretty awesome gate, huh? It sure is. Looks like pretty well maintained, too. This thing kind of puts your hometown to shame, Maya. Yeah, well, a lot of things happened in Huron Village. We used to be a lot richer back when people hired us to perform channelings. Oh, I see. But now the place looks a bit run down. I guess it was just born in the wrong time. Guess that's everything we can do for now. It's not worth starting to shove. I mean, let's do it for the fun of it. Do you think you could take a look at this? I may not look like it, but I can tell you that I'm much I'm very much in demand. And to be quite honest, I find this a little difficult to say. What is she trying to say, Mr. Nick? I think she's trying to say that she's busy. But seriously, Nick, what's the deal? Nothing has ever happened yet, and you're already shoving evidence into people's faces. This is how we get answers, Maya. We shove evidence in people's face. You need to forget about work and relax a little. I can't! I came here not for work purposes, but for my own purposes. Not you, not Pearls. I came here for my own thing. Try having some fun, okay, Mr. Nick? Yeah, you're right. Sure. Pin hypothermia on the lawyer is great fun. Do you think you could take a look at this? Okay, so let's just move. February 7th, Hakura Temple, main hall. The main hall. I think it's even colder in here. Ah, Mr. Nick, do you smell that? It smells like meat and gravy. Yeah, you're right. I guess it's pot roast for tonight. Yo. Weird. I thought they would serve something a little more, well, traditional. What are you talking about, Nick? You think monks and nuns just sit around eating rice and gruel all the time? Mystic Maya's right. Oh, I hope there's mashed potatoes, too. I love mashed potatoes. What a cute little caddy. Oh, hello, miss. Greetings to all of you. Oh, hello. Wow, this lady makes Maya look like a 6.8 on the weirdness scale. Before she was an 11. Your outfit. Did you come here for the special course too? Unfortunately, no. Actually, I'm... Ah! You're Miss Elise de Maximum. Yes, that's right. You know of me? My name is Pearl Faye. I'm your biggest fan. Aww, that's adorable. Who is she, Nick? You're the spirit medium here, Maya! I see it now. Silly! A fortune teller? I got you. I got it all in your books, Mr. Maximum. What a sweet thing to say. And please, call me Elise. Books? Mr. Nick, don't you know anything? Do you even know who this is? Well, you're the spirit mediums. An author, maybe? Yes, and an illusionator of picture books. Picture books, huh? Oh, now I get it. I'm sorry. I didn't know who you were. I don't get a lot of chances to enjoy picture books. I'm also 26. Wait, yeah. It's alright. I take no offense to that. Especially the fact that I'm in my 20s. My books are nothing but simple stories for children. And really beautiful pictures too, Miss Elise. Your books always make me feel as if my heart has been purified. It makes me feel very happy to hear you say that. I do have to admit, she certainly does seem like a kind, sensitive lady. Miss Elise won an award last year for her book, The Magic Bottle. Yes, a friend of mine secretly submitted a story I had written to a publisher. They liked it so much that they asked if it was alright to make it into a book. Wow, it must have been a really great story. Maybe I should try to write a children's book too. If I do, you can secretly send it to a publisher. You can secretly send it to a publisher for me, Nick. Recently, I've been accepted, sort of an apprentice, you might say. An apprentice? He calls himself Lawrence. Lawrence de Lumeximum. I am never going to pronounce that name right. I believe he's off doing some landscaping sketches now. On Lawrence's behalf as well, I would like to thank you for your support. Of course, Miss Elise. Anything for you. Why did you come to the Hakura Temple, Miss Elise? Are you here to do some spiritual training? No, that's not it. I'm actually here to gather materials for a new book I'm working on. Yeah! I am! I have notes, I have my pen ready. And I'm really excited to get into all of this. It's gonna be a lot. I can't wait to read it. Pearls is completely taken by her. And it's so adorable! I wanted to do a book with a more Japanese feel to it this time. So that's why you are dressed like you are? The children have a certain image of me in their minds. I don't want to disappoint them. Is that how normal authors are like? I wouldn't know. I never really met one. So, what can I say? She is a really sweet lady. Wow, Miss Elise, you're dressed like a mountain nun. Yes, the good people here were kind enough to let me borrow this. I'm wearing training clothes underneath my robe as well. I want a staff like that. Of course you would, Maya. You like the crystal sphere? It's a real amethyst, you know. Maybe we'll find one like that up here on this mountain. Good luck, Nick. I know you'll find me one. Of course. Well, you have to excuse me now. I have to go help with the dinner preparations. Wow, you mean you're cooking dinner tonight too? That's right. Would you like to help out too, Pearl? Yes, I want to help with whatever I can. Pearl looks like she's just won the lottery. Oh, I'll help too then. No, it's fine. Please don't worry about it. Feel free to relax and explore the area with your friend. Huh? But... Oh, yes. Please take this. I think it will be of help to you. Okay, so that's the map. It's a map of the area. We wouldn't want you to get lost now, would we? The inner temple. There it is, on the other side of the bridge. Well, if you insist, I guess we'll take this chance to go check out the other temple. Okay, I'll see you two later then. Remember, you are not allowed to fight. I will make no promises of getting into fights. Come on, Nick! Let's go! At least we can stay warm if we keep moving. Alright. I wanted to go to that bridge anyways. Oh. Okay, I guess. Huh? Where did Sister Bikini go? I guess she went to the inner temple to go help that other nun out. Oh, right. I think her name is Iris? Yeah, that was it. I want to find out who Iris really is, but I'm scared of what I'll find. And yet we agreed to go. Do the Suspension Bridge. February 7th, Suppression Bridge. Wow, look at this broken old bridge, Nick. Yeah, and look at that big cannon below us. Hey, there's a river down there. It looks like it's flowing really fast. What's wrong, Nick? You look like you've seen a ghost. I'm just not very good with heights. Same here. Oh, hey, I got it. Maybe you should just face your fear and try hurling yourself off the edge. That is a terrible idea, Maya! You know, 1, 2, 3, jump! It might just be what you need to get over your fear of heights. I'll be fine with the fear of heights. Yeah, death is a real good way to overcome phobias, alright. Anyways, it sure looks like a rickety bridge. Can't argue there. That's probably why it's called Dusty Bridge. Oh shoot, I didn't write any notes about last chapter. Read it again, Maya. It says Dusky Bridge. Well, it's practically the same thing. Anyways, the inner temple is just up ahead, right? So let's go check it out. Ugh. Why isn't there another way across? Time to examine. Some letters are engraved into a roughly cut boulder. The D-U-S-T-Y bridge. Huh? It says Dusky Bridge, okay? Come on, Nick. Take a look at that bridge and tell me it's not supposed to be dusty. The sign is obviously wrong, and I'm gonna fix it. Now give me a pencil, Nick. Do I look like a pencil holder to you? I can't believe there's a public phone here. Who would ever use it? The people who live here, I guess. I doubt they have any real phones here. Yeah, but it looks like 20 minutes walks over here from the main hall. It would have been smarter of them to build the main hall here, don't you think? Maybe you should work on channeling someone who makes logical sense, Maya. There's a narrow path going off in a different direction than that of the main hall. Their sign here is old, but the text seems to have vanished. The path leads to a wooden staircase that goes to the bottom of the canyon. Okay, I'll write wooden staircase on it then. Do you really think that's necessary? You just have to be blind to not see the stairs. Well, it can't hurt. Just pass me a pencil, okay? Do I look like a pencil holder to you? Graffiti is a crime, Maya. Come on, Nick. Why don't we hop across the bridge? It'll be fun. I'm not so sure. It looks like a bunny hopping across the bridge would destroy it. Okay, Nick. Then let's try to find a cute, fluffy little bunny to test your theory. Where are we going to find a bunny live here? That's right. That right there sums up the fundamental differences between the sane and insane. It looks like there's about 20 yards to that cliff over there. I guess that's where I'll be training tonight. Do you want to train with me, Nick? You're the spirit medium. And do the special course? I think not. But it would be so great if you had spiritual powers too. Yes. Really? I see dead people. Sounds more like a cause of alarm to me. February 7th, Inner Temple Gate. Whoa! That bridge was shaking like jello in an earthquake. And at least half of the wood on that rickety bridge was rotting, I bet. Not to mention, the last part only had like one board left on it. What's wrong with you? Your face is all green. Can you not pick on me for a second? I'm still trying to get over the shock that we just made it safely across that death trap. Yeah, I guess I'm a bit surprised too. Yikes! That temple's in bad shape. Looks like it could collapse at any time. I guess people don't use it too often. Is this really where you're going to train tonight? It has to be it. It's kind of creepy around here. Like a ghost or might jump out at you or something. A spirit medium afraid of ghosts. Isn't that ironic, don't you think? Isn't it ironic, don't you think? Well, let's examine the place before we go in. It looks like this bridge was suspended by 4 of these wires. They're really thin. Shouldn't they be just a little thicker? Oh, stop it! You're such a worry, Nick. If the bridge was really going to collapse, I'm pretty sure all the boards would have break before these wires ever did. What's wrong? You're turning like into an overripe avocado again. Oh, wow! Look at these neat Buddha statues. Maybe I'll take one of them home with me. That would be a crime, Maya. Maya! But there's so many. They wouldn't notice if I took just one. Are you kidding? Of course they'd notice. What are you gonna do with one of those anyways? Put it in the office, of course. Ah, great. I'd be an accomplice to your crime. We can trade that wooden statue in the office reception area for one of these. You know, come to think of it, where did that wooden statue come from anyways? Hey! There's a giant robot buried in the snow! Well, there's something buried in the snow, but I think it's in the incinerator. Oh. But you gotta admit, it kind of looks a lot like a robot. Sure. Anyways, I don't think it gets used much. It looks pretty rusty. Hey, Nick, do you think this giant robo incinerator can walk? I told you, it's not a robot! And it's not especially that big either. Bah! You got no imagination. I thought you'd be real neat if you had to beat it to advance. A fight between a lawyer and an overgrown furnace. Who would ever pay to see that? Hey! A half-open gate! That's practically a welcome mat. Yeah, except the sign on it says here, no entry. Nick? Rules are made to be broken, you know. Yeah! Real nice to say that to a lawyer, Maya! You expect a lawyer to go along with that? Oh, come on! You're such an old lady sometimes. Let's just go. Don't blame it on me when the Sister Bikini puts a curse on you. Now you got me scared. Let's just forget about it, okay? Looks like there's something written on it. I can't read it, but if I had to take a good guess, I'd say it says Inner Temple. What's the point of a sign if you can't read it? Must be tough for the mailman when he's delivering here. I guess the sign is a good indication of how long this place has been here. So that's the Inner Temple up ahead, huh? It looks kind of run down. Well, it wouldn't be very temple-like if it was all bright and shiny. So you're training here tonight, huh? Yep. And everyone will see my spiritual powers. You want the dinner, don't you, Maya? Sounds like your stomach wants to show off its digestive powers instead. I wonder if that roast is ready yet. Okay. Let's just keep moving. February 7th, Inner Temple, Training Hall. Man, look at this place. It's just a tiny, freezing cold room. So this is where you'll both be training, huh? Huh? What do you mean, both? I'm the only one. Really? But I thought Pearlie's just a little kid, so she can handle this kind of intense training. So says the girl who I can barely hear over her teeth chattering. Anyways, the real training room must be behind that door over there. Yep, definitely getting the feeling it's back in here. Even I could sense there was something unnatural about that cavern behind that door. Excuse me, but who are you? Uh, ah! You're... Hi there! We're just looking around since we're going to be staying here tonight. Is there something wrong? Uh, no, it's nothing. I wonder why she's spaced out like that. Don't you, Nick? Did you say something, Maya? Not you too, Nick. My name is Iris. I'm one of the nuns here at this temple. I'm Maya Faye. It's a pleasure to meet you. The pleasure is mine. Oh, please excuse me. I have some, chores to attend to. She sure is beautiful. And a bit spacey, I guess. I guess she's just not used to talking with an urban sophisticates like us. Nick? That girl. It can't be, but... Oh. I want to examine... Look at this antique dresser. I wonder if there's anything valuable inside. Let's have a look. Nothing. It's a bunch of clothes. Hey, Nick. Uh-huh. Oh, sorry. I was just thinking. Oh, about Iris? I bet. Looks like you've been in bed. Love bud, Nick. No. There's a bunch of musty-looking blankets and bedding sets piled up here. I wonder why they're even here in the first place. It's because all the spiritual training is done under the supervision of a nun. I wonder if Sister Bikini is planning to sleep in here while I train. But if they sleep, what's the point of having them here in the first place? The actual training area must be behind the other side of this door. I wonder what that's like. Phony. Phooey. It's locked. Come on, Nick. You know you want to open it for me. I can't. You've been kind of in bad mood lately, haven't you, Nick? Zoe! I know what it is. IRIS. Iris and Nick sitting in a tree. KISSING. Maya, you don't know the half of it. A hanging scroll. Doesn't look like that old... Ah! Ah! What is it? Why did you scream like that? The scroll. It's my mother. What? It's Misty Faye, the master of the Kiran School of Channeling. Are you sure? Yes. That crest on the top of the scroll? That's the special mark of the master of our tradition. So that's what the mark means. What is it? Nothing. It's just that I last saw her over 15 years ago. If it wasn't for the crest, I wouldn't have even known it was her. My own mother. And I can't even recognize her face. Maya. It's a hanging wall scroll showing Maya's mother, Missy Faye. It's also not that old, and that crest on the top is the official mark of the master. I wonder if this temple has some sort of connection to the Faye family. I think it does, actually. Supposedly, it was founded by a branch family member of the Skiran school. I'll have to ask Bikini about more details when I get the chance. About Maya and the Faye family in general. Alright, I think that's everything in here. Back to the bridge. And we didn't die again. Woo! Phew! We managed to make it across Dusty Bridge. Nick, you look green. Are you feeling alright? Hey, what's wrong with you? Ever since we met Sister Iris at the training hall, you've been really quiet. Huh? Oh, sorry. Hey, you, wait up! I think he's yelling at us. He must be. There's no one else around. Do you mind moving? You're standing right in my way. Ah! Hey, I know you. You're... Whoa! Sorry, gotta run. See ya! Hey! Wait a minute! Oh, nice to meet you. I'm Lawrence Ducksmail. Nice try, Butts. Liar! You're Larry! You changed! Your clothes may have changed, but you're still the Butts! Shut up! I'm Lawrence! You're still Butts! And I'm just here to do a sketch of Dusky Bridge! So it is really our Larry. Not that way I get he's pretending to be someone else. So what are you doing with the lax name Demuxium? Well, I just... You're in love with Elise, aren't you? I wanted to start over again with a clean slate. Okay, what girl broke your heart this time? A clean slate? You remember, don't you? Last time? Mass Day Masquerade case. After that, I started to realize I didn't like this guy known as Larry Butts. And that's when I came across it. The Book of Destiny. The Book of Destiny? Do you mean The Magic Bottle by Miss Elise Demexium? It's so beautiful, so moving, so gentle. My heart felt cleansed. I was saved. Maybe I should buy a copy of the Magic Bottle. Wow, Larry, would it make a great book salesman? I really want to get that book now too. She's the most wonderful person I have ever met. I figured he was in love. I follow her anywhere. Yep, he's hopelessly in love again. Well, she certainly is a very elegant lady. You see? Here's a photo I took of her in secret. Yep, still the same old Butts. Wow, that's a beautiful photo. You want a copy, don't you? It's okay. I just happened to make extra prints. Yep, still Larry. Photo of Elise added to the court record. Okay. Still, it's kind of hard to imagine you as a picture book illustrator. So tell us the truth. You must have some kind of ulterior motive, right? What are you talking about? You can't fool me, Butts. I don't trust anyone anymore, especially not women. What happened? Talk about a bad case of denial. Anyways, can you even draw well enough to make a picture book? Art is only about technical skill, you know? It's almost about having a pure heart. And that's why I'm asking, can you draw well enough to make a whole book? Now that you mention it, I wonder. Looks like you still have some doubt in your heart. It's true, I do. But when I first saw her, I felt it. Something inside me ended, and something else began. Oh, Larry. It sounds like you have fallen in love with Miss Elise. The Elixium. No! You're wrong! It's not her. It's the other girl. Other girl? Uh-oh. I got a bad feeling about this. About Iris. Yo, yeah, her! My little Iris! Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. But I like you. Man. Come on, no. She's really pretty. This girl, she's perfect. She's exactly my type. I wonder if she would model for me. I want to draw a portrait of her. Yeah, you always liked those model types, didn't you, Larry? Hey, wait a sec. Didn't you say you were swearing off women? Huh? Yeah, that's right. Of course I have. I have basically, but Iris is different. Oh no. Oh no. I feel like I still have one chance left at the dream. This guy will never change. I just feel bad for him. And come on, dude, bro code. If this Iris person is really who I think it is, dude, the bro code. Everyone. Hey, Pearly. Dinner preparations are complete. Please come quickly to the main hall. All right. I can't wait to dig in, Pearly. I'm going to the inner temple and call Sister Iris. I also want to have a look at where Mystic Maya is going to be training. February 7th, 7:46 p.m., Hakura Temple, Main Hall. Boy, I'm stuffed. Are you sure it's alright to eat that much before your training? Well, this is kind of training as the battle of endurance. Mystic Maya, please don't say do anything that might put your health at risk. Ha ha ha! No pain, no game, I guess. Yeah, I'm still worried about you. Well, let's not dilly-dally, Shilly. You must get ready for tonight. Good luck, Maya. Alright, here we go! I'll see you all tomorrow, I guess. Iris, please ring the bell at 10 and for lights out, alright? Yes, Sister Bikini. And then, after you ring the bell, I want you to come join us at the training hall. I understand, Sister Bikini. Maya and Bikini really seemed excited about this training thing tonight. Well, Pearl, what are you going to do tonight? Well, if you'd like, you can come to my room. Perhaps we could read some books together. Really? I would love to. Not very good at reading. It's okay, Pearls. You're 9. Well then, would you like to practice reading with me? Ah, I'd love to. Pearls is absolutely smitten by Miss Demuxium. So, Larry, what are you gonna do? Me? Well, I'm just gonna hang out in my room. Can't stand the cold at all. I totally heard you there. Miss Elise, so for example, how do you read this? It says gravely. That's kind of a tough word. Oh, okay. And what about this word? That's another tough one. It says roast. What kind of book is she reading, anyways? Well, I'm gonna wash the dishes and help clean up. I'm gonna visit you when I'm done, Miss Elise. Well, not much to do except to have my room and huddled under the covers, I guess. February 7th, 9:12 p.m., Hakura Temple, Main Hall. Ugh, it's a whole different type of cold up here in the mountains. Ugh, why couldn't the nearest bathroom just be a little closer to my room? Mr. Wright? Yeah! Oh, Miss Duxham, are you gonna use the bathroom too? No, but have you seen Pearl? No, not since after dinner. I thought she said she was going to your room. I know, but she never showed up. I have a bad feeling about this. I'm gonna look for her. Excuse me. Miss Elise Duxamia. A woman as mysterious in the origins of her last name, despite especially because I cannot pronounce it. But the really mysterious one is oh. Ah, Sister Iris. G- Good evening. The real mysterious one is this girl. Um, are you on your way to the bathroom too, Mr. Wright? I can't let this chance pass me by. I should try to talk with her and maybe get some answers. Um, your sister Iris, right? Yes. So, when did you come to Hakura's temple? I don't remember. Ever since I was a small child, the temple has been my home. So you've never left? Well, I don't have any family left to take care of me. Sister Bikini, I have come to think of her as my real mother, as it were. Ah, I see. But didn't you go to college? And maybe enrolled in Ivy University Literature Department? No, I never had interest. I never had an interest of going into a big university like that. My training is all the education I need. I, I see. Hmm. But once in a while, when I get the chance, I make a trip to the nearby town. I can use the computer and cell phone too. That's not exactly something worth bragging about. But I don't see any psyche locks. So I guess that means she's not lying. But please don't stare at me like that. What kind of place is this, anyways? I heard it's for training to increase your spiritual powers or something like that. It must have been awfully crazy to see normal people like you. Well, I have to admit, it's a whole different world up here. I'm glad to hear you say that. Huh? Talking with the dead people? Who does that help, anyways? I hate it. Really? So then why stay in a place like this? Ah! Is something wrong? I didn't realize it was so late. I had to go ring the bell before lights out. I guess it's almost time now, huh? Mr. Wright? Yes? If it's alright with you, I would like you to have this. But this is your hood. It has the power to protect you from evil spirits. Come to think of it, Sister Bikini was wearing one of these too. I pray for your safety on this dark, cold night. I have a really bad feeling about this. I'm sorry, but I must bid you good night. Wait a minute. Sister Iris? Yes? Just now, you called me by my name. You said Mr. Wright. How did you know my name? I never introduced myself to you. That's... Sister Iris, please, tell me the truth. You and I, have we met before? I figured the psyche locks were here. Iris? Oh, it's almost 10 p.m. 10. Perhaps we can speak again tomorrow. There hasn't even been a murder, and I've already have psyche locks to deal with. So my hunch was correct. She does know me. I have to try to talk with her again tomorrow. Ah! But what the? That blood-curdling scream came from the courtyard. February 7th, 11:06 p.m., Hakura Temple courtyard. That scream, I'm sure it came from around here. Ha! Someone's there. On the ground. Miss Deluxium! Ooh, Larry's not gonna be glad to hear that. Squish. I just stepped on something soft. Hey, don't step on my tummy like that. But what are you doing lying in here in the snow? I was passed out. What do you think? So that blood-curdling scream was you. Forget about that. Hurry up and call the police. Is there even a phone in the main hall? No, but we still have reception up here in the mountains. You must have a cell phone on you, right? I didn't bring it with me. Oh, you're just useless. I mean, even Iris has a cell phone. We got no choice. You have to use the public phone by Dusky Bridge. Oh, God. Hurry! Just run as fast as you can. Yes, ma'am. If you don't hurry, Iris will. February 7th, 11:18, Dusky Bridge. It's farther than I thought. The bridge is just up ahead. I have to go tell Maya what happened too. Ah! The bridge! Dusky Bridge! It's burning down! What the heck happened? What are you doing here? Ah! What is it? Is it me? Don't scare me like that, Larry! I almost had a heart attack! My name isn't Larry, it's Lawrence! Larry, hurry up and call the police! I'm gonna go into the inner temple! Don't be stupid, the bridge is nothing but a burning wreck right now! Listen to me, there's been a murder! Here, at Hakura Temple! What? I knew things weren't gonna be around with you around, because you know what they say, when something smells, it's usually the butts. But I don't think he did it, butts. The murderer might have been fled across the bridge. I have to make sure Maya is safe. But... Please, call the police. I gotta go. Get out of my way, Larry. It's too dangerous, Nick. Wait. I must have been crazy. I knew about how dangerous it was, but I still went for it. Crack. Ah! Nick! Weakened even more by the fire, rickety old bridge plank snapped and gave right away, and I was swallowed up by the internal darkness that surrounded me. A final terrible scream rose up to pierce the frozen air that howling that night. Holy shit. Yes, I'm saving. Date, unknown. Time, unknown. Location, I don't know. Ring, ring, ring. Who could that be at this time of night? Beep. Yes? Edra speaking. Edgy, get up! It's an emergency! Huh? Larry, do you know what time it is? It's not Larry, it's Lawrence! Lawrence the Maximum! This is nothing more than a terrible nightmare. I'll just roll over and... Wait, don't hang up! It's emergency! It's Nick! He took a really nasty slip. Well, if it wouldn't be the first time, so... I'm not joking! His life is in danger! What? What happened? Tell me. Talk about a guy with bad luck. He may already be dead. You're the one with the bad luck, Larry! Anyways, you've got to come back! You're the only one that can help! My Iris! My beautiful Iris! She needs help! Alright, I don't know what's going on, but I'll be there as soon as I can. I'm at the detention center. Please, hurry! Beep. It's been 1 year since I left that country. I thought I wouldn't have to see him again for a while. Sounds like it wouldn't be a pretty reunion. As if I expected anything to change. February 8th, 2:19 p.m., detention center, visitor's room. You're late, Edgy! What took you so long? I don't want to hear it. I chartered a private jet to come as quickly as I could. Well, you should have chartered a faster one. Anyways, just listen. Something happened to Miss Leave, and Nick is Maya, and Iris is Bikini. Huh? Say something, Edgy! Before I came here, I stopped by the hospital to pay Wright a visit. I believe I have a better understanding of the situation than you at this point. The murder victim was a picture book artist, Miss Elisa Nexium. She was found by Wright and the head nun. The suspect is the temple's younger nun. Then later, while Wright was crossing the bridge, it broke and he fell into the river. The hospital says that he'll need at least 2 days of bed rest. Yes, but that's right. You got it. But they arrested her. My sweet little Iris. And here I was convinced he was the one the police had arrested. However, I still don't understand what these two items are for. What are you talking about? There's things that Wright gave to me when I was leaving his room. This is the first. He said some nonsense about being able to see people's hearts with this. And the other, he couldn't possibly asking what I think he is. Could he? I'm begging you! Irish trial starts tomorrow. With Nick out of the picture. You're all I got left! You're the only one that can represent her! I'm a prosecutor, butts! What did you just say? You know, represent, defend! What were you expecting? What do you think I called you? Why do you think I called you anyways? I'm a prosecutor, Larry. A prosecutor. Do you understand what I am saying? A prosecutor is a lawyer who... Don't talk to me like I'm a little kid. I graduated from junior high, you know. That explains a lot. Don't worry about it. I promise I won't tell. But I mean, I heard a paper badge had no problem fooling an entire court before. Oh, God. I thought we would never have to hear a bird wrong again. How could this country's judicial system have fallen into such decay? Please, Edgy! At least listen to her. Listen to Iris' side of the story. So Wright wasn't joking when he gave me this badge after all. Thank you for coming. My name is Iris. Edris. Miles Edgeworth. I don't know if I can be of any help, but I will at least hear what you have to say about the murder. Mr. Wright, how is he? Mr. Lawrence said that he might have even died. Fortunately, he'll be fine. Larry, you moron! How could you say something like that? He was badly bruised when he hit the water, but otherwise he is unharmed. Thank goodness. But he's caught some kind of nasty cold. Go figure. A cold? He's running a high fever and drifting in and out of consciousness. I must be imagining things. This woman, I feel like I've met her before. Pardon me, Iris. I would like to ask you something, if you don't mind. I have the distant feeling that you and I have met before. It must be your imagination, Mr. Edgeworth. After all, I hardly ever leave Hakurat's temple. Hakurat Temple? What's that? It's a place where those who wish to boost their spiritual powers come to train. You need to undergo some very difficult training to release your inner spiritual power. Spiritual power? Did you go to that temple for that reason as well? No, I didn't have any spiritual powers. I don't have any spiritual powers. I don't need them. In that case, what are you doing at the temple then? I've committed some sins that I need to pay for. That's why I'm there, and that's why I continue to train, to purify my soul. Is she turning over a new leaf? I want to ask you about last night. The night of the crime. All right. I helped to clean up after dinner. Then we went back to my room at about 8 p.m. at 8. Later, I left my room to ring the lights of the bells at 10. Bell? We rang it at the same time each night. I see. Okay. Then, and then I was told to go to the training hall, but I went back to my room and stayed there. Why didn't you go to the training hall like you were asked to? I was frightened. Frightened? So I just stayed in my room and meditated until the murder happened. There's more to her story. I just know there is. Maybe I should dig a little deeper. You were asked to go to the training hall on the night of the murder. Yes. However, you didn't go. Because you said you were frightened. What exactly were you so frightened of? Well, what in the world? Is there something wrong? I'm sorry, it's nothing. It looks like she was not aware of them herself. There must be what Wright was talking about. The psycholocks. Psycholox. I believe he said that I need to present this magmata to them to do something. So, do you have any idea of what really occurred that last night? I think it was the result of the and then this spiritual power that was unleashed. Spiritual power? Yes, spiritual training has been a cause behind many great tragedies. This incident was just another example. Iris, I'm sorry, but I can't accept that. I'm a man of science. I don't believe in spiritual power. Especially because of the trauma I have from when I was 9. Yes, I understand. Most people don't. And I'm certain that the things that killed the victim was a human. So please, answer me this simple question. Were you the one who killed Elise Deleximum? No. I'm not the one who took her life. Those Psycholox things aren't appearing. Oh, Psycho! I forgot! Edgeworth calls them Psycho. They're actually Psyche, but, Edgeworth calls them Psycholox. I suppose that means I can believe that she's not lying. What's wrong? I can't believe what I'm thinking. And here I was just finished saying that I don't believe in spiritual power. It appears that's all you can tell me. Thank you very much for listening to my story. I visited right at the hospital before coming here. He asked me to take care of you. Me? Yes, at the trial tomorrow. He asked me to defend you. If Mr. Wright has so much faith in you, Mr. Edgeworth, then I will gladly entrust my fate into your capable hands. But before that, I have one question. Yes? Do you know Wright? Well, why would you ask that? Whenever you came up in our conversation, he began to act a little strange. He is out there, but it was different. Mr. Edgeworth, what is Mr. Wright to you? He's a very dear and indispensable friend. It was 5 years ago. That's when I deceived him. You deceived him? I knew it was Dahlia! I heard that he was in a lot of pain afterwards because of what happened. I know what a weak person I am. That's why I thought it was best if he never saw me again. I wanted him to just forget about me without learning the truth. Well, if you ask me, Wright is still suffering. And until he learns the truth, I don't think he'll ever be able to truly recover. Iris, it's not too late. You should go to him. Tell him the truth. Please don't have me break those Faceook locks. I'll defend you, but only if you agree only if you agree to that one condition. All right, Mr. Edgeworth, I promise. Very well, I'll do everything in my power to get you an acquittal. Go to it. That's enough info gathering for now. I should head to the crime scene. Move. February 8th, Dusky Bridge. It's sure cold, alright. So this is it. Dusky Bridge. Oh, wow! It's you, Mr. Edgeworth! Oh, wait. Nah? Detective Gumshoe? Long time no see. It's been about a year. Or has it been longer? It doesn't matter, Detective. What matters is why are you shuffling around here? Oh, ouch! There's that sharp left jab. Well, I'm happy to see you anyways, Mr. Edgeworth. Let me guess. You were transferred by HR to the local precinct. Wise decision. The vast amount of nothing up here should be quite easy to guard. I heard you were back in the country and arranged to come all the way out here. Everybody was real and nice. They even let me take charge of the investigation, sir. Gumshoe indeed. Like gum on your shoe. He's impossible to get rid of. I'm supposed to report on the details of the crime scene, sir. Anyways, Here I am, Detective Dick Gumshoe, reporting for duty. Great. Thank you, Detective. I thought Prosecutor Godot was going to get here before me. That guy's a real mystery, I'll tell you. Prosecutor Godot? I just got back into the country. I don't really know much about the case. It's simple. Well, simple as simple does. They, as they say. Oh, you got no idea how much I miss that biting sarcasm of yours, sir. It's gonna be so weird seeing Gumshoe say sir instead of pal. But seriously, this one's a piece of cake. There's a witness that saw the whole thing. A witness? Yeah, that bikini lady. Bikini lady? Here? On this freezing cold mountain? Well, you should talk to her yourself if you want the details, sir. I may have to talk to this bikini lady. I mean, decisive witness myself. So this is the bridge that Wright fell through. Yep, I can't imagine being that reckless myself. You've known the guy for 2 years. Look before you cross. That's how it goes, right? Or was it that leap? And is there something on the other side? Yeah, some old building they call the Inner Temple. But we can't get over without a bridge, sir. What? Nobody lives there, so usually not a problem. But someone was in the Inner Temple doing some training. Now they're stuck there. Maya! Yes, I heard that from Wright. It was Maya Fey. Oh no. Her again? Gumshoe, why are you so... Anyways, the air is really turbulent right now, so we can't really do an aerial extraction. No one's going to be able to reach the Inner Temple until tomorrow, sir. Will she be alright in this cold? So how did the bridge burn down anyways? We're almost 100% sure it was lightning. Almost isn't good enough. Lightning? So who's this Prosecutor Godot? I never heard of him. Yeah, he's a new guy. Showed up after you left the country. He's a complete rookie, but no one can say a bad word about the guy. What kind of man is he? He's just became a prosecutor recently. But he's good, sir. Real good. I mean, he's lost every single trial he's been in. If he's so good, how is it I've never heard of him? Is he the lead prosecutor in this case? You bet he is. After all, you know who is right in the middle of it. You know who? Phoenix Wright, of course. For some reason, Godot really got it in for Mr. Wright. Oh. Yeah, he seems to have some kind of grudge. And that's what I'm not getting. That's the dot I really want to connect. And what would be the cause of this grudge? I don't know. Maybe he made fun of his mask or something. Oh, I've done way more than that. None of this is making any sense. I better look into this Godot myself. You're telling me the bridge caught on fire due to a fluke bolt of lightning? Yep. Last night, it snowed for the first time in 3 days. It's a little unusual for lightning to occur during a snowfall like that. But according to the weather data, lightning definitely struck. Alright, thank you, Godot. Gumshoe. I see. This is a very detailed weather report. Almost too detailed. It even has the exact time the lightning struck the bridge. Oh, that? We got that information from the witness's testimony. Someone actually saw the lightning hit the bridge? Who is this witness? Sorry, I'll go ask one of the local cops later, sir. Huh? What's that thing doing on your layup, Mr. Edgeworth? Is it really that odd? You bet it is, sir! A prosecutor wearing a defense attorney's badge? That's like a detective with a license to kill. Does this little thing hold an ominous meeting? Have you ever seen this thing before? Hey, thanks a lot. I was getting kind of hungry. What are you doing, detective? Ah! I thought it was some kind of candy that would fill me up, sir. Lately, I've been feeling so hungry all the time. Maybe his salary has been cut a little too much. Look, I'm just your everyday simple detective. Don't ask me such tough questions, okay? That's not something to be proud of, detective. There's a lot we don't know about this victim. We don't know her real name, her background. We don't know anything, really. That's rather odd. If she was trying to hide her identity, why would she become an author? I bet it was just one of those things, you know? She probably never expected to get so popular. Whenever something happens, this guy always shows up like he hasn't got a care. In fact, you know what? Every time he shows up, I always wonder the same thing. Maybe somehow he's the cause of all these incidents. I wonder if Gumshoe has realized it yet. But you could say the exact same thing about him. It's true. It's true. Somehow, every time Phoenix gets involved in the case, Gumshoe's ahead of the investigation. Your face is more drawn out than last time I saw you over a year ago. Really? I thought so. No, wait. It's not so much drawn out, more as weary and tired, or maybe just plain old sin. I thought that too, sir. My salary's been kind of low, on the low end. So yeah, my food options have been kind of non-existent. Ah, yes. We don't tell it. Okay, it's okay. Okay, I can't talk about the off-brand chicken soup, off-brand spaghetti, off-brand bread. That's that sort of stuff. I thought you were really into instant noodles last year. I got really sick of those stuff after a while, sir. He's supposed to be Miss Elise's Dex Madam's apprentice or something. I see. Yeah, he drew a nice portrait of me. That's nice. But you made me pay 50 cents for it. I'm sorry about that. You don't seem very interested in him, Mr. Edgeworth. I really don't want to talk about him. That's why. There's a lot we don't know about this victim. We don't know her real name, her background. We don't know anything really. That's rather odd. If she was trying to hide her identity, why would she become an author? Okay. I feel like I've seen this girl somewhere before. She wasn't from a prior case, was she? Nope, can't be. We did a database search with her fingerprints and came up with nothing. I see. This is really interesting. What? Really interesting. Not real. Seriously, this is like. I just can't shake this nagging feeling. Well, everyone knows that you're quite popular with the ladies, sir. Thanks, detective. Maybe she's an old girlfriend that you sent to Dumpville when you were younger. Detective! Where did you hear such nonsense from? I didn't hear it from anyone. It's just sort of how I imagined you'd be, sir. Do I really inspire this sort of frothing desire from the female masses? I usually hear about promising young prosecutors candidates while they're still in school. But I've never seen nor heard of this person. I gotta admit, he's puzzling, alright. He's just appeared one day, a big mug of steaming coffee in his hand. He sounds like an interesting man. The whole prosecutor's office is you're really into is really into double espresso macchinos lately. Okay, that's all I got can't from you. Hey, it's the public phone. You don't see those a lot. You don't see a lot of these anymore. That's true. Since we got one here, why don't we take a photo as a memento? Well, sure, why not? Oh, darn it, I don't have a camera with me. I'm gonna have to buy a disposable camera. I'll be right back, sir! What's so special about public phones, and why is he so fascinated by them? Some letters are widely engraved into a roughly cut boulder. Dusky Bridge. It certainly has an appropriate name. You really need to get some glasses, Mr. Edgeworth. That sign says Dusty Bridge. God damn it, detective! I can see how you read it wrong, though, sir. You're the one who needs detective glasses. Try reading it one more time. Ah, you're right. It's Dusky Bridge after all. Ah, so you're not as dumb as Maya. I guess whoever wrote it made a mistake. There's a little shack down the way called Heavenly Hall. A shack? It's like a run-down doghouse for losers that can't bear the freezing draft of wind. Kind of reminds me of my apartment, sir. The name Heavenly Halls make it sound like a palace. Give a hole a great name is a crime itself. I call it false advertising. By the way, the name of my apartment complex is the 10 Castles. That's false advertising, detective. That's not such a great name if you ask me, detective. Well, it's not such a great apartment either, sir. So this is the bridge Wright tried to cross. Pretty reckless if you ask me. I'm amazed he survived the fall from up here. Yeah, one lucky guy, sir. Now I see how you managed to win cases in court. Blind luck. Gosh, you are so accurate! I think dumb luck suits Wright just a bit better. Okay, I think that's all I'm getting, so. Alright, main gate, let's go. February 8th, Hakira Temple, main gate. Yo, Edgy! What took you so long? I was talking with the detective. I'm so cold, my brain's turning to sherbet. I knew it was a mistake to race back to this country. What do you mean? Wright is going to be fine, and the case itself isn't anything unusual. And I find myself taking a request to defend a woman accused of murder. Hey, wait a sec! Hold it! Objection! What's going on here, Mr. Edgeworth? Did you not know that, Gumshoe? It's hard to explain, but one thing led to another, and... What kind of lame excuse is that, and you call yourself a defense attorney? I'm a prosecutor! Prosecutor Edgeworth is a prosecutor. That's why he's Prosecutor Edgeworth. Prosecutor Edgeworth, defense attorney. Sounds just plain old weird, pal. Right, Prosecutor Edgeworth? I'm not sure what roles I'm supposed to be playing anymore. Dude, Edgy. I don't see you for a couple years and your heart turns to sherbet. I'd say more like sherbet. It's rather cold here. Iris didn't murder her. Someone else did it. I just know it, okay? So just trust me on this one. Heavy the romantic you are, aren't you, Larry? Nevertheless, I'll do whatever I can to prove her innocence. At least until I pass the baton to Wright, that is. Man, I'm telling you, Iris is so cute. Right, Edgy? You think so too, don't you? What's wrong? Why are you so quiet? To put it simply, your comment has highly concerned me. Could that be the reason you think she's innocent? Come on! A girl that cute can't possibly be a murderer. I beg to differ. I was right after all. I shouldn't have ever come back. No, don't worry. I see things for how they really are this time. Honest! If I had a penny for every time he said that, it's just, well, Iris is a delicate flower. you can't force things too much. You know what I mean? Huh? I have no idea what you're talking about, Larry. Oh, forget. I didn't say anything. Larry, where were you and what were you doing on the night of the crime? Larry? What? Don't tell me. You think I might have done it? What? Get lost. Go back to your jet and get out of my sight, you creep. And who's gonna defend your precious little Iris? And I hope your plane crashes and you die. That's a little harsh there. I'll ask for just one more time. On the night of the murder, where were you and what were you doing? As I suspected, psycholocks. I'm sorry, man, but you know me. I just don't remember. My short-term memory is a wreck, dude. Come to think of it, when you were a kid, you were always saying, when I grow up, I want to be a lawyer and defend people, or something like that. That was a long time ago. And that was before DL6 happened. But see, now you got the chance to follow your boyhood dream for a day. Edgy, you gotta do it. You gotta save my little Iris. This is exactly why I hate childhood friends. I can't show them that because it will. Hey, I know it may not look like it, but I'm an artist. I refuse to look at anything that doesn't have a radiant and beautiful motif. He didn't even give it a glance. Hey, I know it may not look like him. Little Iris! Hedgie, please, I'm counting on you. Well, frankly, I was hoping you could give me a little more than that. Well, then. He was a good guy. A real pal to the end. When I look back at it now, I have nothing but good memories. What was the past tense? He's not dead, you know. Yeah, you're right. Anyways, the guy owes me. After all, I saved his life. He saved yours, too. What's that supposed to mean? If I hadn't called it for help so quickly, he would have died. It's not no surprise. I used to be a security guard. I was all an insect, baby. He has a point. He called me pretty quickly, too. I think Larry is pretty good at motivating people. I just wish he would try motivating himself once in a while. Hey, I know I made... Huh? Me? All you have to do is remember not to call me Larry anymore. What? I'm a new person now. I've been reborn as Lawrence de Maximum. Alright, fine. Let me ask you something else then, Larry. Call me Lawrence! If you don't, then I'll call you Melissy Daxamone. But I still can't believe it. She was such a great person. I have a feeling that she's hiding something. Could it be, after all, she's shy and gets embarrassed pretty easily? I don't think that has anything to do with it. Why not? Look, I know all about this kind of thing. Come on, Edgy. You were a guy once. Lots of girls like Iris. Are like Iris. You know him, right? Well, you most certainly seem to convince yourself. Man, I do love shy girls like her. It's just so cute. You know what I mean? Still doesn't listen to others, I see. I guess some people just never change. Okay. Thanks for all the time. February 8th, Hakra Temple, Main Hall. Hey, hello there. So how are you feeling? All right, I suppose. Huh? Who is this? Uh, my my name is Miles Satchworth. My. A handsome boy such as yourself is always welcome. If the circumstances were so terrific, I might just. Please don't call me boy. I'm sorry to trouble you, but I'm looking for a woman in a bikini. Well, I found her. Now that. What can I do for her, you? I'm sorry, but I don't see any bikinis. If you ask so nicely, I might give you a peek, big boy. Mr. Edgeworth. This is the head nun, Sister Bikini. She's the witness. Why didn't you tell me that earlier, detective? This is exactly why your salary keeps on getting cut. Yeah, my stomach's already growling in protest. So, what's the latest about my beloved Iris? Well, first, I want to hear what you know. First, I would like to ask you about last night. Well, last night, we had a carry here for training. After dinner, the two of us went to the training hall in the inner temple. She must be talking about Maya. Approximately what time was that? I suppose it was about 9 p.m. 9 when we left here. Training lasts all night long. It's extremely exhausting. The Chilling Dojo's head nun must be in attendance at all times to keep watch. Wow, you're right. That does sound exhausting. Detective, this is no time for flattery. Sorry. Sometime around 11, you witnessed the incident in the courtyard. But your duty was in the inner temple. Why did you come back here? What? By the way you're staring at me, I'm starting to get the goosebumps. Oh. I'm starting to get the goosebumps myself, but for a decisively different reason. Oh, you get the chills pretty easily, don't you, Mr. Edgeworth? All right then. I would like you to tell me exactly what you saw in the courtyard. It must have been past 11. Ah, no, I can't say it. It's too much for my poor heart. Hey, calm down, lady. Let go of my tie. I saw two people. One of them was lying on the ground. The other one was stabbing her from the back with a sword. Did you say this criminal with your own eyes? I didn't want to believe what I was seeing, but it was Iris. You must have been quite shocked. Of course you was. Try putting yourself in your shoes. I feel like if you're stabbing Marissa right back in the middle of your courtroom, smack in the middle of a courtroom, and I happened to witness from the witness stand, I'd be pretty shocked too. This is no time, okay? I know it sounds insane, but that's what I saw. When I finally realized what I was seeing, I screamed, and then I passed out. Unfortunately for us, her testimony seems to be pretty solid. However, and she doesn't have any of those psycho locks. The idea of Iris doing such a foul act seems unnatural. Well, if you've known her from before. No. Unnatural? The girl I know simply isn't capable of this sort of foulness. Yeah, because Dahlia typically goes for the poisoning. I wonder what she means by that. As the head nun, it's your duty to stay with the occulty at all times, correct? Yes, that is correct. I know I may look strong, but the truth is, I got a bad lower back. A bad lower back? Yes, it's especially bad when in the winter. It's so bad that I can't even lift the bucket. Do you remember how cold it was last night? My back felt a little stiff as frozen glass. I just wanted to take a nice hot bath to ease my aching back. That's why I returned to the main hall. So you left the disciple all along. Don't be ridiculous. I would never do that. That's why I ordered Iris to the inner temple after she had rung the bell for lights out. Yes, but she never went to the inner temple, did she? So she did. So did this head nun actually see Iris there? I think I better try to get some more details. So who is this Akovta who is training at the inner temple? Her name is Maya Fey. I treated her very badly, I'm ashamed to say. And after all she went through is signing up for the special course. Special course? It's the training session where you sit on a block of spirit ice and chant 30,000 times. You don't mean to tell me that she's still doing that over in the inner temple, do you? No, of course not. You don't have to worry about that one little bit. Last night we still haven't started the training session itself. Well, that's good to hear. Hopefully, so good to know that Maya is probably still alive. Oh, dear. There's one thing I forgot to tell you. Uh-oh, I don't think I like the sound of this. Do you know what that small girl? I believe she is Mystic Maya's little sister. Maya has a little sister? Oh, you mean the Little Pearls? That's Maya Fey's cousin. Little Pearl? I thought she was going to visit Mystic Elise after we finished with dinner cleanup. But I haven't seen her at all last night. Alright, writing that down. Pearls is still missing. Wait, why do I have... No, I'm Edgeworth right now. It's Pearl. You mean she was with the victim? It's all the fault of my stupid, creaky old back. A little girl who was the victim who was with the victim on the night of the murder is gone. As they say, the plot thickens. All right, time to show evidence. About this here. Let me see. Well, as you may know, in order to reality for what truly is, we strive to break our achievements as much of a treatment from material realm. I guess you could call me an immaterial girl. An immaterial girl. Yo! I have an idea for TikTok. I'm gonna do it later, though. I guess she lives in an immaterial world, huh, Mr. Edgeworth? That's one of the Faith clan's very own magmatas. That's a priceless treasure you got there. Wow, I'm impressed, sir. You never fail to surprise me. Yes, you don't look it, but now I can see you're a real fan of the occult. Excuse me? I got this from right! Oh, of course this piece could possibly be real. But to have such a nice replica. Clearly you are a bit fan of the Kiran tradition. But wow, I'm impressed, sir. You never failed to surprise me. I should have known better than to show this thing around. Huh? Ah, well, look what you found. That's the master of the Kiran and channeling technique, Misty Faye. Faye. It's been nearly 20 years since Missy's disappearance. Apparently, she's intended to pass the master title to her daughter. Who is this daughter? Well, I myself am a part of a branch family of the Fae clan, but I am not yet privy of information concerning the main family. Well, I think you know the answer to that, Edgeworth. Well. This is a demon warding hood. Courts are highly successful to possession by evil spirits, you know. That's why we always wear these for protection. Oh, I see. What are you waiting for? You won't get any protection by just holding it, you know. Put it on already. No, I can't. It was just... oh, it looks like it was just made for you, Mr. Edgeworth. I want fan art of that now. What do you mean by that, detective? Looks absolutely marvelous. You just gotta keep it on for a while. Is this some sort of divine rebellion? About this year. About this picture. Well, look at that. That's pretty. It's S to the X-Y, don't you think? Yeah, absolutely. Gumshoe, don't you have to deal with Maggie? Up until recently, we have been avoiding exposure as much in such magazines, but this time we had our reasons. Is that so? For example, why deny the world of such a lovely face? Oh! Could such a terrible thing have happened? It's all my fault! Well, come on, lady. I don't think you need to take all the blame yourself. Quiet. What do you know anyways? Ouch. You're scary. And you met Morgan Fay. Gumshoe. With that stupid 5 o'clock shadow and that stupid old coat of yours. It's too bad that you weren't one that disappeared. Yeah, but his salary gets cut enough. Why does she have to take it all out on me? Her anger does seem a little manufactured. About this here. Alright. This man. His face betrays a life of suffering and great weariness of this world. Sure. But even so, I can't believe this guy actually jumped into the river. Think of all the fun things he might enjoy if he just lived. Presently, spiritual training alone is no way to lead a complete life, huh? Do we tell her that he's alive? It sounds like she's got some major regrets she's dealing with. Perhaps I should let Gumshoe explain Wright's situation to her for me. Hey, don't look at me like that. Do your own dirty work, sir. About this here. This Mr. Khalees's apprentice, not? I think he might be a bit of crush on me. Sweet boy at any rate. Wrong one of you, Bikini. Huh? Oh, I don't blame him. Sister Bikini understands the temptation of the young men. Sure. But I'm still afraid I wouldn't be a proper abuse in my position. I'm a head nun, after all. But in return, I do allow him to draw a portrait of me. I pray it was a pose that maintained your modesty for everyone's sake. Oh, okay. Same thing. You said you went with Maya to the training hall in the inner temple last night. Did you happen to see Iris while you were there? Of course I saw her. I told her to meet us after the ringing of the 10 o'clock bell for lights out. So you're saying Iris came to the inner temple then? Of course she did. Iris has always been a good, obedient girl. After that, I had Iris help Mystic Maya begin her training. But that doesn't fit with Iris' story at all. She said she never went to the inner temple. As they say, the plot thickens. Okay. Wouldn't expect her to actually know anything about Godot. It's all my fault. Me and my stupid back. Okay, I'm gonna write that when that bikini has some lower back problems. An important party is trapped, and a little girl has been lost. You know, you really shouldn't be so negative. It creates bad karma. Quite right. I need to do some more training myself, I think. She's a very important visitor, you know. An honor to out. Honor? How so? The Fae name is synonymous with the Kiran channeling technique. Therefore, she must be a spirit medium of great power indeed. Now that you mention it, 1 year ago, there was a case that was about the master of the Kiran channeling technique. Detective? I detest you talk of supernatural deviles. I suppose now she says she's admitted to Coranians. Ho ho ho! So it gives you the creeps, huh, Mr. Edgeworth? That's got nothing to do with it. Oh, this poor girl. Where should she have gone? Well, we checked her room and she's not there. And she's nowhere in the vicinity of the temple either. You don't think. Which means there's only a few other possibilities to where she could be. Ah, do you think she fell off the bridge and was carried downstream? The fuck would you think like that, detective? Why do you have to be such a pessimist, detective? Yeah, just trying to think like you, Mr. Edgeworth. Do you think I'm a pessimist? Ironic. I became a pessimist only after I had the pleasure of working with you. I'm sure there's nothing else to talk to. Let's head to the courtroom then. February 8th, Hakura Temple Courtyard. And this is where the murder took place, sir. Other than removing the body, we left everything untouched. Thanks, detective. I'll just have a look around. It looks like the police are still investigating. Oh yeah, by the way, I thought I'd better ask, just be sure. Are you really going to defend that nun, Iris, at the trial tomorrow? Yes, I will. I gave her my word, and now I must follow through with my commitment. Well, in that case, I gotta be careful. Gotta make sure I don't leak the whole prosecution's whole investigation. Don't worry about it, detective. I just keep your mouth closed, and I think most of it will flow out on its own. You got it, sir. I'll make sure it flows out like water from a tap. Yes, you do that, detective. And just how much has your runny spout leaked over these years? The victim is the famous picture book author Elise de Maximum. Her entire past, up until she has won the writing award last year, is a total mystery. It's hard to believe that in this day and age, you can still find people like that. The estimated time of the victim was between 10 and 11 p.m. on February 7th. Cause of death was blood loss resulting from a stab on the back by the murder weapon. The murder weapon. The victim was found scared again with a giant sword, sir. That's terrible. Yeah, but there was one strange thing about it. Yes? The victim's entire body was covered with bruises. The bruises are constant, with falling from heights of a two-story building. A two-story building. That would be about the same height as that room. Same height as that room in front of us, correct? Hey, you're right. Way to go, Mr. Edgeworth. That just happens to be the room that Elisa Demuxium was staying in. Maybe she was pushed out of the window after she was stabbed by the sword. Now then, detective. Let's see if we can summarize what we've learned so far. Okay. Let's take a look at the map. According to the testimony of Sister Bikini, the head nun, right after they finished dinner, she and Maya Fey headed to the inner temple. At 10 p.m., after ringing the bell for lights out, Iris went to the inner temple. When she got there, Bikini had her take over while she went back to the Hakara temple. After taking a hot bath, to soothe her bath, Sister Bikini witnessed the murder in the courtyard. If you want more details, you should ask Bikini herself in the main hall. The inner temple, huh? I'd like some more information about that place. The trial begins tomorrow, but who's the prosecutor? I'm pretty sure it's that Godot guy, but nobody can get a hold of him, so they're looking for a replacement. Well, it's not going to be me, because I'm too busy playing the role of a defense attorney here. What do you mean? It's really weird. All of a sudden, no one can reach him. I wonder if the rumors are true. Maybe since the Mr. Wright caught a cold and won't be defending, he just lost interest. I intend to appear in court as in the role of defense attorney. However, I would be quite unhappy if it came out I'm actually a prosecutor. Yeah, I can see why. I'm not the one you have to worry about. I think the real problem is going to be that judge. Yes, he certainly would remember my face, even after such a long absence. That's why I request another judge to preside over the trial tomorrow. We've only met each other once. There's a good chance he won't remember me at all. Yeah, but what about the prosecutor? Everyone in the prosecutor officer must know you. Wouldn't it be a problem if someone there made a big stink, sir? There's no need to worry. I pull a few strings and arrange for a prosecutor of my own choosing. Wow, Mr. Edgeworth. I had no idea you had a powerful string to pull. What is this inner temple that Maya was supposedly training at? According to Bikini, it's an old building they use for training the occultees. It's on the other side of the ski bridge, the bridge that burned down, huh? Is there anything else on the other side of that bridge besides the inner temple? Nope, not a thing. Nothing? On the other side, it's surrounded by cliffs on all sides. In a way, it's kind of like the little island out there. So the only thing there is the inner temple. I heard it's not the kind of place where a person could survive. In. Please be all right, Maya. I saved you once, and I don't have to save you again. That's Phoenix's job to save your ass. Do we have any more, profiles, or, I wonder if Maya's alright. I could never show my face to Wright again if something were to happen to her. Aw, it'd be okay. If that ever happens, you can just show him my face. How is that? I don't think you'd appreciate that. Yeah! I didn't mean it like that, sir. It was just a silly little joke. I wonder if there's another way to get across to the other side. The support wires for the bridge are still intact, correct? That bridge is almost 20 yards long. I know it may look like it, Mr. Edgeworth, but I'm no superhero. In any case, I just hope Maya's alright. What about Pearl? Has no one seen her at all since last night? Seems that way. Apparently, she hasn't gone back to Kiran Village either, sir. But it's true that she was with Elisa Maximum at some point last night. No doubt about it. Ah, you mean that maybe whoever killed Miss Deluxem also... Don't jump to any crazy conclusions. Ouch. You sure have one mean punch, Mr. Edgeworth. It's downright fierce. Okay, we don't have any... We only have one other... Look, I'm just your everyday simple detective. Alright. Come true. Let's investigate some stuff. What's this? It looks like a wizard staff that belonged to the victim, Miss Elise de Maximum. There's nothing strange or magical about it. Oh yeah, listen. This is just between us, okay, sir? Yes? What? This is top secret stuff. Don't tell anyone about this. Alright. The truth is, when I was a kid, I wanted to be a wizard. You had to be kidding me, detective. That's it? That's what you wanted to tell me? That's it? The staff was made from a very strong kind of wood. What about fingerprints? Were there any on it? Just victims. Okay. So the sword from this gold statue is actually the murder weapon? Sure is. It's called the Shishino. Oh, by the way, nasty piece of work, sir. There's still blood on it. I suppose this is a victim's blood. Yep, it's all over the blade. And speaking of all over the blade, there's fingerprints all over the hilt of the shishisto too. Fingerprints. Naturally, they match the prints we got from the young Yunung, the defendant. Her fingerprints are on the murder weapon? What's wrong? You look like you're really solemn. Is this how it is for right? Is this what it's like to be a defense attorney? Yeah, I figured it doesn't really feel real. I figured it doesn't really feel good. To be honest, it feels like more if it's a detrimental to your health. Surprised this is the first time he actually got injured like this. To the ladder! We have to! The main gate just moves me over that stone wall. Ah, stone walls. I jumped over a few of those in my time. Most of them are good memories, but not all. Detective, perhaps someone should introduce to you to the concept of precisity of words. Oh man, I thought it was gonna be about the ladder. Damn it! Ah, I just love skiing. Really? You don't seem like the type. Well, what about sleds? Sleds? Nah. You're a little too kiddie, you know? Messes with my hard-boiled image. You have that scruffy detective look, considering that's what Pearl called you before. What's with the silence, Mr. Hedgeworth? Is this world starting to go mad? At least for 1 year! It's a lantern. I suppose they light it at night. There's something elegant about the light of the fire. At the end of each month, I always like to relax in my room by candlelight. Detective, can you not afford to pay your electricity bill? How did you know? I may have cut your salary one too many times. Oh, it's a warm cat box. Where are all the cats? It's called a hibachi. It's for heating the room. Oh, look at these ancient straw frisbees. Those are a type of zapata, questions called zenana. Why are you giving me such a hard time, huh, Mr. Edgeworth? Why? Because I'm learning something new. Because learning something new might actually be good at thing for you, detective. There's more of an asada questions in the corner of the room. What's this white piece of paper sticking out from under the sack? Beats me. Would you mind checking that out for me, Detective Gumshoe? Yes, sir. Here you are, Mr. Edgeworth. It looks like an old Malia envelope. Yeah. What is it, Detective? This could it be an ultra important clue? A super special clue? I suppose I should read it myself then. It looks like the letter addressed to Sister Iris. Tonight at 10 p.m. at Heavenly Hall, unless you want your secret to be exposed. This sounds like a blackmail letter. Let's go in there, Edgeworth. Why can't I ever find clues like that? You're an ultra important prosecutor. Super duper prosecutor. Well, I suppose it takes a super duper kind of dumb to miss a clue like this. It's an altar with a giant magmata enshrined on it. There's lots of candles lined up on it too. You know, I haven't had the birthday party for myself in a while. Probably because you can't afford it and you're 32. Maybe you should blow out those candles over there and make up for that. Mr. Edgeworth, would you mind singing happy birthday to me? Stop that! Cut that out! Please don't blow out the altar candles! That thing sure casts a strong presence over the whole room. That's the lesser Mermecta. It's a precious heirloom containing a great many of souls. Huh? This is lesser? What's the greater one look like? The greater Magmata is displayed in the main room of the Fair Manor. I don't recall that. Maybe it was supposed to be shown at the Treasures of Kiran exhibit, but it was so large that they couldn't bring it through the doors. There's flowing scripts written everywhere on the walls. Man, I bet you'd have awful nightmares if you tried to sleep in here. This is our main hall, so it's protected by various magic spells and charms. They are all designed to prevent evil forces from entering. So if I slept in here, the Oogie Boogie Man wouldn't haunt me for eternity. All right. Does this guy think about anything other than eating and sleeping? We showed everything we could. So, to the main gate. February 8th, Hakura Temple, main gate. I don't see Larry anywhere. Maybe we scared the poor kid away. His heart was shut tight with a number of psycho locks. I guess I have to look for him now. There's a thorn in my side. I suppose this is the type of thing necessary to get up here in the mountains. Say, this just gave me a great idea. Something tells me he's going to tell me what is on his mind, whether I like it or not. I got an idea for a brand new invention. Might even make me rich. An invention? Yeah, a car that can travel on snow. I call it a snow car. So what do you think, sir? Would you go for a ride on something like that? Only after you take the first 1,000 test rides. This gate looks quite old, strong enough to resist the weight of time. That's the Edgeworth I know. You got a real flair for words, sir. I have always appreciated this kind of old, timeless elegance. That's exactly how I feel too. Take this coat, for example. Like a fine wine, it gets better with age. Even fine wine turns to vinegar and begins to stink at some point. I suggest you wash that atrocious rag you call a coat, detective. That must be the main hall back there. A brilliant deduction, sir. Are you trying to flatter me, Detective Gumshoe? A brilliant use of suspense to build tension, sir. According to Wright, the head nun has important info. I can't miss the opportunity to speak with her. I can see a small bell tower from here. Hey, that just reminds me. There's something I've always wondered about. Something tells me he's going to tell me what's on his mind, whether I like it or not. We call a person who tells a liar, right? So why don't we call a person who rings a bell a beller? Or a trucer for a guy who tells the truth. Oh man, I'm not going to get any sleep tonight. Do you ever get sleep, Gumshoe? I had no idea he was such a deep thinker. February 8th, Detention Center, Visitors Room. Ah, Mr. Edgeworth. I came back because I need to ask you a few more questions, if you don't mind. But I already told you everything that I... Iris, please remember, I'm on your side. You can tell me anything. Yes, thank you. I just finished speaking with the head nun of Hakra Temple. She testifies that very clearly as to what happened. She said she saw you stab Miss Elise Exum with a sword. And one other thing. She said that when Maya Fey began her training at the Inner Temple, you were there as well. What? When I spoke with you last, you claimed that you never went to the Inner Temple. And yet, Sister Bikini said you met with you in the Inner Temple that very night. But I didn't go there. I didn't go to the Inner Temple last night. It looks like she's unwilling to tell me the whole truth. I wonder if I can find some answers I'm looking for to break those cycle locks. I might have all the answers I need. So let's present the magmata. I have. Okay. Since I have been handed this case, it's my duty to dig up all the answers. Understand? Yes, sir. The smallest flames can sometimes face in the case of a whole new light. In my year of court, I have seen it happen over and over again. That is why I am committed to search until I have those answers. Now then, is it really true that you didn't go to the Inner Temple last night? Yes, I swear, I already told you that. Yes, you said you didn't go because you were frightened. That's right. If that's the case, then the obvious question is, what were you so afraid of? Iris, I wonder. Is this what frightened you, that you couldn't even leave your own room? I found this in the main hall. It was addressed to you. Ah, that's... Well, Iris? Why are you glaring at me like that? You were scared of the blackmailer who wrote this to you, is that correct? Was it the evidence or the power of my glare that broke that lock? Oh well, I don't suppose it matters either way. But Mr. Edgeworth? Yes? I thought that letter was just someone playing a prank on me. A prank? Well, yes. After all, even if I didn't have a secret, there's no one to tell it, because that would cause me any grief. I wonder about that. Sister Bikini is like a mother to me. I would never hide anything from her. No, you may not have anything to hide under normal circumstances. However, last night was different. Unfortunately, I don't know the exact nature of your secret yet. However, whatever it is, there is one person you don't want to know your secret told to. And that is Phoenix. Phoenix writes. You mean something to write. You mean there's something to write, it seems. And I can tell he holds a He holds a special place in your heart as well. That's why you didn't want him, of all people, to know your deep, dark secret. Well, what do you have to say? I should have expected as much, especially from a friend of his. Well, that was easy. After dinner, this letter was waiting for me in my room. As I said, I was frightened by it. What is this heavenly hall in the letters mentioned? It's a small mountain shack at the base of Dusky Bridge. A small shack, huh? It's more like a broken down shack that no one would ever want to go near. Where is this on the map? It's around here. To get to it, you must follow a small path down Dusky Bridge. The reality is, to get to the inner temple, I had no choice but to cross that bridge. But the thought of such a terrible criminal would be lurking at Heavenly Hall. I was so scared by the whole affair that I didn't want to even think about it. So this is the secret that you have locked away in your heart. Yes. It looks as though I may have visited this heavenly hall now. Maybe I'll find some sign of our mysterious.
The adverb now is usually defined as at the present time or moment. The noun now is usually defined as the present time or moment. The adjective now is usually defined as up to the minute, encompassing the latest ideas, fads, or fashions.
I had some things to look into after stream, or at least at a break or something. In any case, you still have claimed to never left your room last night. Yes, that's exactly right. Iris's testimony. All right. The trial starts tomorrow. I promise you I will win. I'm going to win so that you and Phoenix Wright can see each other again. But when I do, you must promise me that you will tell him your secret. But it's pointless. Why would you say that? Because I may know who Phoenix Wright is, but he has no idea who I am. I'm really nothing to show her. Yeah, let's go to the Heavenly Hall then. February 8th, Heavenly Hall. Whoa, not much of a view down here, huh? It's still better than a view from my apartment, though. Tisk, someone's here. Hide yourself, detective! Oh, why? Why does this always happen? Whenever I find a girl I like, they always run away. I even chased one of them into Japan. Next is going to be prison, I guess. I'll steal that detective's wallet. That'll get me locked up for sure. Nah, can't do that to someone who looks like he's down on his luck. He's just talking to himself. Shh! Be quiet and listen. I knew it. I shouldn't have done that. I blew it again. Done that. What did he do, I wonder? Hey, you! About what you just said. I got an objection! Gotcha! What are you doing? What the? Edgy? You dirty rat! Gumshoe, you oof! You oaf! I'm sorry, sir. Before I knew it, I was shouting objection. You're not the defense attorney here! I'm not even the defense attorney! I'm just playing the part of defense... I'm just playing the part of defense attorney while Wright is out! And in a loud and commanding voice, too. I even pointed with my pointing finger. You've been spending way too much time with Wright. You've watched too many trials. I'm sorry. Well, we kind of had the same idea there. I'm just like, you've been spending way too much time with Wright. Okay, Larry, the jig is up. What have you got to say for yourself? What is this little shack anyways? Well, I just discovered it myself yesterday. And why were you down here in the first place? Come on. I'm an artist. I was looking for a good place to sketch. This is a great little place. It's artistic. But it's quiet. It's cold. It's got no power. And it looks like it's about to collapse. Sounds like a lot like my apartment there, pal. One thing's for sure. No one's likely to show up to disturb you here. So can I get you something to drink? Some hot water, maybe? He's getting all buddy-buddy on us, sir. Listen to me, Edgy. You got to do this. You gotta save Iris! Why are you so sure she's innocent? Because she's cute? Watch your mouth! Anyways, I have made up my mind about it. I'm going to marry that girl. Oh, shoot. I'll just get past through all of this so that I can read it all again. Listen to me, Edgy. You gotta do this. Okay. Why are you so sure she's innocent? Because she's cute? Watch your mouth. Anyways, I made up my mind about it. I'm gonna marry that girl. Mr. Edgeworth is pretending he didn't hear you, so I'm just gonna ask for him. Have you already asked this girl to marry you? No, not yet. I can't tell how she feels about the look in her eyes. She's got this I really want this man to carry me on to the threshold look. I'm sure Nick would be surprised. He never imagined I could marry such a beautiful girl like that. Something tells me he would be shocked, indeed. That's why I didn't want her to do anything dangerous. I mean, what am I gonna do if she gets hurt? What is this guy trying to say? He lost me about a mile back. If we really want to know the answer to that, we have a psyche lock to break. We're gonna have to drag him into the witness stand. Come to think of it, you still haven't answered my question. Where were you and what were you doing last night? Aw, man, don't you have anything else to talk about? With that kind of attitude, you'll never be a ladies' man like me. Okay. Chill out with those scary eyes. I got it. But if you really want to know, last night, I saw something incredible. Something incredible. Yeah. But let's not talk about that now. Let's talk about the good old days. What do you say? Come on now. I'll pour you a nice cup of hot water. Why hasn't he realized that I absolutely despise talking about the good old days, especially with him? Let's examine the place. That's a horrible graffiti problem you got there, pal. You don't know anything, detective. This is art. It's an expression of my bittersweet love for Iris. Larry, do you know what the difference between graffiti and true artists? It's how the artist himself defines it, right? I should have seen that one coming. Well, if that's the case, then my lunchboxes are a masterpiece too, pal. What's this festive-looking ornament? It reminds me of art class in grade school. We used to have a lot of fun decorating the classroom with origami, remember? Well, Oh yeah, you were never any good at it. Really? Yeah, this guy was so bad he couldn't even fold $1, let alone a crane. Everyone tried to comfort him, but he would just sit there sobbing. Really? I never would have expected that. Be quiet already! I never forget the shame of that day. You want a crane? I can make a perfect quarter-inch crane without a single flaw. You know, Edgy? Nothing for nothing, but a quarter-inch crane without a single flaw is not easy. Yeah, that's quite a feat, Prosecutor Edgeworth. Grrr. This is exactly why I hate childhood friends. Achievement! The straw roof is totally covered with freshly falling early snow. Wow, makes a nice image, doesn't it? I always did like the rustic look. Heavenly Halls. I suppose it's an appropriate name for some in some sense. You got it right. Looks at that bridge up there. That place has to be heaven because that thing is hell. You would do well to remember, Larry, that this is a sacred place for some people. These go all the way to Dusky Bridge. It's pretty long but easy walk. I fell down 4 times on my way here, sir. Oh, sorry about that, detective. I ate 4 bananas and tossed their peels on the staircase on my way down here. What? So that's what I was looking at? Be careful on the way back. Those deadly banana peels are still out there. That's a real important piece of information right there, Mr. Edgeworth. No, it isn't, detective. That's a little far, but I have a pretty clear view of Dusky Bridge from here. I still can't believe it. Really. What is it, Larry? Huh? Nothing. It's nothing. Sounds pretty suspicious to me. Something about that statement smells, and you know what they say. When something smells, it's usually the butts. I'd never forgotten that phrase ever. Let's just see if there's anywhere else that we need to be, going. If not, we're going to try to break Larry's. Alright, we have nothing, so we gotta go break his cycle locks. The night of the crime. Alright, now you're going to tell me what you really saw that night. Whoa, you're really upset, aren't you, Edgy? Okay, I'll talk. Huh? That's a bit too easy. Yeah. Anyways, it was awesome. Never seen anything like it. Around 10 o'clock last night, it started thundering. I've been sleeping. I'm not sure for how long. I suddenly, zing! The world in front of me went white. Like I just been slapped in the face by my old girlfriend, Naomi. And then, it was on fire. The bridge was on fire. Dusky Bridge caught on fire. Are you saying that you saw that with your own eyes? Hey! What are you giving me that evil eye? I'm telling the truth! There's still 3 cycle locks remaining. That means he's still trying to hide something. By the way, Larry, where were you when you saw that happening? Where did you say? What do you mean? What do you mean? What do I mean? Just answer the question! I was in my own room, by the main hall. Where else would I be? As usual, you are transparent as an empty jelly jar. The problem, I suspect, lies there. Where? There? What do you mean there? It's impossible for you to see lightning strike from Dusky Bridge from your room. this map of the area. Take a look around the vicinity of Hakura Temple. What am I looking for? I think it should be fairly obvious. The main hall is surrounded by trees, and it's possible to see the bridge from there. What? Why did you tell me that before? You're the one lying to me. Well, how about it? How about what? You feel like talking now? About what? Looks like it won't be that easy after all. We saw a story edge worse. You leave me no choice. I'll have to move on to the next step. You were in your room at the temple, so then where were you? You don't know what I was. I was in my room. So where was Larry, and why was he there? If I really have the situation up to this point correctly, the answer is fairly obvious. Very well then, let's test my theory. This is the place you witnessed lightning strike from Dusky Bridge. It was here. This place you saw the lightning strike was from, naturally, Heavenly Halls. Well, why do you think I'd be hanging out in this old shack? It's freezing cold. There's no electricity. It could fall apart at any minute. Larry, how do you know that anyways? How do you know there is no electricity? After all, it's not that dark yet. Ah! Uh-oh. In other words, you have just provided the evidence to prove my theory. My theory is that you have at least once in your life visited heavenly halls after sunset. I have to admit, I'm impressed, Edgy. You're totally different league than Nick. I mean, I did start being a lawyer like 2 years before him. Or 3 years before him. Wait. 4. No, 4 years before him. So, yeah, naturally I'm better. That's nice. Now tell me, what were you doing at this whole little shot last night? That's what you might call a faire de cour. I think you mean a faire de session. Were you waiting for someone? Oh no. You really are one scary guy, you know. I believe that last night you were waiting for this person to come meet you. You little Iris. There's only one person you would be waiting in a horrible place like this, Larry. I told you before, don't call me Larry. The person you were waiting for was Iris. Oh, suddenly I feel cold over, Edgy. No doubt because of my chilly glare. So you think I got the hots for Sister Iris, huh? Do you have any kind of evidence? You got something that proves I was waiting for her? Or are you just guessing? This is where I draw the line and end this ridiculous little game. Here's the evidence that proves you were waiting for Iris. Here's your evidence. You called her to the spot with a pathetic blackmail letter. Oh, hey! Give that back! You're embarrassing me! What are you doing with that anyways? That's not important. I misjudged you, Larry. What do you mean? Taking advantage of a woman's faulty like that? You should be ashamed of yourself. Oh. First of all, what's this at the top of the letter saying salutations here? Well, that's what it says in the book. Letter writing for dummies. You're not supposed to actually write that! That's where you were supposed to write, Dear Iris. Ah, I'm so sorry! So you were here in Heavenly Halls last night, weren't you, Larry? And you saw the lightning hit Dusky Bridge, didn't you? Sorry, Edgy. Sorry it doesn't cut, you scumbag. Threatening a young lady like that. Go. Wait, hold up. What now, pal? What are you talking about? What threatening stuff? I'll tell you what, you tried to scare Iris by threatening to expose her secret, pal. What do you mean, threaten? When did I threaten her? Unless you want your secret to be exposed. That sure sounds like a threat to me, pal. Blackmail, in fact. Give me a break. It's a love letter. Haven't you ever been in love? What did you just say? My love for her burns so hotly it could melt all the snow on this mountain. Oh. Then what's the secret you mentioned? Come on, Edgy. Don't you get it? I'm talking about the secret of being the secret love between her and me. Obviously, she wouldn't want the old lady bikini to know about it, right? Fuck. So he didn't know about the actual secret that got her scared to not come. About our hot and sour, bittersweet pharaoh love. Oh God, butts. All right, then why did you send a love letter in like a business like a manual envelope? Give me a break! It's not my fault. I didn't have any other envelopes. Yeesh. And why are you so quick to apologize, pal? It was because Edgy gave me that scared look of his. Excellent. What's wrong, Edgy? Why are you so quiet all of a sudden? That's it? That's what all the huge locks were about? I don't understand why you were so defensive. Well, I don't know either. I guess the thing is, you shouldn't expect so much from a guy like me. Did you ever have... I forgot how... Actually, no. Breaking the Psyche locks before as Phoenix was not that bad. Hey, come on. Don't let it get you down. But Mr. Edgeworth, this guy's still hiding something. I know it. What do you mean, detective? Don't forget what this guy just said a minute ago. If you really want to know, last night, I saw something incredible. Probably the lightning. He's right. Larry. What? You're looking at me like a hungry dog that just found a bone. What was the something incredible you saw last night? You gotta tell me, Larry, one way or another. I already told you, didn't I? I saw lightning strike Dusky Bridge. Yes, and I believe that was that was the incredible sight you saw. But now that I think about it, something doesn't quite ring true. What doesn't it? If that's all there is to your story, your heart would have had all those locks. Therefore, Larry, I do believe you saw something last night. Something more incredible than lightning. What? When? Where? Why? How? Hey! What do you think you're doing? If you hide anything from Mr. Edgeworth, I'll arrest you on the spot, pal. More Psyche locks? No! What's wrong, sir? Does this mean I have to do it all over again? Why are you glaring at me? Hey, why are you glaring at me like I'm next to be hit by a bolt of lightning? This is a Harlequin. If I really want to drag the truth out of him, I'll just have to drag him to the witness stand. Alright. February 9th, 947 District Court, Defendant Lobby, number 1. Alright. So, we're gonna, before the trial begins, and all that jazz, we are going to take a break. I have some things to check up on, and I need to go, need to go to the bathroom, get a drink, all that jazz. I make sure you guys get up, get a drink, but go to the bathroom and stuff. We'll be back in like 5 to 10 minutes. So don't worry about too much. Alright. And we back. Okay, there's my overlay. Oh my. Mr. Lawrence feels that way about me? Oh, has my desktop audio been off this entire time? I am so sorry about all of that, Ben. I never realized that Apparently, he wasn't aware of your real secret at all. This is no time to be embarrassed. I'm so sorry. I just hardly accustomed to that sort of thing. Worry not. And in any case, whatever it is, was that he saw the night of the incident. Mark my word, I will drag it out of him. Does that mean Mr. Lawrence is the witness today? No. I believe that none will be the first to take the stand. Sister Bikini. She claims to have seen the very incident in which you carried out the crime. I just want to ask you one last time. It really wasn't you who killed Miss Elise Denexium, correct? That's correct. It wasn't me. Very well then. Mr. Edgeworth? Yes? You're a prosecutor, aren't you? Are you sure about this? If your true identity is revealed, don't worry. I made the necessary arrangements. I see. Iris, it's the prosecutor's job to doubt people. But right now, I'm a defense attorney. A defense attorney's job is to believe in people. And to believe until the bitter end. That's what my friend told me once. Mr. Edgeworth, I simply ask that you watch and decide for yourself. Whether or not if I am fit to do the task I've been entrusted. Very well, sir. I leave my defense in your capable hands. February 9th, 10 a.m., District Court, Courtroom Number 7. Court is now in session for the trial of Sister Iris of the Hakra Temple. The defense is ready, Your Honor. The defense does indeed appear to be ready. However, the same cannot be said for the prosecution in this case. Indeed. I'm not sure I like such a blatant waste of this court's time. An empty prosecutor's chair can only mean that the prosecution has no confidence in their ability to prove this case. It would seem this case is already over before it had the chance to begin. I am ready to announce my verdict at this time. The court finds the defendant... Francesca?! The prosecution stands ready. And you are? Francesca von Karma, prosecuting prodigy. But von Karma, you say? Perchance you would be of any relation to the legendary prosecutor Manfred von Karma? Legends are things of the past. I'm a von Karma, that is all. Upon special request, I flew in today in the purpose of prosecuting this case. You did? Then you must be quite a big shot, eh? By the way, Mr. Edgeworth. Yes, Your Honor. I'm almost certain that I've seen you somewhere before. Or am I just imagining things? You look very much like a prosecutor I met once. I believe you're imagining things, Your Honor. Miss von Karma, do you have anything to say? There's no such weaklings as this man among those of the prosecutor office. There isn't, but I'm sure once before in this courtroom. Ah! I told you, there is no such weakling. What is that? A whip? I'm not sure I care for such a thing in my courtroom. Bailiff! Remove that whip at... I have no objections to the whip. You don't? The prosecution can wield a whip and drink 17 cups of coffee, or drink 17 cups of coffee. Does he Does he know that's one of Godot's rules? But there's still one truth. That's why I stand here to prove today. This promises will be interesting, Miles Edgeworth. I had expected the face of Phoenix Wright to hear today. But looking at you now, this may be what I've been waiting for all this time. Miles Edgeworth, I will not allow this chance to crush you this slips from my fingers. I suppose you brought your flair for the historics. Ironics. Allow me add it to the things I'm not sure about. People acting bizarrely in my courtroom. What? The stage is set. Now continue with the proceeding, Your Honor. Very well, Miss Von Kerma, please give an outline of this case. With as little whipping as possible. The murder victim is the famed picture book author Elisa Demexium. Here her body was found in Hakura Temple's courtyard. She had been stabbed to the torso through a ceremonial sword from a golden statue. This sword in this picture, is this the weapon in question, correct? Very well. This court accepts this photo of the crime scene. There's no mistake. This is the doing of Sister Iris. After all, there's a witness to her crime. Very well. Please bring the witness to the stand. And so it begins. My first and last trial as a defense attorney. Witness, state your name and occupation, please. Hold on there. I'm not sure about this. I'm not sure about being sure if I care for this at all. Witness, please stand up nice and straight. If I recall correctly, there is a few milk crates in the defendant's lobby for our back-pained, fatigued witness. Bailiff, fetch a crate for this poor lady, please. Once again, your name and occupation, please. Listen, little me. Well, I'm the head nun of Hakura Temple on Eagle Mountain. My name is Bikini. You got it? Bikini. Nice to meet everyone. Yeah, I was shocked too, Your Honor. But you don't appear to be wearing your bikini right now. Yeah, that's what I said, Your Honor. Yeah! The courtroom is in the Garden of Holy Judgment. Those who lecture in their hearts would leave the sanctuary at once. You want me to leave? No need to get your bikinis in a twist, let me tell you. I'm a sight to behold in the summer. In any case, witness, I heard that you saw the crime take place on the night of question. That's right. I can still hardly believe it myself, to be honest. There's no way that dear little Iris could do anything like that. Let us hear what you have to say, then. First, oh yeah, I forgot this judge is Canadian. Tell us about your own movements, that's not, hey? To be fair, I also thought we'd never have to see this judge again. The night of the murder. The night I was helping in Akala with her training in the Inner Temple, but, well, as you can see, my back legs act up violently. So I left Iris to help the occult and returned to Hakura Temple. There was no bath in the Inner Temple, you see, and I needed a long hot soak. It was after I finished, as I was just heading back, that's when I saw it. So it was simply coincidence that you found yourself returning to Hakura Temple. Yes, you could say that. If my back hadn't been in so much pain, I would have stayed in the Inner Temple. That sounds like a pretty important statement you just made. There's only one problem with this testimony that I can see. And you're not about to fail the first hurdle, are you, Miles Edgeworth? Mr. Edgeworth, please begin your cross-examination. The night I was helping her court with her training in the temple, but... What is this inner temple? Well, see, conversing with the spirits and that we train people too, right? Well, we will be the ones asking the questions, madam. In order to do that, a strong place in spiritual power is required. There's a small temple across Dusky Bridge. It's called the Inner Temple. Acolytes must spend an entire night there to undergo intense training. And how exactly do you help this process? It's still quite exacting, but can't be performed without a nun supervising. Like a tutor watching to make sure a spoiled child studies. A tutor with a whip, in your case. If that's the case, then why did you return to Hakura Temple where the murder took place? Well, as you can see, my back likes to act up violently. Violently? That's right. It's no laughing matter, especially in the winter. I can't hold anything heavier than a knife and fork during cold months. Just being alive is like strict training. On the night of the murder, which was was this fabulous back of yours hurting again? That's right. Raging like a bull in a big pen. I almost fainted once or twice. I just knew that unless it warmed up, it was gonna finally finish me off. So I left Iris to help the occulted to return to her Hakura Temple. You left Iris to help. With what? What do you think? The occulted training, of course. It was just past PM, so we were starting to enter into a training exercise proper. Wasn't it your place to remain with the disciple? Well, the job is simply to watch over the occultees so they don't pass away. Just to confirm this point again, that night, you met Iris in the Inner Temple, correct? Yes. She's a gentle, honest girl. She would never once fail to follow my direction. There's not as bad as in the Inner Temple, you see, so I needed to take a long, hot soak. So you returned to the Hakura Temple in order to take a bath? My back is to blame for everything. It's a to be do or to be done in kind of world after all. How long were you in the bath for, if you don't mind me asking? My, what a filthy little rogue you are. I know what's on your mind. Not in the slightest. I bet your next question is going to be, where exactly did you wash? Ah, this is why you have to watch the young ones. What are you... Ah! Pathetic, Miles Edgeworth. The lowest of lows. Is this how Wright always feels? Is there some sort of kick me sign stuck to the defense's bench? Anyways, I couldn't afford to be away from my post for too long, so you understand, so... It was after I finished that when I was heading back, because that's when I saw it! The crime took place in the courtyard, correct? When you go from my room to the main hall, you haven't taken Winding Hall, from which you can see the courtyard. That's right. In other words, it was pure coincidence that the witness saw the crime taking place before her eyes. There's no complicated setup in this case. That certainly does seem to be true. There is indeed only one problem with this testimony. If I can clearly point out what that is, I can begin to quantify just how good this witness's memories and observation skills are. And I know exactly what it is. I just want to press everything in case of achievements. Actually, I know what the achievements are, but... Nailed it! Witness. Witnesses have to undergo their own trials, I'm afraid. The Defendant's fate rests on their powers of observation and memory, after all. Well, don't worry. I'm more than up to the task. I'm a woman of faith, after all. The head honcho of Hakura Temple. In that case, Miss Honcho, I would like you to explain something for me. In the discrepancy between your testimony and the fact and that of the defendant's Iris, she claims that a different ring of light after ringing the light out bell, she went back and stayed in her room. Which means she did not go to the inner temple at all. No! She said that. A defense or a witness? Who's more likely to lie? Who do you suppose? The defendant's simply lying to cover her back. But if that's completely illogical. The murder was committed in the courtroom of Hakura Temple. Claiming that she went to the inner temple would make for a much better alibi. But that is odd. Whatever the reason, I can't believe that she would lie. She does indeed have honest eyes. What? All people lie. That is my belief. Why am I the only one being whipped here? Anyways, neither the witness nor the defendant have any reason to lie. Which means, we must call your memory into question. Dear. You're older than me, yet you want to play that game, do you? Well, that isn't exactly what I... My memory is perfect, crystal clear, especially in winter. Then I suppose it's too early to end this cross-examination, eh? Mr. Edgeworth, if you are going to question the memory of this witness, you will need to show me a more decisive piece of evidence. Understood, Your Honor. I was naive to think that alone would do the trick. And please add to your comments about Iris into the testimony, and let's return to the cross-examination. That night, I was helping an Ikoshi with her training in the inner temple, but, well, as you can see, my back likes to act up violently. Iris came to the inner temple. She was dressed exactly as she has at dinner. Are you sure that you're not making a mistake? You, young man, need to get your estimation of me from the floor. Nah. Iris always wears the same clothes. The smallest things would have stood out like a sore thumb to me. You're making a mistake. Thinking I made a mistake? An excellent finish there, witness. Still, I have to wonder. There's no bath in the inner temple. Do you see any needle? Wait. Before the lights out bell, she would have had her hood. Yeah, she would have had her hood. Because she gave the hood to Phoenix before at like 9, which was after dinner. Boom! Witness, let's get one thing straight. The defense whom you claim to have met, was she wearing this demon warning hood, correct? Of course. That's a very important piece of clothing, I'll have you know. Wait a minute. Oh, hold it right there. Why do you have that? That's the question of the day now, isn't it, Miss Von Karma? I'll have you know that this hood was given to someone as a gift that night. Before the light out bell was rung. What? You know where I'm going with this, don't you? If the witness has seen the defendant as she claims, then the Iris she saw should have been missing this very hood. Well. Not a bad feeling at all, exposing contradictions like this. Now I understand that happy look on Wright's face every time he does it. Order in the court! What? Sister! This hood. You have spare ones around the temple, don't you? Spares? Well, I do tend to make too many of them. I see. A stockpile. A surplus of hoods, eh? Each nun is only given one hood. This should have been the only hood that Iris owned. Then this is quite strange. What? If there was a surplus of hoods, then she could have worn one of those. There's no contradiction here. I'm sorry to break this to you, Miss Von Karma, but you're getting away. But you won't get away with that. Get away that easily. Dependencies of this will sow seeds in many human hearts. The seed of doubt. Witness. While I don't wish to call your testimony into doubt, you must give every detail with precision. I'm not sure I'm comfortable going along with this. Sister, you shall continue with your testimony. Tell us what you saw after you finished your bath on your way back to the inner temple. Those seeds of doubt are sprouting in the judge's hearts. They just need a little more stimulation to bear fruit. Contradictory simulation. The alternate title of the game. Boom. I finished my bath around 11. I thought I should return to the inner temple. As I was walking back, I heard a noise from the courtyard. I took a look and... Iris was... Oh, my mystic Elise! Was that sword of all things? Mystic Elise was staying in the corner room, which faces out into the courtyard. Stabbing I saw must have occurred when she was pushed out of her window. You saw a truly terrible sight, didn't you? If I was in your place, then it would be much like Miss Von Karma whipping Mr. Edgeworth into two cords. And me seeing all of this from this very chair. Or something like that. This judge. His imagination is about as vivid and creative as Detective Gumshoe's. I wonder if the fool... If I look like the fool, I would look like the fool if I committed such foolishness. Anyways, this case is mine, Miles Edgeworth. Calling everyone by their full name. Can't you do something about that habit of yours? I finished my bath around 11, and I thought I should return to the inner temple. How far does it sit from your room to the inner temple? Let me think for a moment. About 20 minutes on these stumps of mine. It's about 15 minutes to Dusky Bridge from Hakra Temple. The inner temple is just beyond the bridge. Still, you never made it back there that night, did you? That's right. I was heading all along the walkway towards the main hall. And I was walking back. I heard a noise from the courtyard, and I took a look, and... You said you heard a noise. Thump! Just like that. That could only be the sound of a victim falling. It was very quiet in the temple, you know? You can even hear the snow falling from the branches. Thump! Just like that. But then, couldn't this noise you heard just been snow falling to the ground? I never thought of that. Ha 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 ha! Ho 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 ho! Ah! Next one, the last gets a whipping. Well, whatever the source of the sound, I looked over at the courtyard and Iris was, oh, the mystic idol, at least was that sword of all things. This is the second time the witness has testified to seeing the defendant, but some doubt still remains in these claims. Hey, just what does that mean? Just because you're a good-looking young man doesn't give you the right to. The murderer who stabbed the victim with the sword. Sister Bikini, try to recall exactly it was you saw as clearly as you can. Well, you're a handsome young man, so I'll forgive you. Oh, now that you mention it, there was something awfully strange about her. Something has been bugging me all this time. Please, if you don't keep us in suspense. Her hood! Her hood? That's right. It's coming back to me. Iris, she wasn't wearing her hood! I regret pressing that. I thought something was out of place, but it'll make sense now, doesn't it? After all, she has given her hood away to someone, right? Yeek! Ha! You dug your own grave, Miss Edgeworth. What do you say, Mr. Edgeworth? Is this testimony important? I'm going to say it's important. This may intentionally prepare to put me at a disadvantage, but I can't see are there any leads at the moment. Your Honor, I would like these new testimony statements to be added to the testimony. Miles Edgeworth. If you want to hang yourself, you only need to ask. I'll gently lend you my whip. Witness, add that statement to your testimony. No problem. Now that you mention it, Iris didn't have her hood on. Are you sure about that? Yes, after all, we are always wear the same clothes. Ah, I don't mean because we're poor, you understand? It's our style, that's it. There's absolutely no need to explain yourself. Anyways, if she looked different from normal, that's what really stuck out. Like me holding a whippet puppy instead of my whip. At least that it might bite you and not someone else. Iris didn't have her hood on. I'm sure of it. Very well. Now, please tell us about the victim, eh? Mr. Calise was staying in the corner room, which faces out into the courtyard. The room where the victim was staying in overlooked the courtyard, correct? Which means the victim room was on the second floor. No. Hakura Temple is a single-story building, but the mountain itself slopes downwards, which elevates the mountain cave height of the temple and the guest rooms in the back. About the height of a two-story building. I see. And the victim was staying in one of these elevated rooms, correct? Yes, I should know. I'm the one who carried her things to her room, after all. The stabbing I saw must have occurred after she was pushed out of her window. What makes you so sure about this? It's just like I told you earlier. I heard a noise from the courtyard, okay? Thump. Just like that. You're one smart sister, I'll give you that. Napster reports that the victim's body was covered in bruises, indicating a fall from around 10 feet in height. It appears that the witness was not mistaken then. Yep, I'm just more of a pretty face, especially in winter. I'm a woman of faith, after all, the head honcho of the Hakura Temple. There's only two of them working there. What's wrong, Miles Edgeworth? No snappy comeback remarks? It doesn't feel like she's lying. This is very powerful testimony, too. If she claims to have seen the incident in which the defendant stabbed the victim, there's only two things I believe right now. My client, Iris, and my own abilities as my defense attorney. And I have never done a case before. She did not have her hood on. snow with occasional lightning strikes. Snow 7 to approximately 10:50 p.m. Lightning 10 prox to 11. Lightning struck Dusky Bridge at 10:45. Around 30 minutes passed between the firing starting and going out. Hmm. I don't know. Hmm. 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 Wait! Mystic Elise was staying in the corner room, which faces into the courtroom. The stabbing I saw must have occurred after she was pushed out of the window. That lines up to the austerity report. Body fell 10 feet. Wait. But then... Hmm. It's gonna be worth a try! Ha! Nailed it. Impressive logic. That's what I'd like to say anyways. Oh, please do. My brain is something else, especially in winter. However, I think you're overlooking one thing. Miss Von Karma, would you be so kind to take another look at the auxiliary report? The auxiliary report? The victim did fall from a 10 feet height. However, this fall was after she was killed. Ah! That's right. It says after death right here. The scene that the witness claims to have seen is contradictory. If the defendant stabbed and killed the victim there in the courtyard, how did the victim then go on to take a 10-foot fall? Ah! Order. The victim was killed and then fell? that's the case, then the victim must have been killed in her room. Won't you agree? That's the logical conclusion. Yes, that's actually right. The victim must have been stabbed by the defendant in her own room. And then she was thrown out by her windows and into the courtyard below. Was there any signs of a struggle in Miss Delixium's room? She was stabbed with the sword. That would leave a blood stain, wouldn't you agree? Well, Miss Von Karma, was there any blood? Yeah! No traces of blood were found in the victim's urn. Your whip has just caused a trace of blood to be found in my glorious playoff beard. However, if there was no blood in the room, then your claim that... Bah! I'm sure that there was no need for me to go over this, as I'm sure your honor is well aware of when a stab wound produces the most blood. When it produces the most blood, eh? Very little blood is actually lost at the moment of the blade's insertion. If you want to talk about when the most blood would be lost from a body, that would be when the blade is removed. Indeed, when the weapon is still in place, it acts like a lid on the wound. That's true. With the weapon still in the body, there wouldn't be much bleeding. A perfectly reasonable line of thinking. We have to come to a conclusion then. The victim was thrown out of the window with the sword still in place. This removes all the contradictions. Order! I must admit that this is the provable version of the events. I expect no less from Francesca Von Karma. She locates and takes control of every fatal point. It seems that we need a clearer testimony from this witness. Remove all suspicion from your part and tell us the facts, please. Witness, please! Remain standing on that crate. Don't go selling me short now. The weight of the winter snow has bent me out of shape, especially my back and my mood. Sister, please give us your testimony. I will give you a vigorous massage once we're finished here. With the whip? Oh boy. Alright. When I looked across the scene, the sword was already in place. Thinking about it now, I didn't actually see her stab Mystic Elise. I never seen so much blood before. That's when I fainted. You can't blame me, can you? And when I woke, Mystic Amai was stabbing Mystic Elise through the back. This all confirms Miss Von Karma's theory. Von Karma's strive for nothing but perfection. Putting together such facts is nothing for me. You should know that, Miles Edgeworth. Perfection is impossibility, Francesca Von Karma. And I'm here to teach you just that. Further details. When I looked across the scene, the sword was already in place. At the time, was the victim bleeding? Well, I was very shocked to seeing all of this, of course, so I'm not entirely sure. But I don't think I saw any blood. Not then. Then I'm sure that you didn't. The weapon was acting like a plug in the wound. In any case, let's be clear on a very important point. Did you actually see the instant which the victim was stabbed? Thinking about it now, I didn't actually see her stab Miss Elise. Think carefully, this is very importantly. It's Iris we're talking about here. I'm thinking for all I'm worth. No, when I looked over it, the sword was already in Mystic Elise's body. It might not be inclusive, but this testimony supports her theory. The victim was stabbed in her room, then dropped into the guard room. courtyard. I think this provides it rather well, Miles Edgeworth. I've never seen so much blood before. So you were saying that you saw the victim's blood. That's her, right? Some was splattered onto Iris, too. When the defendant was arrested, she was meditating in her room. And her blood-flecked clothing was neatly folded in a corner. But what? Her clothes were blood-flecked as well? That seems quite conclusive to me. What should I do? Press this point further? Going back to your previous statement, you said that you saw a little bleeding when the victim was stabbed. But now you say that you saw the victim bleeding? Well. I say that what I saw is what I saw. Well, what did you see? Maybe I didn't see the poor woman get stabbed. But I saw the girl pull the sword out of her, plain as day. Pulling the sword out? Well, it wasn't exactly pulling. It was more like came out. Witness, you will add the statement to your testimony. Oh, it was important? More important than you can imagine. I saw the instance which the blade plunged into the hilt was smoothly drawn out. Smoothly, you say? You're saying you saw the sword smoothly slide out. That's right. The whole thing happened right next to the gold statue of Mystica Mai. Mystic Elise was on the ground. Iris was stooped over her. The sword was buried up to the hilt. When Iris stood up, the sword in her hand just slid out of Mystic Elise's body. It slid out from the gaping wound. Which goes without saying that if the sword was removed, there would be bleeding. Nothing out of place here. Is that really the case? I can't help but feel that something about this testimony is very out of place. That something which couldn't possibly happen appears to have happened. I've never seen so much blood before. Was it bleeding caused by the killer removing the sword? No mistaking it. I remember it all clear as day. Don't you think that it's a bit odd? What do you mean, Miles Edgeworth? Why would the killer pull out the sword? What? If all she wanted to do was place the weapons in the hands of the gold statue, then there was no reason to remove it from the body. All that would have accomplished by causing the victim to bleed unnecessarily. Your thoughts, Miss Von Carmel? That's... Indeed. It's so strange, now that you mention it. I'm going to need to find an answer to this mystery, too. Anyways, the witness saw something terrible. So what did you see after that, witness? That's when I fainted. You can't blame me, can you? Now, on to what the killer did next. You saw none of it, correct? Well, I was unconscious. How long were you out for? I don't know. 10, maybe 20 minutes? A young man with a very prickly-looking head woke me up. By stepping on me, actually. I'm sure if Wright was here, he would apologize for that. I'm not sure I like that message of resignation. Well, I wasn't asking for mouth-to-mouth or anything of the sort. Yeah, I don't think he would give it to you. But I would have welcomed a more gentle awakening, right? But then, let me tell you, I shall have a word with the offender personally. What did you see upon awakening? When I woke, Mystica Mai was stabbing Miss Elise through the back. By Mystica Mai, you are referring to the golden statue, correct? Just stabbing someone with a shinito, a sacred treasure, is terrible enough. But to make the Mystica Mai hold the blade... Surely a horrendous, despicable crime. It's easy to despise something. Anyone can do it. However, there's something that cannot be done so easily. Whatever it is, I'm sure it's doubtly hard for you. Anyways, what's the problem? Exactly why the killer would set up this gruesome scene. Can anyone explain the reasoning behind that? No, I do not. I don't think I can. There isn't always a logical reason behind why someone acts. That's true, so true. In early spring, for example, I often find myself. There isn't always. That phrase might come in handy someday. There are too many unnatural elements to this case. Why is it necessary to use the Shinso from the Amari statue as a weapon? Why was the weapon ultimately placed back in the hands of the statue? If I can expose the flaws in this testimony, perhaps I'll begin to find the truth. And I looked across the sword. It was already in place. Thinking about it now, it didn't actually scare her sadness, at least. I saw the ancient was plunged into... Okay, apparent murder weapon. I'm gonna save in case, so I have something to go to. So, oh shoot, I did not mean to press. I'm gonna do that a lot. Ah, I did not mean to press again! Eh? Huh. Okay. Sister Bikini, you're a reliable witness. At least, I'd like to think so. But here, there are too many contradictions here. But what do you mean? You make it sound as though I'm a liar. But you're a handsome young man, so I'll forgive you. What contradictions are you talking about? In the scene that the witnesses claim to have seen, the weapon was thrusted up to its hilt into the victim. Furthermore, the killer withdrew the weapon smoothly from the body. However, both of these are completely impossibilities. What do you mean? Please explain you. What? Explain yourself. To start with, do you think it would be possible to stab someone to the hilt with this? No matter how I look at the defendant, she doesn't appear strong enough for that. It doesn't appear. What meaninglessly dribble. I too may appear to be weak and frail. But I can crush men under my heel and make them weep. Or should I choose? Objection! The objection stands. I weeped a little there. A little back there, I must admit. That isn't the only issue here. If this sword truly was stabbed into the body up to the hilt, well, let's just look at the branches on it. It certainly wouldn't come out smoothly. We also have the problem with the amount of bleeding. It's true that when a blade is left in a body, it acts as sort of a plug. However, when the weapon is shaped like this, that's an entirely different story. The wound would be too large for the blade to completely stop bleeding. That's nothing more than an conjecture. In reality, the victim was stabbed with this shisno. Even a weapon of this nature may still sometimes slide out smoothly, and it may still sometimes stop the blood loss. I'm not finished. There's still one more conclusive contradiction. You're still got more? This one is simple. If this sword really was thrust all the way into the hilt, why is there only blood on the tip of it? Ah! If this witness is telling the truth, then there should be the blood along the entire length of the sword. No! Order! Order! What? Bravo, Miles Edgeworth. Raising this many contradictions from a single piece of evidence. All the other attorneys I know could have maybe imagined one, if that. But what does this all mean? You have proven contradictions regarding the murder weapon, but having come this far, there can only be one answer. And what is that? The weapon used to kill the victim was not the Shishinzo. What? A foolishly foolish born from the foolish minds of the hardly foolish fool. Whoa! I never thought I would have to say that many foolish fools who dream foolishly foolish dreams. That is a lot to say. I never thought I would have to read dialogue like this again. Let's examine this again. What was it that made us think the sword was the murder weapon? Well, because Mystic Amaya was holding it. Exactly. However, if you reflect on this, that is the only bias we have to assume such a thing. The impression left by the scene was just too strong. That's what influenced us. If it influenced to believe that the Shisho was the murder weapon. Order! Order! What? Why? So maybe the Shisho was not the murder weapon. Even if that's the case, it changed nothing, Miles Edgeworth. The sister here saw everything. She saw the defendant stab the victim with a sword-like object. That's true. Your response, Mr. Edgeworth? If that's so, I would like the prosecution to answer the very obvious question it raises. The obvious question? Yes, namely, where did the real murder weapon disappear to? It goes without saying that the police searched the main hall and the surrounding areas. Perhaps the prosecution can enlighten us to if a sword-like object was found. That's answer the question. That question, Miss Von Karma. No evidence of that kind was ever found. Another mystery to throw onto the pile. A trial without a murder weapon is a tricky beast. Excuse me, but can I say something? I just remembered something, actually. What is it, sister? I was just thinking it's possible that just maybe what actually happened was just over there. What exactly are you going on about here? The murder weapon, I mean. Maybe. I think I know where the sword was disposed of. You what? Well then, I think we need to hear the testimony from you one more time, sister. Impossible! What else? What else could this old woman have seen? I saw the murder weapon around 11 p.m. And after asking what it be reported, I went out of the main gate. And there I saw tracks indicating that a snowmobile had been used. It takes 15 minutes to walk to Dusky Bridge, but less than 5 minutes using one of those. Maybe they threw the weapon in Eagle River and came back while I was knocked out. Iris could have done that. She can drive a snowmobile after all. Witness, please tell us everything you know right away next time. Well, I'm not in the best of shape, but was that my back in age, you know? According to the court records, you're 48. That's not that old. My parents. Quite. There's indeed a snowmobile tracks from in front of the main gate. Here's a photograph. A snowmobile, eh? It certainly seems like an interesting theory. The trek begins in front of Hakura Temple and runs all the way to Dusky Bridge. That solves your pesky little problem, yes. The Eagle River current is quite swift, meaning it doesn't freeze over into winter, making it the perfect place to dispose of the murder weapon. Does she really go to the river to dispose of the murder weapon? Mr. Edgeworth, your cross-examination, please. I saw the murder weapon around 11 p.m. Are you sure about the time? Yes, I was worried about it after all. Why was that? Because I have a strong sense of responsibility, especially at this time of year. The occult was being doused in freezing water at the time. I couldn't very well take it easy in the bath all night, now could I? So at 11, I decided to leave the Hakura Temple. Her estimate of time seems reliable, at least. Please continue, sister. And after risking asking it would be reported, I went out to the main gate. You asked Phoenix Wright to report the crime, correct? Right. The one with the one who trampled me. It seems she's the type to hold a grudge. There's one in the main hall, so I sent him to the bridge. Oh, Phoenix Wright. He didn't even have his cell phone on him. He had forgotten it at home, apparently. What a naive boy, as always. He's older than you! Not only do I always carry my phone, but I always have my whip in my hand, too. Anyways, I was really scared, and it was taking him a while to get back, so I thought I'd go out to the main gate for a spell. And that's where I saw tracks that indicate a snowmobile had been used. As I recall, there was a snowmobile outside the main gate when I visited. That's it. That's the only one we have. It runs no matter how much snow falls. Now, you're certain the snowmobile was there at the main gate when you arrived? Yes, of course. It was parked in front of the gate. So she had already gone, desecrated of any murder weapon, and returned by that time. I'm not sure if this is really relevant. What should I do? Press further. I need answers to every possible doubt. The snowmobile in question, was it still warm at the time? Huh? What do you mean? What do you mean, eh? What do you mean, Miles Edgeworth? I'm playing to a slow crowd here. It goes without saying that a snowmobile will heat its engine. If it was still warm, then it means that it was recently used. Ah, I see. I never thought of that. That's right. I overlooked that too. Of course you did. Then answer the question, please, witness. I don't often go around touching hot engines. However, now that you mention it, there wasn't any snow on it. Snow? Yes, for some reason, only the snowmobile wasn't covered in snow. There wasn't any snow on it? Curses! It seems highly likely that the killer did use the snowmobile then, eh? How long does it take to get to Dusky Bridge by snowmobile? It takes 15 minutes to walk to Dusky Bridge, but less than 5 minutes using one of those. In that case, why didn't you use it yourself? You could have spared yourself some walking. There's a reason for that. Have we got a moment for me to explain? I think that's why the question was asked in the first place. It was about a month ago. I was driving my beloved little snowmobile, happy as can be. I fetched some water and was heading back when I crashed into a tree. The tree in my back post went crunch, just like that. Crunch. Crunch. I haven't been able to find the courage to write anything ever since then. Anyways, the killer must have used it. Maybe they threw their weapon into Eagle River and came back while I was knocked out. Refresh our memory. How long were you knocked out for? Like I said, somewhere between 10 and 20 minutes. It's possible to get to the bridge and back in 10 minutes using the snowmobile. I had to concede that that is more than enough time. Is that all you wish to concede, Miles Edgeworth? Iris could have done that. She can drive a snowmobile after all. While it would have been possible, time-wise, one element remains out of place here. Oh, what would be that mysterious element be? The killer's reasoning, Your Honor. Why did the killer do all of this? Why did it go to Eagle River to dispose of the murder weapon, when there's other methods? Too many unanswered questions. Your response, Miss Von Karma? What? Turning to me for help over the slightest things. What do you think? Don't you think you can do? Why don't you think you can? Why don't you think for yourself once in a while, Your Honor? What? She's as over the top as always. Anyways, whatever the reason, the fact remains the defendant could have done this. The murder weapon was disposed in the river. Another point to me, Miles Edgeworth. Another mystery to feed the fire. Was there any reason to go and throw away the murder weapon? Likely there is truly a problem with this testimony. No, all I have to do is start poking holes in this flawed account. Saw the murder around 11. And after asking if he reported, I went out to the main gate. Let me look at this evidence again. Wait. Wait. Lightning struck at Dusky Bridge at 10:45, around 30 minutes passed between the fire starting and going out. So, okay. So the fire of the bridge was between 10:45 and 11:15. I don't know where I'm going with this train of thought. Wait, hold on. Let me see the tracks photo. If it came and returned, wouldn't there be two? No, hear me out. Nobody can pass. If I recall, nobody can actually drive in a perfect path, right? So this photograph proves something. It proves that the snowmobile was used on the night of the murder. You finally accepted the inevitable, it seems, Miles Edgeworth. However, if that witness says is true, then why is there only one set of tracks? What do you mean? Iris left Hakuro Temple, threw the weapon into the river, then returned. If that's the case, then naturally there would be two sets of tracks in the snow. Those from heading out from the bridge, those from heading out to the bridge, and then those coming back. You're right. Are you forgetting one thing, Miles Edgeworth? On the night of the murder, it was snowing. The tracks leading to the bridge were erased by snowfall. This removes your precious contradiction now, doesn't it? I see. While she was at the river, the snow stopped, leaving just the returning tracks in the snow. No! You're wrong! Your line of reasoning is wrong! Wait, where's the weather report? Weather data. It stopped at 10:50! The snow stopped at 10:50! Well, approximately 10:50. That's where you're wrong! Is there a flaw in her theory? This idea of snowfall covering one set of tracks. There's a contradiction. Those tracks to the river were covered by snow. What a nice theory. However, Miss Von Karma, that's impossible. Would you care to explain? Why is there a root index finger pointing in my general direction? No need. The evidence will do all the talking for me. On the night of the murder, the killer went to and returned from Dusky Bridge in order to dispose of the murder weapon. The outgoing tracks were erased by snow, or so claims Miss Von Karma. Mr. Edgeworth, present your evidence to the contrary, eh? Evidence that the outgoing tracks were not covered in snow. Witness, please tell us again what time it is when you witnessed the crime. Like I said, it was around 11. Of course. That means the weapon was thrown away after that time, correct? On that note, please take a look at this data. This is the weather report for Eagle Mountain on the night of the murder. The weather report? I actually didn't think this would come in handy. Snow started to fall at 7 p.m., but stopped around 10:50. Therefore, when the sister witnessed the crime at 11 p.m., the snow has already stopped falling. It was impossible for any tracks made after that time to be covered up. Order! Order! Very well then. It looks like Miss Von Karma's claim has been snowed in. What? It's too soon to be closing this trial due to snow. Miles Edgeworth, how pathetic are you to rely on the weather of all things? Answer me this then. When is the weather report ever accurate? Correct. No, you got it all wrong. This isn't a forecast. This is actual data. Yeah, forecast data. Weather reports have some inaccuracies. It may have still been snowing in the vicinity well past 11 p.m. It's true. We cannot be totally sure, eh? Well, what? How did you pull that off? It had stopped snowing at Hakuro Temple when the murder took place. You need to provide conclusive evidence of that. I've come this far. There's no turning back now. Very well. I, too, cannot allow any doubt to remain concerning this testimony. Ha! You can't back down, can you? Such a perfectionist, Miles Edgeworth. Very well then, Miles Edgeworth. Where is this your evidence that has already stopped snowing when the victim was killed? Wait, let me see that. Let me see the crime scene again. Yeah. Hold up. Objection! Or, take that. Ultimately, it all comes down to one point. That being whether or not it was snowing in the courtyard when the victim was stabbed. That's right. But proving that is incredibly easy. If we want to know whether it was snowing or not, this photo will tell us everything. Of course, I'm referring to the photo of the crime scene. As you can see, everything is covered with snow. There's just one exception. And what is that? The victim herself, Miss Elise Dilmaxlium. Still can't pronounce her last name. Why is there no snow on top of her? The answer is simple. It had stopped snowing when she was killed. That's why. In other words, if the killer really did go to the Eagle River to dispose of the murder weapon, then this photograph should have been 2 sets of tracks. Ah! Order. Just what are you? Yeah! Just what are you suggesting, Miles Edgeworth? To be honest, I'm not entirely sure myself. But this is simply this is simply what all of the facts point to. That night, someone used the snowmobile to leave Hakura Temple. From the tracks left, it can be understood that they were heading to Dusky Bridge. At that time, it was still snowing. Of course it was, because those tracks were erased by the snow. Then when this person returned to Hakura Temple, the snow has stopped. Thus, the return tracks remained. Can I say something? This all sounds a bit fishy to me. What does, sister? There is only one key for the snowmobile. Furthermore, on the night of the question, we know that the defendant had it. The key was found in her room after the murder. Which can only mean that night, Iris used the snowmobile to go to the inner temple. But Iris said that she never went there. I should probably press on this point when I get the chance. The snowmobile can't cross the suspended bridge. So she must have lifted it on the Hakura side. On the Hakura side of the bridge and crossed on foot. That sounds right. But what? It's odd. When I left Iris and returned to Hakura Temple, I didn't see anything near Dusky Bridge. You must have failed to see it, sister. Maybe, but when I made it back to Hakura Temple, it was there by the main gate. The snowmobile, I mean. I know what I saw. It was covered in snow, too. But it's impossible! Order in the court! What does this all mean? So then what was the snowmobile used for? It wasn't taken by the defendant when she went to the inner temple. If it had been, the witness couldn't possibly have seen it by the gate. Furthermore, it wasn't used by the killer to dispose of the murder weapon. If that was the case, there should have been 2 sets of tracks in this photo. All we know is this. After it stopped snowing, someone used the snowmobile to return to Hakura Temple. I never thought it was simple. Snowmobile could cause so much trouble. I think we've learned all we can from this witness. Yes, I have nothing more to add. I told you everything that I know. But then, that still leaves us with the same problem. If if there was only someone, a witness who could testify to have seen the snowmobile. But! Nice. A witness, huh? Was there no one out, walking perhaps near Dusky Bridge on that night? But! I knew something smelled. And it's usually the butts when that is. It was cold enough to freeze your ears off. Only an idiot would go out wandering like that. But! Unless they had something really important to do. That's a shame. Hold on. Something's coming to me. But! It smells. And an idiot may have well gone wandering that subarctic night. Your Honor. Actually, there might just be one individual who may be of help to us. Really? You know of someone who might have seen the snowmobile the night of the murder? I don't know for sure if he saw it or not, but there was two things about him that did come to mind. Which are, first, he saw something incredible the night of the murder. And the second thing being, this individual that I am thinking of went wandering outside on that cold night. In other words, he's our kind of idiot. And Mr. Edris, who is this idiot you are talking about? But this guy might be a product of Jean-Luc de Le Guide to Agnostic French Painting. This is Larry Butts, a disciple of the victim, Elise Desmexium. Her student? Interesting. And why was he wandering about outside in the night of the murder? I could tell them all about his design for Iris, but it may cost us his incredibility as a witness before I even call him. He is, after all, an artist. He was, perhaps, searching for something in the snowy scenery that would move him, although I cannot guarantee that this is the reason. And so, this unfortunate, unreliable-looking man, what exactly is it that he saw? I intend to extract that from him right here in this courtroom. Summon this use as a witness immediately. I have no choice, do I? I believe he is in the gallery area for this trial. It will not take long to summon him. Very well. Larry. You may have escaped me yesterday, but today I'm going to get everything out of you. The court will now adjourn for a 20-minute break. Ms. Von Karma, please cease to preparing the next witness. Understood, Your Honor. Good. Well then, court is now in recess. But you can't be doing this to me. I would like to say my progress. February 9th, 11:15 a.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby Number 1. Okay, so we are also gonna be taking we're gonna be taking another 5 to 10 minute recess for ourselves. Make sure to get up, get a drink, go to the bathroom, do all what you need, and we'll be reconverse and back in an hour or so. An hour, I mean 5 to 10 minutes. I'm sorry, guys. we are back. I also made hot cocoa. I know Godot's not prosecuting here, but I have like half my box of hot cocoa mix left. And tonight was supposed to use another quarter of it, and next week is supposed to be another quarter. So, yeah. I'll mark that down as Natural Blend 37. Excuse me, Mr. Edgeworth? I'm not really sure what to say. Iris, we only have 20 minutes. There's 2 things which I need to ask you before we reconvene. Alright, I'll help you any way I can. First, about that night. You really didn't go to the inner temple, correct? The last witness claims to have met you and talked with you in the training hall. Either you or Sister Bikini is lying. Mr. Edgeworth, just as I said yesterday, until the incident occurred, I was in my own room, which in Hakra Temple. Very well. The second thing, then. That night, the temple snowmobile was used between the time Sister Bikini returned to the main hall where she bore her witness to the murder, and sometime between 10:30 and 11:30 that night, were you the one who used the snowmobile? There's only one key for the snowmobile. The only person who could have used it was me. So it was you. But why? What made you go out to Dusky Bridge? I'm sorry, Mr. Edgeworth. Iris, I can't tell you about that yet. Yet? Not until her safety is confirmed. Her? She went out looking for pearls, didn't she? Or Pearl. The safety of the occulti. The occulti, huh? She must be talking about Maya. Iris, look me in the eye and tell me the truth. Did you kill Elise de Mexium? No matter who or what may come, I could never take a life. As I thought, no psycholocks. Very well. It's my job to get to the truth. You'll discover this yourself soon enough. Court will now confirm. Miss Von Karma, where is the witness? During the break, a man was detained for suspicious behavior in the gallery. Suspicious behavior? He was sketching something very intensely. Dare I ask what the witness was sketching when he was detained? He drew a terrifying woman armed with a demonic face and vicious whip. I can only presume his intention was to capture... Ah! Anyways, it's time to drag the pathetic excuse for an artist before the court. Lawrence Dexmum, I hope you're ready. Get in here. It would seem that the whip is going to be plenty more use today. Ouch! Your sketch is in contempt of this court. Hey! It was just an artistically rendering. Ouch! You tried to run away from the bailiff who was trying to hand you a subornia, correct? Look! I'm nothing but a fledgling artist, trained out in the mountains. I am only down here to see the city because I ran out of green paint. Well, to use the technical term for the color, variant. No, the technical term for the color is still green. Larry? This isn't an art store, now is it? I know! I graduated junior high, okay? Look, art is all about working in the fields, isn't it? Working in the fields. I presume he wanted to say field work. I hope. That's it. Thanks, buddy. This is kind of sad that I was able to understand his mangled train wreck of a sentence. I just happened to stop in here and found a wonderful new model. So see, I got nothing to do with this trial at all. Except all your faces. This is to be read when you realize this mistake. Bright red! Or to use the technical term, Crimson Lake. No, the technical term is still red. Ouch! 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 Stop your pathetic babbling and testify like a man. Refrain from whipping me, Miss Von Karma. Cross-whipping is as bad as cross-checking. Witness! That is all your fault! Testify now! Wow, this is too much for me. What else? I was at the lodge out in the mountains, looking up at the star night. I walked into the bridge a number of times, but I didn't see a snowmobile. I didn't see anyone at the bridge that night either. The girl I was waiting for didn't show up. My teacher died on me. I'm all alone now. Aren't I edgy? Witness, please refrain from talking directly to the lawyers during your testimony. I'm just a nobody. Nothing but a small, worthless man, aren't I? And why wasn't I asked for my name or occupation or anything else? Mr. Edgeworth, this man seems to have quite severe inferiority complex. He's recently been a cause of numerous incidents. I think he finally realized for himself just how much of a nuisance he has been to other people. Yeah, that's right! I'm behind everything! Every case. Watch out, okay? Just touching me will make you eternally unhappy. Well then, let us proceed with the cross-examination. With no touching, thank you. Can we devolve into other details later? What I saw. I was at the lodge, looking at the mountain, looking up at the stars night. Wait, hold on, I meant to press that. It is but, so I don't think there's much to... Whatever is the matter, Mr. Edgeworth? This is one single statement that's full of contradictions. For a moment there, I thought I was going to collapse. So, witness, any idea as to where these contradictions in your testimony lie? Depending on your answer, I may state my whip. Okay, give me a minute. Well, it was snowing that night, so I couldn't possibly have seen the stars. That rundown shack is hardly a lodge, is it? And even if the stars could be seen, isn't like I was there looking at them, right? See, you can do it yourself if you try. Ow! Oh! There's only one issue here. What you saw at Dusky Bridge. I walked to the bridge a number of times, but... A number of times. How many? Maybe 5 times? I went every 20 minutes. Once every 20 minutes. Which means you spent almost 2 hours at Heavenly Halls that night. You bet! Real love is about waiting for your heart in your hands. Love, you say? It was this man's intention to summon the defendant to the small shack. Using this blackmail letter. Blackmail? No, that's simply a product of overflowing love. Ah! You huffy puffy loosey goosey excuse for whimpering, wanting what wuss of a witness. Whoa! And I didn't think Francesca had any other tongue twisters than the foolish foolish fool who foolishly dreams foolish dreams. Ooh, that is a mouthful. So, what did you see? I hope for your sake you saw a snowmobile. You huffy puffy loosey goosey excuse for a whimpering wuss of a witness, eh? Well, you see, being called those names doesn't seem to bother him at all. I didn't see a snowmobile. Larry, you really didn't see it? Hey! No need to hit your desk! I can hear you! I didn't see it! I didn't see the snowmobile! Larry, say snowmobile for me, please. The snowmobile. If he truly has nothing to hide, then why are you shivering like you just fell over a cuckoo's neck? Shut up! What's this? I don't know. Don't ask me. It seems I need to start for a more obvious contradiction. I'm going to strike the blow where it finally gets him to spill the beans. I didn't see anyone on the bridge either. You didn't see meet anyone? That's right, because I got nothing to do with this. And I'm just here to buy some valiant paint, okay? Come on, I expect to see those crimson lake faces now. It would appear simply pressing him isn't going to be enough, Mr. Edgeworth. Indeed. It seems like he's going to claim to have nothing to do with this in the end. I don't want this guy to cost us any more time. I need to slice through his obvious contradictions and keep things moving along. Wait a second! He didn't see anyone? He should have saw Phoenix and Maya! He should have seen Phoenix! I didn't see anyone at the bridge that night either. Bollocks! You should have saw Phoenix! Larry Butts! I can understand why you might want to throw your old life away. You're pretty pathetic, and you're cause of all sorts of trouble. I'm sorry. But having realized just how much of a nuisance you've been, that could be considered a step in the right direction. Gee, are you trying to console me? Console me? It certainly doesn't sound that way to me. However, I can't forgive you for simply turning away from the incidents that you create. You're totally putting this on me. Now then, let's talk about the night of the murder. Sister Bikini, after seeing the murder take place, asked Phoenix Wright to report it. Thus, he headed to the public phone by the bridge. There, he happened across a certain infurious individual. You, Larry Butts. Ah, that's right. Me in the flesh. Listen carefully, witness. It doesn't matter if you change your name. So long as you remain pretty pathetic, you will continue to cause these incidents. Your honor, you barely know the man. That reality will not change. But, what do you want me to do then? Larry, what you need to do is change your inner self. But for now, what you saw that night. Testify truthfully about this one issue. It's all I need from you. Edgy, I think I finally woken up. Well, I guess I could still be sleeping. But anyways, I'll do it. I'll testify. Well, I'm not sure this will go especially well. You know what they say, right? I remember what they say. What did you see on the night of the murder? What I saw, part 2. When I went to the shack around 9, so it would have been about 10:30 p.m. I was lying under my bedding when almost a white flash almost blinded me. I looked out the window. Saw a dusky bridge on fire. There was still some thunder, so I went right away to check it out. That's when I ran into Nick. You certainly saw quite a lot, didn't you? So, what happened to the bridge after it caught on fire? It was like me after a 3 days since chasing a girl. Totally burnt out. Like, almost totally gone. I mean, trying to cross the bridge remains and was what caused Nick to fall. What did you say? Oh, don't worry. It's nothing life-threatening. He just got a cold. I never knew that man. I never know was that man. He should be called lucky or unlucky. If he should be called unlucky or unlucky. Now, Mr. Edgeworth, please come into cross-examination. Okay, we don't need to talk about the ridiculous life of Phoenix. I went to the shack around 9, so it went around 10 p.m. 30. What did you do out there in the cold for an hour and a half? Well, if you really must know, I was busy being excited, I guess. Excited? Dare I even ask? I set a meeting at 10 p.m., right? But I couldn't wait. And though I thought she might come early, too. Well, it appears she didn't come at all, in the end. Because they never arranged to meet in the first place, did they? Should it! Don't go picking on my fond memories apart! Anyways, I was getting a little worried. So I thought maybe Iris lost her way. So every 20 minutes or so, I went out to the bridge. But I didn't see anything particularly suspicious. I didn't have anything else to do, so I went back to the shack and waited for her. I was lying under my bedding for a while when a light flashing almost blinded me. This light was, of course, lightning. Like, kippity! Like a slap from the Anomi, honestly. A big bada boom. Yeah! Or a little like that. Wah! That's more like a punch from Miranda. Witness, did you actually see lightning hit the bridge? Well, I was a bit startled by the flash of light, so I looked out the window and saw a dusky bridge was on fire. Seeing that, what did you do? What do you think? I was burning up as well, from fire in my heart. And that's why you went to take a look at the bridge. Well, to be honest, I was freezing cold, so the first thought was, forget it, I'm not leaving my covers. But it had pretty much stopped snowing, so, I don't know, changed my mind. I'm not sure I care for the forget it attitude you had at first, Witness. There was still some thunder, but I went right away to check it out. You said right away, but exactly how long after the strike was that? Lightning fell and, the bridge caught on fire, maybe around 5 minutes. I mean, I suddenly thought, gotta go check this out. How far is this small shack you were from the bridge? Hold on. Well, it had been pretty much stopped snowing, but I guess about 5 minutes, a 5-minute walk. And how did Dusky Bridge look when you got there? Like I recovered a piece of my childhood. I mean, not even Bonfire's kids can make a school camping trip to compare. Well, should I press him a little more on this info? Why didn't you call anyone? Larry, let me ask you one thing. What is it, Edgy? What's with the serious face? We're in court. I'm supposed to be serious. Why didn't you call anyone? Huh? What do you mean? Normally, when faced with a towering inferno, one would try to tell somebody. There's a public phone right by Dusky Bridge, correct? Well, of course I thought of doing that. So then, let's hear why you didn't. Yeah, okay. A reason. My reason? It wasn't that I didn't try to tell anyone, I just didn't have the time to, okay? I arrived at... Okay. So why didn't you suddenly thought to check out the bridge? Does this mean that you intentionally had no intention to go doing so? Well, yeah, I guess it does. It was really cold. I didn't really want to go out there. If that was the case, why did you change your mind? I would like to hear your reasoning. In which case, please give testimony to that effect, witness. My reasoning? Okay, reasoning. Is it? I thought I'd never get another chance to see something so big burning. So you decided to go and see what happened. That's right. We were talking about a massive suspension burning high to the heavens. That's something you see every day. A real speck. You. Like, really special. Can we really trust a witness who's unable to pronounce the spectacle? Life seems to love hitting this poor witness below the belt. Well, my motto is hit life back as hard as it can. That's not what we say, but... Ah! I'll give you a few hits, too, if you'd like. Here's my whip. You told me about the burning bridge yesterday, but there's still something that doesn't quite fit. It looks like, despite his change of heart, Larry still isn't telling us the whole truth. I went to the shack around 9. I was lying under my bed a while when one was blinded me. I looked out the window and Dusky Bridge was on fire. There was still some thunder, so I went right away to check it out. I thought I'd never get another chance to see something so big burning. Tell me about the burning bridge yesterday. I mean, hold on. Wait. It was under my bedding. I went to the shack around 9, so it had been about 10:30 p.m. Let me see that weather report again. Dusk at 11:45. Lightning struck Dusky Bridge at 11:45. Around 30 minutes passed between the fire starting and going out. The bridge wouldn't... Yo! I might have... Why didn't you call anyone? I arrived at the bedroom. Nick showed up less than a minute later. If it less than a minute, then how would you explain the bridge not being on fire then? Your very existence being a contradiction. I'm not sure if you can grasp this or not. What the hey, Edgy? You make me sound like some sort of alien. But your testimony is conclusively contradictory. The problem here is time. I've never been the best timekeeper, you know. 3 minutes after Billy leaves on foot, you follow him on your bicycle. How long does it take you to catch up with him? Terrible at this. This much is more simple. You saw the lightning strike Dusky Bridge, and immediately went to see what had happened. Is this correct? Yeah, well, I wasted about 5 minutes first, more or less. I have the weather data from the night of the murder here. According to this, the lightning fell at 10:45 p.m. You said it takes less than 5 minutes to strike the Dusky Bridge, meaning you probably got there around 11 p.m. That sounds about right, I guess. And then Nick showed up and did his falling act. That's impossible. What do you mean? 11 p.m. is when the murder occurred at Hakura Temple. Thus, Wright was still in there, in the courtyard. There is no way Larry could have encountered him at the Dusky Bridge at that time. Excuse me. I have an objection! Hey, we're the lawyers here. We're the ones with the objections, but you do? Edgy! How many times do I have to say this? I'm not Larry. I'm Lawrence the Boxer! Yeah! It has been proven that the murder occurred at 11 p.m. The sister only said around 11. In which case, it could have been earlier than that. Watch your footing there, Miss Francesca von Karma. The slope ahead is very slippery. For there is still no way that Wright could have been at Dusky Bridge at 11 p.m. And why not? It's clearly written here that in the weather data reports, it took around 30 minutes for the bridge to burn out. Therefore, the bridge must have been burning until at least 11:15 p.m. Which means, what exactly? Wright did not see the bridge while it was being consumed by flames that night. In fact, he did not arrive on the scene until after the flames had died down. Larry, you arrived at the bridge at 11 p.m., but Wright did not make it there until at least 11:15. I suggest you stop hiding the things and just tell us the whole truth. Now then, what happened during these missing 15 minutes? I feel like I just got brutally woken up by a toilet slapback. I guess I was still sleeping after all. Haha, pinch me. Gosh, you are so annoying. And there was a missing 15 minutes prior to the meeting with Phoenix Wright. I hardly see much of a problem. Yeah, not much of a problem at all. Really? The bridge is burning before your eyes, and there's a phone right next to it. Why then did you not report the incident? Yes, witness, why didn't you... Were you there simply to watch the bridge burn? And therein lies the problem. For even after the bridge had burned out, he was still there. Staring into space like this witness didn't even attempt to fulfill his civic duty. That's what sounds like... but this is Larry we are talking about. Even he's incapable of being so stupid. Which means there has to be a reason for his inaction. Edgy. I think it's about time I got serious with you, dude. Just as I thought, you've been playing with us all this time. Listen, I'm gonna tell you everything. Are you sure you want to hear it all? Yes? I may really say this time Yeah! Then say it! Very well. I have a terribly bad feeling about this. But, however, let's have the witness finally give us the whole truth. Now, for this 15-minute gap, what were you doing, witness? This is butt. It can't be anything that serious, right? I'm a Demuxia, an artist. What do you think I was doing? Sketching in front of the bridge. I was whipped into a frenzy of art. The shock and awe that I was feeling, I transferred all directly onto page. Before I realized it, the flames had gone out. Then he came rounding up. I don't feel like that's the truth. I suppose an artist can be a strange folk. That's right! I'm willing to sacrifice everything in order to draw the perfect sketch. Including the truth from the sounds of it. Mr. Edgeworth, has this removed the last of your doubts? Not at all, Your Honor. One very large doubt still remains. And what would that be? This surprisingly unbelievable story, especially considering the source. So why did he think he needed to hide that? Why did he think he needed to hide it from all of us until now? I intend to drag the reason out of him. Ha! Ha ha! Ha! You'll regret this, Edgy. Ha! He's shivering. I'm a Duxing, an artist. What do you think I was doing? Tell us, Larry. My name is Lawrence! Get it right! A mistake like that might keep you from being popular with the ladies like I am. Just who exactly are you? I'm Lawrence Demuxium, apprentice extraordinaire. That's what he calls himself in any case. And you are an artist? Of course I'm an artist. Yet again, that's what he calls himself. Names mean nothing. There's only one issue that I care to discuss. What were you doing? That's a very big issue, indeed. Catching in front of the bridge, I was whipped into a frenzy of art. Catching? The burning bridge? The burning bridge and everything that came with it. What came with it? You want to hear this from my lips, do you, Edgy? You'll regret this. The sketch of mine. Yeah! Enough. Just take the ridiculous sketch of yours out already, witness. What are you talking about? I don't know what you mean! That doesn't appear to be the fastest solution. I will leave it to you, Mr. Edgeworth. What should I do? I got a terrible feeling about the instant the sketch is revealed. The entire world may be changed by what's depicted here. We're gonna look at the sketch, of course. Larry, I wonder if you could show us your sketch, please? Well, everything I couldn't imagine it would turn out like this. Imagine what? That Lawrence Demuxium debut would take place here, today, like this! Show it, now! Okay, but steel yourself. This is the world of Lawrence Demuxium! What the? Oh, hold on, I don't want to spit out hot coffee. Nailed it! What's this? Well, so this dusky bridge is correct? Quite a large bridge, isn't it? You're responsible for Karma? Yes, well, it's a better drawing than I expected. Isn't it? I struggled to reproduce the flames. I really did. Yes, I'm sure you did. This is going to get ugly. No one has the courage to bring it up, it seems. This mysterious flying object. Larry. What? The burning bridge is fine. But what is this unfortunate looking figure? Ah, you spotted that. Thought you might. However much I might want to ignore it, I can't. It's Iris, of course. Iris. I wish she had taken better care of herself. We would have planned our future, you know. That's what would have happened to her if she injured herself like that, flying like that. What? Larry, please answer this next question honestly. Okay. Are you really claiming to see this? Are you claiming that to see the silhouette of the defendant flying over that bridge, well, was engulfed in flames? Yup, that's what I saw. That's why I drew it. I'm an artist, a real artist. Even some real artists still draw fiction butts. Are you high? The girl is really high up in this picture. What was that for? For ruining our sentence. This is all a bad dream. You trying to wake the... I was hitting you in the cheek to test that theory. Please whip your own cheek from now on if you wish to test your wild theories. Anyways. No court of law will ever acknowledge that people can fly. Actually, there's some precedent for this. She was flying pretty high, my sweet Iris. She was about 30 feet above the bridge, at least. That was really something to see. This has to be some kind of mistake. Mr. Edgeworth, please bring this witness back down to earth. What? Me? This witness is your friend, is he not? He was a childhood friend. You would have an easier time getting right to do it. Accessory to the foolishness. My Edgeworth. Let us get back to the cross-examination, by force if necessary. I agree, Your Honor! Miles Edgeworth, I expect you to expose the obvious contradiction here. Yes, Your Honor. Looks like I got another reason to remember this moron. Well, what do you think about my debut piece? Get that thing away from me! Thank you for at least letting it be evidence. Now hurry up and just cross-examine him. I'm the Museum artist. What do you think I was doing? Sketching in front of the bridge, I was whipped into a frenzy of art. I saw Iris falling. Her hood was spluttering. That's the obvious contradiction, but I'm gonna press everything. Just where did you see this site from? Hey, no need to shout. When I was lying in bed, that rundown slap. The crack of lightning bolt made me realize the bridge was burning. I just watched it for a while there, thinking how nicely it was burning. And after about 5 minutes, I saw it. The defendant flying? That's right. That's when I decided to go to the bridge. I see. That all makes sense. Aside from the sketch itself. Yes, the sketch doesn't make any sense. I just need to convince the artist that his work is ludicrous. And the shock and awe that I was feeling, it transferred all directly to the page. You transferred everything directly onto the page. And that's what the sketch is here. Yep. Sensational, isn't it? Or should it be scandalous? I put it in my mind at ease anyways. It did. That's right. The reason she didn't come to me, even though I waited for her, was because she was trapped on the other side of the bridge. Impossible. Could it be that Iris undertook a dangerous death of flight in order to reach me? That's gotta be it. Alright, go me! I say ouch! Please, continue. I realized it, the flame has gone out, and he came running up. You forgot the passage of time to that extent, did you? Well, Once I got caught up in something, I tend to forget everything else. That's true. He's always been that way. I guess he's not lying about that, at least. Phoenix Wright appeared on the scene after 11:15. If he was drawing until then, that spills all doubt. Aside from doubts of immunity, eh? There's a big clue waiting for me in this cross-examination. This testimony does nothing less than mock the court. But I'm sure that there is a vital kernel of truth hidden in somewhere. Boom. Larry, what did you really see that night? Not that I particularly care. In your position, that's just being irresponsible. I drew exactly what I saw. I'll give you the whole $1. That's the truth. If that's truly the case, then there's one thing that we can say for certain. What that might be. The person who flew over the bridge could not have been the defendant, Iris. What? What do you mean? I don't understand. Yeah, a fool hardly following a foolish statement by an equally foolish hardly fool. How exactly can you mistake this? Can you make this claim? Tell us, Larry. According to this picture, the individual whom you say was wearing a hood, correct? Of course she was! That rundown shack is quite a way from the bridge. That hood is what told me that flowing angel was my Iris. The hood is my darling Iris, and Iris is my darling hood. Wah! It seems there is a bigger fools in this world than the ones at the defense bench. The one at the defense bench. Larry, there's something you need to be made aware of. On the night of the murder, Iris wasn't wearing her hood. She had given it to Wright as a gift. Are you going to change your story now? Perhaps suggest that it was Wright who took flight. What are you talking about? I think you understand what I mean just fine. Why? Why did Nick have Iris's hood? Did you not just hear me? She gave it to him as a gift. What? Edgy! What's going on with Iris and Nick? I'll just say this, but if you are truly Celestine Wright's friend, bro code. That's all I'm saying. Bro code. Why you Nick? You dog! I do believe that this is an unbelievably mysterious sketch. It's designed to disappear, desecrate, and discard straight to the garbage. Ha. What is it now, witness? It feels like I've been waiting 25 years for this very day to come. Edgy! Today's the day I get to completely stupefy you! What? What's the meaning of your outburst, witness? I hate to have to do this to you, but I have definitive evidence. Definite evidence? Iris did indeed come flying over the bridge, the burning bridge. And I, Lawrence de Maximum, shall prove it. I don't expect to ask this again. But we shall be needing your testimony once again. Don't worry, Your Honor. I hate that this has gone this far, too. Tell us anything you know concerning the defendant such depicted in the sketch. Show us your evidence that this nightmare was actually reality. Okay. Be ready, Edgy. Because I'm gonna feed you a whooping serving of pain. You've been serving us a whooping of pain this entire time! Trust me! When I reached Dusky Bridge, she was already gone. I was so worried, I frantically searched all over for her. That led me to finding a beautiful crystal sphere, halfway buried in the snow. Wait, that looks like an nemesis. I'm sure that Iris is simply wearing a spare hood. And after all, no one else could have lost a crystal sphere that night. Except for your master. A crystal sphere. This one. Pretty, isn't it? But finders keepers. That sphere. Where did you find it? Let me see. Around here somewhere. Looks about right. And it was halfway buried in the snow. I had pretty much stopped snowing by then, but there was still some falling as I walked to the bridge. The court accepts this crystal and sphere, and that's mine, okay? I went back after. There's something on it. Oh my. It's blood. What? Blood? You ready, Edgy? Oh, I'm gonna press you even though I know I don't need to. By tomorrow, you'll be calling me Master Lair. I thought you wanted to be called by Lawrence. Yeah, I like the sound of that. No one's gonna push me around anymore. Didn't you want to be called Lawrence the Maximo only a few minutes ago? Like I said, I'm gonna press you even though I know I don't need to. You're easy, but when I reached Dusky Bridge, she was already gone. Wait, hold on, I meant to press. So you went to the burning bridge. That's right, meet Iris. She actually flew to get me. At least I could meet her halfway. But the defendant was not on the bridge when you got there, you say? I guess she went back to the Hakra Temple. She's a girl, after all. She must have been wanting to look her best. It must be lovely to live in the fantasy land of Blair's mind. I don't think I could survive 5 minutes in Butts' mind. Actually, it's so depressing I can't even work up the energy to point. So, what did you do next? I was so worried, so I frantically searched all over for her. So you searched all over for her. She was flying pretty high, you know. So I thought she maybe slipped on her landing and got hurt. Hey! That was way more possible. Also, when I headed out to the shack for the first time, I was snacking on a banana. I was pretty sure I threw the peel away somewhere there, so, you know. Can this guy really be this stupid? Keep in mind, Edgeworth, this was Wright's first client. So, did you find any signs of her so-called landing? I don't really remember. I kind of fell over myself and kind of lost it for a while there. You fell over yourself? Yeah, the snow was deep, and there was even banana peels out there. Yep, they're stupid. And then there's Larry Butts. The short of it is that you didn't find any signs of her landing, correct? Then what happened next? It led me to finding a beautiful crystal sphere, halfway buried in snow. Halfway buried. It was still sitting in the snow. A little gathered on top of it. It was very hard to spot, actually. I mean, it was dark out, too. I'm impressed. You did well finding it. No matter what you may think, get me. I'm a pro! Genius security guard. You were only part-time there at KB Security. I used a pen site, and I borrowed from my company to help the search. Nice. And it sparkled really brightly. And it was saying, "Here am I," to me. This does indeed look very much like the crystal sphere on Iris's hood. But I need to remind you that she was not wearing her hood that night. I'm sure that Iris was simply wearing a spare hood. Each of the nuns are assigned their own hood, and they're only assigned one. I don't know anything about that, okay? And Iris is special, right, dude? Even if she did steal a spare hood, I'll forgive her. This is getting us nowhere. Our destination for the day, it seems. However, this crystal sphere was found near the bridge, was it in fact? If it did not come from the hood, where could it have come from? That's the question I aim to answer. After all, no one else could have lost a crystal sphere that night. Let me confirm this one last time, Larry. The reason you thought this was Iris are the hood and this crystal sphere, correct? That's right, my gut is never wrong. I met that old bikini the next morning, and her crystal sphere was still there, safe and sound. Indeed. She was wearing it in this very room earlier today. In this case, this isn't going to end without a fight. Exposing the obvious contradiction in this testimony will be easy. But if I fear that all awaits us is further mysteries. See? I don't know if I'm supposed to prevent the staff or the photo. So we'll do the staff, and if it's not the staff, we'll do the photo. Alright, it was the staff! Larry, that night, there was someone who lost the crystal sphere. There was? Who? Who was the stupid idiot? Miss Elise de Mexium. The mentor to a stupid idiot. The victim? I have a photo of her here. And on the end of her staff, you can see a familiar-looking crystal sphere. Hey! That's my photograph! Give it back! Ouch! A crystal sphere like that is quite easy to find. I happen to have one. I just have one like it on my brooch. They look nothing alike! In any case, please take a look at this. This is the victim's staff on the scene of the crime. Ah! The crystal sphere. It's gone. What? What does this mean? If anyone jumped or flew across that bridge that night, it certainly was not Iris. After all, she was not wearing her hood. More importantly, the crystal sphere found at the landing site was not hers either. That means the one who flew and dropped the spear was the victim, Miss Elise de Mexium. A fool alongside another fool on a foolish errand to reach a foolish conclusion. First of all, this sketch, if I prefer to call it a scribble, is ridiculous. Perhaps people cannot fly, thus it's rejected. You can't do it. I saw it with my own two eyes! And this crystal sphere is nothing more than a red herring. You honestly believe that? Give some thought, and I'm sure you'll realize as well, Mr. Miles Edgeworth. At least the Muxian was in her room the night of the murder. There was no reason for her to go to the Dusky Bridge. Therefore, the sphere cannot be related to this case. That is all. Miss Francesca von Karma. The only people who will accept that explanation are scatterbrains and clowns. Why are you pointing at me? The victim's crystal sphere was found near the bridge on the night of her murder. Yet you expect us to believe this has nothing to do with the case? That crystal sphere. It was probably thrown away at the bridge after the murder. There's blood on the crystal sphere, isn't there? This naturally suggests that it was thrown away after the murder took place. The killer placed it there to throw the investigation off its scent, which is the exact same reason he drew this ridiculous sketch. What? You mean I'm the killer? No! All joking aside, just when this crystal sphere did appear near the foot of the bridge, unless this can be proven in some other way, I refuse this is related to the case. She makes a valid point. There's no evidence that Elise Demuxium left Takara Temple that night. However, if somehow this crystal sphere can be proven to have dropped before the victim was killed, then this case is going to transform into something else entirely. Wait! Only Phoenix knows this. Only Phoenix knows this. Nobody has seen Pearl. Pearls is missing, but only Phoenix knows that even Elise never seen her after dinner. Well, Elise knows too, but she's dead, so yeah. I want your final opinion on the disposition of this crystal here. If there's not related to this case, then this witness who you called will have been nothing more than a monumental waste of time. Prepare yourself some very appropriate punishment, Miles Edgeworth. Can I prove it? Can I prove that the crystal sphere was dropped before the murder took place? I can't. Here's the thing. Edgeworth can't, but Phoenix can. That's the problem. Let's take a look at the records here. Do we have any piece of evidence that Edgeworth could? Shows Hakura Temple in the surrounding area. Horrible sketch. We got nothing. No, it's impossible. No matter how I look at it, it's not possible. It's certainly strange that this crystal sphere was found near the bridge. But perhaps it's just a curveball from the killer. Well, Miles Edgeworth seems to have nothing further to say. Then why I'm left with no choice? The court sees no reason. Well, what is it? Hey, Edgy! You're a defense attorney, aren't you? If it was Nick standing where you are right now, if it was Nick, do you think he'd give up? No, he'd find the truth, no matter what it said, no matter how crazy it seemed. Right. At this moment, I'm standing where you should be, which means there's only one thing to do. Think like you. Your Honor, allow me to prove something to you. I will prove that this crystal beer is a vital link to solving this case. You will do what? That looks in your eyes. You remind me of Phoenix Wright when he was cornered. That should come as no surprise. Because right now, I am Phoenix Wright, and I am indeed cornered. In order for you to present your evidence, Miles, that's first. Evidence that proves the crystal sphere was dropped here before the murder. Shoot! Quick! I've been out of Phoenix's mind for a bit. Evidence that's have I evidence near? No. Your response, Miss Von Karma? Birds of a feather flock together. Are you familiar with this phrase, Miles Edgeworth? I think one such bird is calling for its fellow now. Go, go, Edgy. Do it! Prove it! Win! 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 His cheering. It's as though I'm listening through ominous cross ravens! So, Mr. Edgeworth. Ugh. Okay. What we see from here? Evidence that proves that the crystal sphere was indeed dropped before the murder. When in doubt, things like Phoenix! This crystal sphere, it was halfway buried in snow, correct? That's right. If it hadn't stopped snowing, then it would have been game over. That snow would have totally covered it. That's all I needed to hear from you, Larry. Your testimony makes one thing quite clear. What? When the crystal sphere was dropped, it was snowing. Even if it was ever so slightly. Snowing? On the other hand, let us look at the scene of the murder. As proven earlier today, there is no snow on the victim's body. Therefore, the crystal sphere must have been dropped before the murder weapon. What? What? Order! On the night of the murder, the victim did indeed go to Dusky Bridge. And there, something occurred that caused the staff's crystal sphere to come loose. What? What could that have been? The sphere. There's some blood on it, isn't there? Allow me to raise a certain possibility that at this junction, the real crime scene was near the foot of Dusky Bridge. The murder didn't take place in the Hacker Temple courtyard? Only a fool would suggest a foolish piece of absolute foolishness. And just who is the fool? And which part is so foolish, Miss Von Karma? Have you been paying attention this whole time, Miles Edgeworth? The sister saw everything. She saw the victim being killed by the defendant in the Hakira Temple courtyard. That's not exactly true, now is it? To put it more precisely, what she saw was the murder weapon being removed from the victim's body. That's the same thing! No, it isn't. You said it yourself. Very little blood is actually lost. is actually lost. At the moment of the blood insertion, if you want to talk about when the most blood would be lost from a body, that would be when the blade is removed. If that statement is the truth, then Dusky Bridge could have easily been the scene of the murder. Then the murder weapon was not removed. Thus, there was no bleeding. You are forgetting one vital thing, Miles Edgeworth. Elisa's Mexican body was found in Hakara's temple. On foot, it takes 15 minutes to travel to Dusky Bridge to Hakara Temple. You mean to suggest someone carried the body all that way? I made it this far. The only place to take this is to the end. I just need to prove that my version of the events is perfectly plausible. Now, if the defense is ready, the court would like to add an explanation. Please show us the method by which the victim was carried to Hakara Temple. It was very simple, Your Honor. Sealing the words right from right. On the snowy night, there was one way a body could have been moved. The snowmobile. Ah! As we know, the snowmobile was used that night. It was explained having been used to dispose of the murder weapon, but it could also have been used to carry a body. Oh, order! Yeah! This is completely unacceptable, Miles Edgeworth. You're dug yourself into your own grave. What do you mean? The only one who could have used the snowmobile was the defendant. She was the one who moved the body. Doesn't that put the final nail in your coffin? Heh. You're too late, Francesca von Karma. In fact, the defense has already proved something else entirely. We have shown that this case requires a further investigation. What? Where was the victim, Elise Daxman, really killed? If her body was moved, whatever for? And finally, just what does this image mean? Do you even need to think about that? Such a creature could never see the truth, let alone describe it. This witness certainly sits on the lowest possible branches of humanity. However, he would never utter a lie that it could hurt a girl whom he is enamored. He drew this, so it is something that actually happened. The defense stands firm on this point. Edgy? Thank you. That settles it then? I cannot give a verdict under these circumstances. Right. I seem to have fulfilled my part in this. It's just as I thought. Francesca von Karma, you make a wonderful partner. Excuse me? There was one reason, and one reason alone, for me being here. To expose the darkness lurking in this case, then pass it on to right. Really? That's what it was all about? You could have just told me that from the very beginning. And I would have had Francie... Yatch! Miles Edgeworth. I don't care what you were here to do. This is my chance to finally grind you under my heel. A shame that your chance seems to have slipped you by. What a shame, Francie! This is all your fault. Such a terrible witness. I understand. I demand satisfaction. You didn't need to kill the guy! I cannot believe that this witness testimony relates to an actual event. However, there has to be some sort of answer for this question, for the question it raises. Have his words here today been truths or lies? Next time we gather in this courtroom, those are the matters that shall be addressed. I am counting on thorough investigations by both the defense and the prosecution. And with this, the rest is up to you, right? Court is now adjourned. Alright, we're saving our progress. Oh, there's a two-part investigation, so we're just gonna do the first half of the investigation and stuff. Alright. February 9th. 313, hottest clinic, intensive care unit. Alright. So, we're gonna take another break, another 5-10 minute break for bathrooms, drinks, and whatever else we need. So, make sure to get up, get a drink, do what you need, and we'll be back in like 5-10 minutes. Alright, and we are back. Alright. I'm still up at this hour, reading through the trial records of a certain case. It's the first case my mentor, Mia Fey, have ever handled in a court of law. The horrifying truth that I refuse to accept is holding me hostage here within this page. Dahlia Hawthorne. What I've read, I don't want to believe. What's written here isn't the Dahlia I knew. After falling into Eagle River, I was somehow miraculously saved. But I ended up catching a cold that seemed to knock me around the world and back. I feel dizzy. My ears are ringing through my throat. My throat burns and my head is on fire. But I will recover. I have to recover by this afternoon. I have to meet with the most ill-tempered witness imaginable. But I know he will be able to help me with him. Some. February 9th, 2:43 p.m., Dusky Bridge. Right. Are you sure you're well enough to be doing this? You still look a little green in the face. Or maybe a radiant in art speak. Gumshoe? You were at the church. Actually, my fever has gone down quite a bit. How's your temperature now? Only 102 degrees. Nothing to worry about. That is something to worry about! I think this would be way better if I was actually sick. Anyways, I read today's trial record. You weren't bad, Edgeworth. Pretty impressive despite the circumstances. We're not in the clear yet. The main point of the notion is going to be the murder weapon. Yeah. In the end, the Simpsons did not deliver the deadly blow, which means there must have been another sword hiding out there that we didn't know about. Another sword, huh? Don't worry about a thing, pal. I'll dig up the murder weapon myself, or I'll eat my coat. Please don't, Gumshoe. Thanks again, Edgeworth. I'll handle things from here. That's probably for the best. Actually, I was thinking about paying the old precinct a little visit. There's something I would like to look into, and that is our client's background. Naturally. You mean Iris, sir? I have a feeling that we have met before. All I want is confirmation, one way or the other. And since I probably won't be getting that from you, I'm sorry, Hedgeworth. I bid you adieu, right? Take care. Guess I should be getting moving too. Why? Do you need to be somewhere? Yeah, I gotta get work on this bridge, pal. I'm bringing something up so we can get across to the other side. Ah! That's right! Maya's still stuck in the inner temple. But don't you worry, pal. As soon as it's all set, you'll be the first to know. Thank you, Gumshoe. No problem, pal. Just try not to give me that cough of yours, okay? I guess I'll go back to the mask. Alright, I'm off. Hang in there, Maya. We'll get you out. I promise. But in the meantime, I gotta continue collecting evidence. Okay, so it looks like this Edgeworth hand everything off to us. Hakra Temple doesn't have a single private phone line, and there isn't any houses in the area, so I guess Bikini was the only one who uses this. I really wish I had brought my cell phone with me. Now it really is more of a dusty bridge than a dusky bridge. A kidnapping incident happened here 11 years ago, so maybe it's cursed too. That thing looks like it's ready to collapse, at least more than it did before. According to Bikini, Eagle Mountain is very prone to more earthquakes. Which reminds me, if my memory serves me correctly, Edgeworth isn't exactly a fan of earthquakes. Oh, I remember way too well. There's a narrow pathway going in a different direction than that of the main hall. Looks like someone's taken the effort to write Heavenly Halls on the signpost. It looks like there's about 20 yards to that cliff over there, but I can't see the inner temple from here. I really hope Maya's okay. Let's head to Heavenly Halls first. February 9th, Heavenly Hall. Looks like no one's here. Larry! Lawrence! I wish he was hiding here. I sure wish he'd be hiding here. Guess I'll try again later. Look at this graffiti. Scrawled right in the front of the shack. At least he managed to get a pretty good likeness. When I really think about it, I guess art kind of suits him. I mean, his very existence in art, of sorts. That stuff is really ruining the beautiful atmosphere around here. It's sort of inappropriate. Like Sister Bikini in a bikini. I gotta think of the kittens. These steps slowly lead up to the foot of Dusky Bridge. Come down is a clinch, but going up doesn't look like a walk in the park. I'm starting to understand why rivers always want to flow downstream, not up. This is the famous Eagle River. I got to try out its rapid rivers the other night. They say it's really strong currents. And they weren't kidding. Both powerful and fast flowing. I was dead lucky. I mean, lucky not to be dead. February 9th, Hacker Temple, main gate. Come on, please! It's for art's sake, I swear! There's only one guy who I know could be persistent and high strung. I'm talking about the heroine here. The heroine in my book. It'll make you famous. Yeah! Enough. A fool's fool who only foolishly accepts the foolishness of a fool's fool. Whoa! Wouldn't you agree, Phoenix Wright? Huh? Me? Wait a second. I know you. You're, Ow! Your reflexes might need to shape up. My brain is flying like a sunny side up if you wanted to screw me up for a name. Francie! You can't do that. Even if we speak, Nick's on the brink of death. Or some told. What's a dead horse? Is that one of your American sayings? No, it's not! I'm not on the brink of anything! Come on, Nick. Tell her, would you? Tell her she needs to model for my new picture book. Francie's Whippy Stingy Trip. Ah! Before you ask me to model, give me at least a semi-coherent testimony. For that, you'll have to learn how to live a semi-coherent life, Larry. I will never agree with Francesca on most things, but this is one thing I'll agree with her on that. I don't care what anyone says, I'm telling the truth. I saw what I saw. She flew, I'm telling you. Whoosh. Just like that other dude with the red underwear. Don't think I will forgive you guys I'm gonna forgive you guys when you come crawling back to apologize. Of course, off he goes. It's amazing how little has changed to see in the past year, Phoenix, right? Have you been in Germany all this time? That's right. Spending my perfect win record, naturally. In defense, I would like to note that I beat you twice. So therefore your record is destroyed. Come think of it. Oh, joy. Sounds like she hasn't changed a bit. Has it been really 1 year since we first met? I'm Francesca von Karma, the prodigy. I see. I gave up a promising career in Germany and came to this country for one sole reason. Revenge. Francesca was born and raised in Germany and became a prosecutor at the age of 13. Her father was the legendary prosecutor, Manfred von Karma. He had a perfect win record for 40 long years. But now, he's gone from this world. 'Cause I broke that seer. I broke it. Don't tell me you still hold a grudge against me. Because of what happened to your father. Phoenix Wright? You will fall before me. This, I promise. But it will be before my sake, not my father's. Are we clear? Yes. In truth, I was shocked. I came back to America with the intention of defeating you. Instead, it was my little brother who is leading the defense. We're older than you! Edgeworth. Come to think of it, Edgeworth was pulled into being a prosecutor by Manfred Van Karma as well. That still doesn't... That question still bugs me. Why? Why? Okay? It was his father that ruins kind of like defects Von Karma's like perfect record. So why would he take his son? That still confuses me. Miles Edgeworth told me something very interesting. No, I'm just very confused. I'm confused. That's what it is. Miles Edgeworth told me something very interesting, you know? He said this case has a special significance to you. Because it does. And that's precisely why I'm here. Your personal involvement will make crushing you into teensy weensy piece all the better. It probably is the fever, but she's openly hostile. That's almost kind of cute. It's almost kind of cute. No! That's working! No whipping the sick! The foolish fool doing such foolish favor for such a foolishly fool. Edgeworth. Make no mistake, Phoenix, right? I came here for one thing, and one thing only. To pulverize you. It's not like I thought you were... it's not like I thought you were here to bring me some colder sex, you know? I went over the whole case file on the flight over. You read the whole thing? Yes, every last word and every last sentence. Every last word of every last sentence of every last paragraph. All the ridiculous things you did made it a very interesting read, you know? Attempting to cross the burning bridge. Do you even consider the dangers? No. The only thought in my mind was, I have to get across. A fool doesn't think is more foolish than a fool who foolishly thinks. Gumshoe said he'll let me know when the bridge was repaired. Maya, it's gotta be okay. I just know it. Plus, I need to ask her about what really happened at the Inner Temple that night. About this. Ow! I refuse to help you, Phoenix, right? I should have known better to try. It really is. So let's just move. Let's just move along. I don't want to... We don't need any more... February 9th, Hakura Temple, Main Hall. That's one long sigh. Sister Bikini? My. I didn't know you were here. Oh, we're here. How are you doing? Wah, ha, ha, ha. You don't have to pretend to be in a good mood for my sake. I suppose I made a terrible mess of things, haven't I? I let Miss Elise die, and then there's Iris as well. Mystic Elise. Now that I think about it, there's an occult stuck in the Inner Temple. And that poor little girl has gone missing, too. That little girl? You don't mean Pearls, do you? Yes, I'm afraid I do. She hasn't been seen since the morning after the incident. Pearls, she's missing? Why didn't anyone tell me about this? I must be getting old. I think I seriously lost faith in myself. Are you talking about your performance at the trial today? You believe me, don't you? I'm not a liar. I would never lie. I know what I saw. I saw Iris pull that sword from Mystic Elise's body that night. I'm certain of it. At least, I was until this morning. I don't see any psyche locks, so she must be telling the truth. So why are you so unsure of yourself all of a sudden? You know, that artist who testified after me? I saw her flying, her white hood fluttering. I felt like I might start flying myself. When I saw that man testify so firmly about something so impossible, I started to wonder if I had just acted like him when I was on the witness stand. I wouldn't take that guy too seriously. He's an artist, but all he draws is trouble and nothing else. If both Bikini and Larry are telling the truth, that can only mean one thing. They both didn't see what they think they saw. On the night of the incident, you met Iris at the inner temple. Is that correct? That's right. I'm sure it was Iris. But Iris claims that she was in her room at Hakra Temple. I knew I shouldn't have come back here that night. But because you did, Maya is stuck all by herself in the inner temple. I'm so sorry. The draft in that place are nothing but shit that's sick. The winter is especially bad. I bet. The training hall looks like about to fall down any second. Eagle Mountain has always been prone to earthquakes, just so you know. Yeah, it's glad we got Edgeworth out of this when he did. Earthquakes? Yes, but I wouldn't be surprised if the next big one of the level's training hall. We gotta get Maya out of there. Fast! But still, there's no need to worry. The area on the other side of Dusky Bridge is isolated like an island. It's like an island? How so? Well, the only things that on the side of the bridge are on the side of the inner bridge is the inner temple. No one lives out there, and it's surrounded by all sides by the river or the forest. I see. So a criminal would be trapped there, so they should flee there in that direction. And as long as the bridge is out of commission, he or she will have to stay there. That means Maya could be stuck out there with a murderer, and no way to escape either. Oh dear. Oh yes, I suppose it does. Get that bridge up faster. I'm curious about a few things. If you don't mind answering some questions. Oh, do you need to know about my measurements for your investigation or something? No, thank you. No. I want to know a little more about the victim, Miss Elise de Mexium. I'm afraid I don't know her waist size, or her bust size for that matter. That is not what I'm asking for! No. I'm wondering why she came to stay at a place like this to begin with. I mean, she told us herself that she wasn't here for spiritual training. My, you make it sound like this place is some sort of dump, Mr. Right? Mystic Elise was here to soak up the nature beauty of Eagle Mountain, if you must know. There, you did it again, Sister Bikini. I noticed you always refer to Miss Delixium as Mystic Elise. Oh! Yes, now why is that? After all, she's not here as an occultee. Well, we all address our visitors as mystic, to make their experience feel authentic. And anyways, she's older than me, enough to expect your elders, you know. How do you know that? How can you say that for sure? She's older than you. It seems Miss Elise de Mexium was no ordinary visitor after all. And these are pearls. She was with Miss Deluxium on the evening of the murder. Now she's vanished. It's all gotta be connected somehow. Why did pearls have to get mixed up in this mess? Please, Mr. Bright, I know you're worried, but you try to keep it together. Oh man. My head is throbbing so bad. It's killing me. Pearls. She was with Miss Deluxium in the murder, remember? Yes, but I have a temple to run, you know. I was busy performing the training. I didn't see a little darling ever since we finished eating dinner. The murder, it didn't take place right in front of her innocent eyes, did it? According to the detective, she hasn't turned up at her home either. Come on, keep calm. There's one place left where pearls could be. She just has to be there. Come on, Gumshoe. Tell me you've done with the repairs soon. We're not taking what I thought earlier. I was just like, there's no way in hell, right? I've only seen a layout like this I've only seen layouts like this when I saw a really old Japanese movie on TV. Wow. This Sakura Bazaar really puts out a lot of heat. Just thinking about how happy we were sitting here eating pot roast and gravy. It's an altar. It looks a bit old, but someone does take a good job taking care of it. Speaking of altars, I remember seeing one like this in Kiron Village last year. I guess we really do have something to do with spiritual power after all. It's a stack of straws, sabatone cushions. Maya told me this type of zabin is called an Iza. I suppose if I never come here, I would have missed out on all these new things. There's an laughingly large magmata on the altar. If I could see Psyche locks with this tiny magma guy got, I can only imagine what kind of power this bad boy has under its hood. I bet these writings on the side doors are all instructions for spirit channeling. Kind of like how we scribbled math formulas on the bathroom walls to remember them. That happens? Except we couldn't go to the bathroom to enter a test. And I can't read these walls. I was wondering about this. Let me see. Well, as you may know, in order to see reality for what it truly is, we strive to break our achievements as much as to translate material realm. I guess you could call me an immaterial girl. Ah, yes, now remember. I'm guessing she makes the exception for fine dining. Oh, right! I forgot she had Psyche locks, and I can't break them right. I don't think I can break them right now. I don't think I have enough evidence yet. I should investigate and gather some more clues before I try again. About this picture. Oh, that old thing. I always turned those reporter types away in the past, but Iris was so insistent this time. Iris? Oh yes, Iris loves to be the center of attention, you know. Really? I found that kind of hard to believe. Okay. Huh. Ah, well, look what you found. That's the master of the Kiron channeling technique, Mystic and Misty Fae. So this woman is my mother, huh? It's been nearly 20 years since Mystic Misty disappeared, and apparently she's extended to pass the torch on to her daughter. Her daughter? Do you know who her daughter is? Well, I, myself, a part of the branch family of the Fae clan. But I'm not even privy to that kind of information when it concerns the main family. Bikini doesn't seem to know Maya's standing within the Fae family. I was wondering about this. Well, that's the demon warning helmet hood. The colors are highly the possession by evil spirits, you know. That's why we always wear these for protection. Iris gave this to me on the night of the murder. But then I went and fell into the river and got this nasty fever. I thought maybe if I were to wear this hood, it'd make the fever go down faster. I don't think so. Bolts and spirit powers have nothing to do with each other. Way to crush a man's hope! I was wondering about the... Maybe my eyes were playing tricks on me. I mean, Iris could never do such a wicked thing. But they proved it in court today, didn't they? That the sword wasn't the murder weapon. That's what they were saying, yes. The problem is, I saw it too. I'm sure what I saw was this blade being stabbed into Miss Delixium's body. Ah, it's Mystic Elise's staff. The crystal sphere is really missing from it. But the sphere was found near the Dusky Bridge, right? Yes, even though I'm sure Mystic Elise was in a Hakura temple the entire evening. And I was wondering about this. Let me see. I was wondering about this photograph. Oh, yes, those are our snowmobile tracks, alright? I know them anywhere. But there's only one set, which means the rider went out while it was still snowing and came back after it stopped. That's really only a logical explanation, I suppose. Okay. Honestly, it's like the end of the world. It's not a good thing, that's for sure. To think people have to gall to kind this kind of scribble by the name of art. Huh? If that's the sort of standard you need of art these days, it could be a pop diva. Sure, but what about the contents of the picture? What do you make of that? It's definitely the end of the world. This crystal sphere. It's not from the demon warming hood. But I suppose I would guess it serves a similar purpose. If not from a hood, then it could really be from Miss Delixium's staff. Look at the blood on it. Oh, poor Mystic Elise. She is a very important visitor, you know. An honor to court. She is? Do you know of her or something? The Fae name is synonymous with Kiran channeling technique. Therefore, she must be a spirit medium of great power indeed. Looks like Bikini is in the dark. She doesn't seem to know Maya is the daughter of the master of the Kiran. I was wondering about... Oh dear, she's nowhere near the main hall, that's for sure. First I lost Maya, now Pearls. How much more pain is this gonna cost me? Ugh. Not to mention this fever is giving me a killer migraine. Ew, it's all my fault, isn't it? It's all my achy back's fault. Now Miss Elise is dead, and the occult is trapped inside the inner temple. And that poor little girl has gone missing, too. Missing? I hope that's all it is. Oh dear, I got to try to do the hand with more pain, don't I? How could I ever make up for this? Make up for what? For all allowing harm to come to such an important person. So I was right. Miss Delixium wasn't just any old visitor here. Please tell me what's going to happen to poor Iris. If she was found to be guilty, I wouldn't accept it. But your testimony, Sister Bikini. I can't help my testimony. I saw what I saw. It's up to a pro lawyer like you to deal with problems like that. What a disgraceful young man. You finally sees your him, huh? How could you sit there and claim what he really saw and what he drew in that picture? Although, the portrait he did of me was rather flattering, I must say. Still, it's not like Larry to make something up that might get a woman in, he likes in trouble. There's more to the sketch of his than meets the eye. I'm sure of it. You certainly have some unusual friends, don't you, Mr. Ray? Oh, friends? Okay, I can consider Edgeworth a friend, but Francesca? Oh, no. That fancy pincy painter is one thing, but the what it's doing to judge is just bad form. Well, I mean, this is a dull question. Would I rather have a whip in my face or coffee in my face? I'll get back to you guys on that one. Do you think you could go? You could drill her in that. Do you think you could go drill that into her head for me, please? You must be very happy to see a fine mentor. Mentor? No, he's just a friend. Oh, you naughty little devil. Naughty devil. Oh, it's the Joker, aren't you? Oh, he's a prosecutor. He seemed like a lovely young man. Like the kind you can always count on. Yeah. Kind of depressing how much faith she has in him. February 9th, Hakira Temple, courtyard. This is where Sister Bikini witnessed the incident. It's hard to imagine she was lying on the stands, so maybe there's some clues that have yet to be found. There's a few of these stone lanterns scattered around this courtyard. If it's not the city glared to compete with, I imagine they would seem a lot brighter. I guess Sister Bikini must light them now since Iris can't be here. Miss Luxium's staff. I definitely remember there being a crystal spear attached to the staff. I guess Larry eventually found the spear near the foot of Dusky Bridge. What was it doing all the way out there? The Sister Snow. And there in Mystic Amaya's right hand, it was proven in court today that it wasn't the murder weapon. Given the design, it must have been from some pretty Given its design, it must have been used for some pretty gruesome things in the past. The main gate is on the other side of the wall. On the other side of that stone wall. The difference in elevation is almost 10 feet. That's how steep this hillside is. And there's almost the height a body fell from, according to the observatory. It's possible that Miss Luxium was pushed from the top wall. They get quite a bit of snow up here on Eagle Mountain. Around here, skis aren't just for fun. They're tools for getting around. But the sled, now that's gotta be for Bikini's own personal entertainment. No? Okay. Let's move. Hey! What's the jarring and Kirsten's loud yell? So where you been? Keeping nice and warm, I see. Detective! Have you finished repairing the bridge? Yeah, I did. I told you I'd let you know. Well. Then I'll come along with you and... Sorry, madam. No unauthorized entry. Access to restricted people is restricted to people involved in this case. What was that? I'm involved, aren't I? You couldn't get much more involved than me. Well, yeah, but that's not what I mean. Ah! Yeah! It's been a while. Scruffy. It's... Sister, please, leave the investigation to me. My. Well, you certainly seem to have everything under control. I'm only on your side. I won't do anything that you don't want me to do. As you work to pin the guilt on Iris. What are you daydreaming about, Phoenix, right? Oh. Don't worry your pretty little head about that, Von Karma. Ow! That hurts, you know. Ow! Violet! I, Francesca Von Karma, will personally guide you through your investigation. So you will follow me. She's not seriously going to follow me around, is she? February 9th, Inner Temple Gate. Things have certainly become more hectic than before. They must have commenced with the investigation. Oh, Mr. Nick! That voice. Pearls! Mr. Nick! Mr. Nick! How did Pearls get over there? Here. So you were here ever since that night. I was so lonely I thought I was going to die. When I woke up in the morning and saw that dusky bridge was gone, I realized I was all alone. She was all alone? It must have been very trying for you, little girl. Ah! I'm Francesca Von Karma, the prodigy. There's no need to worry now that I'm here. You're the prosecutor who was so mean to Mystic Maya last year. Well, I don't like you. You're nothing but a girl without your whip. You're nothing but a little girl without your whip. Ah! You just got burned by a 9-year-old. Mystic Maya didn't do anything wrong, but you were so mean. I'll never forgive you. It looks like Pearl's words are getting under her skin. She's getting emotional. Oh, whoa. Not emotional. She's getting frightened by a 9-year-old. No! Why are you whipping me? I didn't even say anything. You didn't have to. The smile on your lips gave you away. Or is it the fact that you can't whip a 9-year-old? Anyways, Pearls. Weren't you with Maya? Ah. I'm sorry. It's all my fault. Huh? What are you talking about, Pearls? Mystic Maya! Hey, wait, Pearls! She just ran off. Yeah! That was cruel, Phoenix, right? To make a little girl cry like that is unexcusable. What was that all about? Pearls is acting like that. Pearls acting like that. It's giving me the creeps. I guess I'll better take another look around since I finally got the chance. Especially since something about this place seems different from 2 days ago. Look at these Buddha statues lined up along this path. Phoenix, right? Do you think this is how many siblings the nun has? Why don't you ask her the next time you see her? You know what? I think I will. And she probably will stop you for praying into her private affairs. There's a weird smell coming from that incinerator. The door is also open, almost like it's begging for me to look inside. Well, let's see what's stunning clues concealed in here, shall we? Huh? It's empty. How naive of you, Phoenix, right? But isn't that a bit strange, don't you think, Francesca Von Karma? I seem to remember. There was no on this incinerator first time I saw it. In other words, someone's been using it to burn something recently. Listen, Phoenix, right? It's important to call people by their full name. I'm only copying you. I was only copying you. There's a little gate that leads to the garden. It says no entry on the sign, though. Come on, Phoenix, right? What are you doing? Let's go in. It's half open anyways. What harm could come of it? But it says no entry. Don't you Americans enjoy doing whatever you like and then simply saying, whatever? That's got nothing to do with anything. And who told you that? sign says Inner Temple. I don't know how you're reading it, but it's in Compsol to me. Actually, I can't read it either. Current competition isn't very good to have Phoenix, right? She looks really happy to finally caught me on something. This must be the door that leads to the Inner Temple, where Maya Fey was training on the night of the murder. Yes, there's a solitary room called the training hall. You could go do some training yourself, Phoenix, right? Yeah! You're completely out of shape. Yeah. I don't know how much more of this woman I can take. February 9th, Inner Temple Training Hall. What's wrong? Why are you so quiet? Maya, she was supposed to be in here training. Yet, it appears she's nowhere to be seen. What's that? That's a strange lock. It wasn't there 2 days ago. This whole room is really giving off some strange vibes. What do you think of this? Yellowish poster, Phoenix, right? It's a scroll, not a poster. It's a picture of a woman who's actually... a woman? I don't see any woman here. There's a different atmosphere in this room since I was last here. No, it's not a different atmosphere. It's a different smell. It's gravy. What's the matter? This scroll, it's been completely covered in gravy. Ah, yes, there's a very appetizing smell in the air. But gravy is a type of sauce. So when you run out of paint, you Americans use gravy as a substitute, I see. No, no one does that. For starters, it stinks. This must be the gravy that we had the roast on the incident. But why would anyone do that? Why is this scroll? It's an antique dresser. Don't you dare open it, Phoenix, right? No. Now I know how Maya feels when I tell her not to touch things. What a pity. It's full of nothing but old clothes for the occult, please. I thought we weren't opening it. I'm from the prosecutor's office. I can do anything. Yeah, you can do anything. Except stand up to a 9-year-old girl. Look at those wafer thin mattresses. I'm sorry, Phoenix, right? Wafer thin? Yeah, you know, thin like a wafer. In other words, uncomfortable. That's how we describe things like these mattresses. I guess you must say wafer thick or something back in Germany. Not about these mattresses, certainly not. This door. When I was here 2 days ago, that weird lock wasn't on it. Those changed. It's almost as if they were guarding something inside that cavern. I've never seen a lock quite as like this before. I have seen locks and chains like this before. They'd look just like the ones that guard a person's secret during a psyche lock. I wonder if this lock is guarding something too. Dark secrets in a dark cavern. What took you so long? I thought even you managed to get here faster than this. Mr. Trait. Godot, what are you doing here? The prosecutor Godot? I didn't know you were here. Prosecutor? How come you didn't show up at the trial today? Ha! I could ask you the the exact same question. Oh yeah, I was too busy, almost dying. Huh? But I had a cold, so I had something slightly more important than a common cold to deal with. It was more than a common cold, Godot. You don't know what I've been through over the past 2 days. The importance of which is something you have no hopes of ever understanding. Enough. I believe I have the measure of you. You're the worst kind of prosecutor. What could be more important than a trial? Who's the wild marriage, right? This is Miss Von Karma. She was the acting prosecutor in your absence today. Huh. Well, I guess I owe you one then. But you can go now, princess. It's time for the big boys to take their reign. Just who do you think you are? This case is mine. Hey, Billy. Know your role and shut your mouth. I can't stand women like you. I'm only going to say this once, Lady Von Whippingberg. Go home. Phoenix Wright! What are you hitting me for? Huh. You deserve more cracks of the whip than that, right? Whoa, what? You gonna throw your coffee in my face? What? Still don't get it, do you? You don't realize that you set something in motion that you will never be able to undo. There's something different about Godot today. I'm getting a strong sense of something from behind that mask of his. Is it anger? Or is it sorrow? You had some important business, and that's why you weren't in court, huh? So what was it? I told you once before, but perhaps you don't remember. I returned from the depths of hell to battle with you. You see, Trite, I've experienced something most have not. Death. You died? Of course, being extracted from hell is a tedious affair. Mechanical regeneration and adjustments of all your internal organs? Well, let's just say modern medicine allows us to live to a ripe old age. Even someone like me. So you mean that mask you wear is this ugly device? I promise not a fashion statement, my unenlightened friend. Without this, I can't see your frankly dumbfounded face. I didn't know. My eyesight is pretty messed up. Even with these huge goggles on my head, I still can't see everything. Still, I keep this worn out piece of junk of a body going with regular servicing. I'm sorry, but you say you experienced death? How's that possible? What happened? Why don't you ask him? Huh? Me? Yeah, Trey. You should know all about it. You know when my life ended, and who ended it for me. Well, Phoenix Wright, do you? I don't know what he's talking about. Although, to be honest, I do feel a little tug at the corners of my memory. I think I do know about how Godot was killed. It will all become clear in due time. Isn't that right, Trite? Earlier you said I'd done something I can never undo. What do you mean by that exactly? The inner temple here on this dusky bridge is in Iceland Island. That's what Sister Bikini said too. I wonder, Trite. Do you know what the police are doing here today? What do you mean? They're searching. Yeah, I am. This is, like I said, this is part 1 of our 2-part finale, because no way in hell I am streaming for longer than it. I was like, no way in hell I'm doing this entire episode in one night. It's way too long. Like, this is 6 hours, and we're only on, like, part 1 of the the part 3. First part of part 3. Thank you for the follow, Royd33. Yeah. I mean, I could. I just don't want to. Because I'm not in the mood to do like a 12-hour stream. Or longer. Last time I did an unexpected 11-hour stream. An 11-hour stream. That almost killed me, and I didn't even plan that one. So I am never. I always have to find a way to, like, when am I gonna cut it? Things like that's things. Searching for any trace of an occult who went missing. Missing? As leader of the search party, I can tell you this with absolute certainty. Maya Fey is not on the this side of Dusky Bridge. Fuck. Huh? To be fair, I'm already really tired. So, I have not been getting a good sleep as of recently, so... 1.5 million? That's my favorite channel point reward, not gonna lie. Maya's always getting herself into trouble. Like, come on. Like, yeah, this is, like, well expected. But this is a far more different... At least last time she went missing, you know, at the end of Justice for All was... At least we knew where she kind of was, you know? But that's impossible. She came here that night and... I won't say it again. The chances of her being here are nigh nil. Including, of course, one very unique place. One? Where's that? The Sacred Cavern. The entrance of which we are standing at right now. This is the only place that the search party has yet to explore. So they haven't searched that cavern yet, huh? Be aware, though. The temperature inside frequently falls below freezing. Even if she was in there, the chances of her being found alive are slim at best. No. That you sent Maya Fey to her death. Damn you, Pearls! You're the one who sent her up for this special course. But then I also agreed to come, and if I said I wouldn't go, they couldn't have been access because I needed somebody over the age of 20. You fool! If that's the situation, why are you here with a search party now? You must have blinders on, my statuine angel. Why didn't you see that big lock and chain? It's a trick lock. I'm making preparations to open it as we speak. Well, trait. Once again, a woman dies because of you. Once again? What are you talking about? Don't tell me you've forgotten. It was only 2 years ago after all. When the last unfortunate woman died because of you. Because of me? And do you know who that was? It was Maya Fey's sister. That's right, Mia Fey. Maya? Mia? You killed her. Excuse me, Koda. I would like you to, or quote, is that I did indeed prove that her murderer was Mr. Red White. I didn't prove that indeed in court. Or were you not paying attention 2 years ago? No, that's not how it was. Maya Fey was in pursuit of someone, a man, but she bit off more than she could chew. She made a very dangerous enemy. Yeah, that's one case I'll never forget. But I got that guy, personally. Sure, Miss Fey's murderer was caught, but that won't bring her back. Well, no, but you were with her at the time. You and no one else. She was at the office alone? It was your responsibility. You should have protected her. So I'm supposed to be at the office 24/7? You said Maya Fey was your teacher. Well then, I say you learned nothing, right? You robbed her of her life, and now you let her sister suffer the same fate. I haven't sentenced Maya to death. No! What is that particular looking lock? Why don't we just break it open? It would be a simple matter of... I'm afraid we can't do that. This area has always been prone to earthquakes. The repeated tremors of a weakened foundation of the training hall. Any excessive force used to break open the lock would... Well, let's just say Inner Temple and Sacred Cavern would be a thing in the past. Very well then, I dare suggest the obvious solution of opening it with a key. Ha! Sure, just show me where the keyhole is and on this trick lock. There's no keyhole. That's right. An interesting puzzle, huh? The person who set this lock is only the only one who can open it. Then who was it? Simple. The accused. You know, our the crazy lovable coffee addict never makes any sense, though. Yeah, that's right. Godot's my favorite character. What? Iris? When the Akko undergoes training inside the Sacred Cavern, the attending sister is responsible for locking the entrance. Obviously, the night of the murder was no exception. I gotta admit, my three favorite characters are Godot, Gumshoe, and Edgeworth. So, obviously, on the night of the murder was no exception. Maya Fey was to train in here. There. Sister Bikini did mention it was a number of times now that I think about it. She said that Iris was left in charge of supervising the early stages of training. So Iris, the accused, is the only one who can open this lock. I've arranged for her to be brought here now. Iris is the only person who can open this lock. I hope she's getting here soon. Hang in there, Maya. We'll get you out. So, I should be getting back to work. Wait, Godot. How sure about Maya are you? Yep, for sure. Always. There's no doubt in my mind. She's in the Sacred Cavern somewhere. It's the only place she could be. You better start praying. You better pray for that friend of yours being the accused and brings the accused back here soon. Edgeworth? Listen up, Trite. There's only one thing I want to say to you before I go. I'll never accept you. Never. You should choose your friends more carefully, Phoenix, right? Look who's sticking with me right now, Von Karma. That's what everyone says. Well, to be fair, I'm eventually gonna get my hands on all of the games in the franchise. So my three favorites are probably gonna change, but since I'm only playing the trilogy so far, that's where my three favorites stand as of right now. It can definitely change. It looks like I don't have much of a choice. I guess I just have to do what I can for now. I don't know. Should I or shouldn't I? Sounds like someone's talking to himself. But where's that coming from? Yeah, I guess I better wash that off. That's what I'll do. No, but I can't do that. I'm a detective. Ah, my brain. This is driving me nuts. Yeah! Something troubling you, Scruffy? But please don't whip me like that all of a sudden, sir! It was merely a simple greeting, a friendly tap on the shoulder with my whip. So what's up, Gumshoe? Is something on your mind? How did you know, pal? Perhaps you were trying to decide if you want to wash that off or not. How do you know, sir? Oh, yeah, nearly forgot. You can't go through that little gate here, okay? You mean the one that says no entry on it? I, kind of already snuck in there. Is she trying to be clever or something? So what's behind there, Scruffy? Kind of garden-like garden. Great description! And we wonder why your salary gets cut so many times. A garden? Yeah. Anyways, it's under investigation right now, so keep out. I'm not telling you guys. I'm asking you, pal. You got me? Isn't it normally the other way around? Well, see you later. So, shall we adjourn to this garden, Phoenix, right? Of course. What else would we do? I really want to know what Gumshoe thinks of what Gumshoe was thinking of washing off. February 9th, Inner Temple Garden. There's a strange feeling in the air. I wonder what it's like. It is. Strange feeling. Forget about that. What about that strange writing on the stone lantern? Ah! What are you doing here, sir? I thought I said you can't come in here. Don't you know, Scruffy? I found Karma will always show up whenever there is a clue. And there's plenty of clues to be found here. But... So how's the Inner Temple investigation going? We have the best forensics team in the world working the place. Forensics team? And what was the outcome of that scientific study? Nothing. Scientifically speaking, this place is clean as a whistle. That's simply not good enough, Scruffy. Do you think I'll let you get away with that? Uh-oh. Well, there's a couple things that bothered me when I first got here, sir. That stone lantern and the surrounding area that's not covered in snow, correct? They look kind of fishy to me, you know? Scientifically speaking. I got the lab boys to take a look over them. The results were... It's kind of hard to say, actually. I guess I better look into them myself. About Maya. Oh, did Mr. Godot tell you yet? Yes, we've heard. Yep, exactly. Exactly. Got a search party looking for her. But there's nowhere else she could have disappeared to on this dusky bridge. All we can do is wait for Mr. Edgeworth to get here, pal. Edgeworth. He's escorting Iris to the defendant over here. We have to wait, since she's the only one who can open the door with the sacred cavern. Oh, I think Mr. Edgeworth wants to talk to you about something too, pal. Huh? I wonder what it is. Just don't be expecting any good news when you talk to him. When I spoke to him, Mr. Edgeworth sounded so down. I felt I was drowning. That's just his, normal stigma, Sounds pleasant. Alright, let's examine things. This thing is catching my eye, really. There's a charm of something here poking out from the snow. It looks pretty old. There's a leather cord leather cord tied to it, too. Apparently, it belonged to the victim. To Elise de Mexium? Yeah, there was a broken leather cord around the lady's neck. And so the cord found on both the victim and on this charm exactly matched. Sounds to me like this little ticket is going to be my ticket to getting some very big answers. Gonna break some psyche-locks. Or as Ezra's calls them, psycho-locks. Well, this is odd. There's no snow on the ground here. And it's almost a perfect rectangle. It couldn't have happened naturally. Yes, it appears as though someone carefully cleared away the snow. No doubt it was you, wasn't it, Scruffy? Huh, no, it wasn't me, sir. It was already like that when my men and I got here to start the investigation. If it wasn't the police, then who did it? Oh yeah, there's something I need to tell you, just between the three of us, okay? What is it? It's top secret. Can't tell anyone. Got it? Are we gonna dive into your, personal life again? Understood. Well, when I was a kid, I got knocked up at the little wrestling contest, you see? I knew it! I was so disappointed, I just picked up my mouse guard and carried it all the way home. Man, I got so much trouble when I left it on the couch. You can precisely whip the shit out of him, Von Karma. Is that it? That's it? Yeah! Whoever cleared the snow away must have had a reason. Although I can't even begin to imagine what kind of reason that would be. What the heck is that? Uh-oh. You spotted it, huh, pal? Are you kidding me? It could have been more obvious. It says Maya. Yeah, and before you ask, it's written in blood. You will answer all our questions now, Scruffy, without exception. Yes, sir. Wait. There's also one other thing I want to investigate. Oh, okay. Just make sure we're not missing anything. There's a couple of torches here. I guess you need all the light you can get up here in the mountains. Yeah, I was looking for those things too, pal. Looks like they have been lit pretty recently. Recently? How recently are we talking about? As recent as the night of the murder. Maya was training here on the night of the murder. It's not unreasonable to think these things were lit at the time, I guess. A little lantern, a little statue. It's certainly quite an quaint little garden. Oh. What is this huge bowl for? Oh, I know this one. It's, a water bowl, isn't it? Everything else is completely frozen over. But the ice in this bowl has been broken. That's true. I wonder if this has any impact on our case. Well, I doused my face earlier. I doused my face earlier with the water in this. I was getting kind of sleepy. That is all, you're detective. Yeah! Next time you're sleepy, you need to only come to me. Got it? Yeah, I think that's all we got. To the bridge! I have some answers. I want to get. Where? Okay. Okay, nothing in here too. Oh, wait, I forgot what I forgot to do. We need to go back to the garden. We have some things to talk to Gumshoe about. Maya. So the letters are written in blood. Yeah. What's worse, it's the victim's blood. Huh? This is Miss Luxium's blood? We haven't done a detailed analysis yet, but it's looking that way, pal. Most interesting. Phoenix, right? I presume you know, don't you? Why is Maya's written name upside down? You know, oh, that was really bothering me too. But I just came up with the answer. The result of my own special gumshoe investigation. Yeah, we don't need that, detective. Really? Do tell. Well, on the night of the murder, the stone lantern was upside down. You have to be kidding me, Your Honor. You have to be kidding me, detective. Anyways, there's really only one logical explanation to this mystery. Miss Elise Deluxe wrote these letters herself, in her own blood. You must be joking. That's impossible. From the writings in the victim's blood and the other clues left behind, it seems pretty likely that this garden was the scene of Miss Elise Deluxe's murder. At least, that's what our current theory is on the events that took on the place, pal. What? So Miss Deluxium was killed here? However you want to look at it, that's what people are saying now. Then, what Sister Bikini saw in the courtyard at the main temple was... Well, what is it? If that wasn't the scene of the crime, what did she see? What do you think, Miss Von Kra? Surely special Gumshoe investigation would reveal the answer, no? But wait a second. The bloody writing and all the other clues here? Someone could have easily set that up after the murder, right? Sorry, but that's not an option, pal. Why not? How quickly are you forget, Phoenix, right? Ever since the incident occurred, this place has been completely inaccessible. Because Dusky Bridge was completely burnt out. I was overseeing repairs to the bridge the whole time. No one came over here before me and my men. Wasn't I supposed to be like the first person who knows? Which means no one could have planted this stuff here, pal. Ugh. I can't think of a cutting argument to that. I knew it. I should have washed the blood off the lantern as soon as I got here. If this really was the scene of the crime, then I need to figure out what it was that Bikini saw. Alright. February 9th, Hastakra Temple, main gate. It seems like you have a visitor. Mr. Wright? Iris, I'm really glad to see you. Godot managed to mobilize the police by claiming the state of emergency. Not him again. Never mind him. We gotta hurry up and lock that sacred cavern. I'm sorry, Mr. Wright. It's my fault someone important is locked in there. Mr. Edgeworth, can we finish our conversation later? Alright. Let's hurry to the inner temple then. I'll see you later, right? Wait, Edgeworth! I'm coming with you guys. Sorry, right? I can't allow you to come with us. What? I hate to be the one to break it to you, but Maya Fey is in a rather delicate position. What do you mean by delicate position? This isn't simply a rescue operation, right? It's also an investigation. That being the case, we can't allow members of the public to interfere. Come on, Edgeworth. If anyone happens, you'll be the first to know. Please understand, right? But it's Maya. Mr. Wright? All that matters is that Mystic Maya is rescued, correct? Listen to the voice of reason for a change, Phoenix, alright? From now on, consider anything beyond Dusky Bridge to be off limits. We'll be going now. Excuse us. Yak! This is no time to be standing around, Phoenix, right? Aren't there other things that demand your attention? She's right. Thanks for reminding me. Where are you, Bikini? February 9th, Temple, Main Hall. Sister Bikini looks like she's strong. Since I last saw her. Don't be rude, Phoenix, right? What's wrong, Sister Bikini? My, hello, you too. How are you doing? From the sense of that sigh, I guess she's still pretty down. Iris was just here, you know. She was compungy by the Hampson crimson-clad prince. Is she talking about Edgeworth? It was just a courtesy call. I wasn't allowed to talk with her at all. Oh dear, it's all my fault that this happened. Poor Iris. She was so worried about my back, would you believe? What have I done to her? Only what you had to do, sister. You bravely and truthfully testified about what you saw. There's no shame in that. And we'll see it to that your testimony wasn't made in vain. Well, I don't hear anyone else saying that. Mr. Blue's suit doesn't seem to share your opinion, I see. Huh? Me? Yak! Okay, I get the point, Francesca. Oh, yes. You did great, Sister Bikini. Absolutely spectacular! You two are the only ones who said that to me. Even though I was whipped into saying it. I can't shake the feeling that I just became shilled to a screw. Do you have a problem, Phoenix Wright? Sure, she was brave to testify so truthfully like that. But I know she's still hiding something. Guess it's time to break those psyche locks of hers. Sister Bikini, the truth is becoming increasingly clear to me. I'm convinced that Miss Elise de Maxium had a special significance to this temple. As to why she had a special significance, it has to do with her true identity. What on earth are you talking about? She was... Mystic Elise was an author. Just an author of picture books. To be honest, I had my suspicions almost immediately after I met her. Suspicions? Yes, but I didn't have any evidence to support my theories, though. But now I do. This is the piece of evidence that proves Miss Deluxium's true identity. Miss Deluxium had this charm with her at all times. Yeah! Where did you... This isn't some cheap good luck charm either. Then... What do you think it is, Mr. Wright? What could the talisman like that possibly mean? This talisman, is it? Interesting. Oops. This speaks volumes about who Miss Deluxium really was. This talisman and one other item is it quickly proves the Miss Deluxium's true identity. The painting is obscured by this gravy stain at the moment. But the scroll shows the master of the Kiron channeling technique. This crest at the top of the sign is an honorable title. This very same crest adores the talisman the victim carried around with her. Ah! This crest is reserved for the master of the Kiron. Who on earth told you that nonsense? I have no idea what you're talking about. The new master, Maya Fey, told me. What? You You mean that occult is Misty Faye's daughter? Yes. Are you sure? As sure as every trial I've done. Yes. In fact, since her older daughter passed away, Maya is Misty Faye's sole successor. Mystic Misty! That was easy. Mystic Elise graced us with her presence about a week ago. When she showed me this talisman that was that mark on it, well, I nearly fainted. No one has seen her since she disappeared 17 years ago, after all. What is the significance of this talisman, sister? The Chiron talisman is the symbol of the master of Chiron. The bearer must carry it with them at all times until their deaths. Until their deaths. So at least the Muxium was really Maya's mother. Huh? And we didn't even know it. Wow. She was Misty Faye, the master of the Chiron channeling technique. The truth comes out at last. It looks like we're making some headway here. Tell me, sister. After 17 years, why did she choose to show herself now? Because something happened that called her out of hiding. What happened? Well... Oh no. What's happening? I can't be. Earthquake? Ah! Oh my goodness! The Inner Temple! It's kind of a tremoring might. The Inner Temple? The secret cavern of the training hall. It may very well cave in. What? Maya! It seems to have passed. Well, we can't just stand here and do nothing. Let's go. What? Where? To the Inner Temple, of course. Where else? Sister Bikini, we'll finish this later, all right? Of course. You run along now. People may have been hurt. I must get some first aid kits ready. Come on then, Phoenix Wright. They won't barge you away from entering as long as I'm with you. Thank you. Right, at least at the moment I had the worst feeling in my gut. We just had an earthquake. I wonder if he's alright. You look worried. Are you thinking about Miles Edgeworth? Come on, let's go. Oh! I went to the wrong place. We gotta hurry to the Inner Temple and... Right! Ah! What are you doing here? Ugh. How could you expect us to understand if you don't speak up? Yow! Hey! Why am I the one getting whipped? She's gone. No! The defendant, Iris, she's gone. Gone where? She fled. She escaped. What? So, it was just now, during the... It's easy to see Edgeworth as the only one and only weakness. His fear of earthquakes. I should have known better to escort the defendant alone. As soon as the ground started shaking, everything went dark before my eyes, and I stupidly passed out. I should have known better, Edgeworth. That incident haunts you to this day, doesn't it? That's no excuse for letting the suspect get away. I can't believe I let it happen. Right. The Inner Temple area is a dead end. She could have only escaped to this side. We haven't seen her. Then we need to get a manhunt underway now. Search Eagle Mountain from top to bottom. Wait, Edgeworth. Have you thoroughly checked the inner temple yet? Don't be ridiculous. Why would I? The inner temple is like an island. There's no way to escape but across. No, that's not it. Iris isn't the type of person to run away, Edgeworth. What are you talking about? Sister Bikini mentioned something when we were with her. She said that the sacred cavern might be caved in because of the quake. Then you think Iris might have gone into the inner temple to check on the situation? Listen, Edgeworth. I'm sure that she's in the inner temple. A manhunt is not necessary. Right. Let's not waste any more time. We need to get to the training hall sacred cavern now. Alright, let's go. February 9th, Inner Temple, Training Hall. Fortunately, Sacred Cavern hasn't caved in. But what we found was something none of us could have expected. Five Psyche locks? How can there be even more locks? What is the meaning of this? Iris, please tell me. What the heck is going on? Heck yeah, we're saving. And it's also where we're wrapping up for tonight. Because goddamn, I've been live for 7.5 hours now. Whew. Man. This every time. At some point, my headphones needed to be replugged in. But the crap. The fuck. Insanity. What? Ugh. But anyways, that is all we have for part 1 of our 2-part grand finale of the Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney trilogy. Keep in mind, after the trilogy, we are going to dive directly into Danganronpa. I'm diving in directly into Danganronpa S. And, tomorrow, I don't have a bonus stream planned or anything. There might be something, because like I said, tonight was Matt Epps' birthday, so if he wants to plan something for, like, tomorrow night, that would be totally fine, and I might do something, but that also might be something. And also, if you are saying, Nitro, are you going to be doing a birthday stream or something big? I don't know. I still have, like, 6 months to decide. My birthday's in September. So, I have time to decide of what I'm going to do for my birthday. So like I said, probably no stream tomorrow. I think we'll be back for Gmod on Saturday, and we'll be back for Minecraft on Sunday. So weekend streams are going to continue as typical, normal. Before we head out, though, I totally forgot about this part. Alexa, tell us an interesting fact.
The quietest room on Earth is in the Microsoft headquarters in Redmond, Washington. In this anechoic chamber, any sound or electromagnetic waves are absorbed. The lack of sound is so low that you can lose your balance from lack of spatial awareness.
Well, thank you for that interesting tidbit of information, Alexa. We will not have that go in waste. For sure. 100%. So, I'm going to see if there is anyone in whom we can raid. First, I'm checking my usual suspects of places. Okay, you're option 1. Okay, so yeah, you're option 1. And if I have no one else, alright, so we only have one raid target possibility, and I am really excited for this one because they recently got into streaming, and I'm really happy for them because they're an awesome person. So we are going to be raiding American Warboard. So I hope you guys all enjoyed part 1 of our 2-part grand finale. Tune in next week on March 31st at 6 p.m. Central for our grand finale of the Phoenix Wright trilogy. Also, Trials and Tribulations in Defense. But for now, I'll see you guys later. Bye!